Yo, what's up, everybody? We are back. I could say we now because you guys could tell I have new co-hosts here. I'm sure you guys are familiar with Batman. A lot of you guys. You got Pin. So I did select co-hosts, like I said, to make these more interesting and I would say interactive, so to speak. So this is the first call-in show I think I've done in quite some time, and there's quite a bit of good questions asked here, both IRL and anime related. So let me just let the people know that we're live and then we can begin. All right. All right, so the first question that I was asked, like I guess we could each give our take on this, was Killer Bee versus Jiraiya. What would you guys say about that one? If any one of you want to start.
You want to go Batman or what you feeling?
You go for it, Pittman. You warm us up. Let me hear your thoughts and whatnot.
Okay, so Killer Bee versus Jiraiya. Okay, so the way I want to scale Killer Bee is essentially he's relative to KCM1 Naruto in the war arc, early war arc. KCM1 Naruto admittedly says himself he is stronger than what he was in Sage Mode during the Pain Arc invasion. Sage Mode Naruto is above Sage Mode Jiraiya, so therefore Killer Bee scales above Jiraiya.
Yeah.
That's just how I would scale it, though.
Evan, you want to go? And I'll go last if you
All
want.
right. No, absolutely. Yeah, Killer Bee and Jiraiya, it's really interesting. When it comes to like the line of scaling, obviously the most interesting aspect of it is Jiraiya himself. So when it comes to his character, we get to see him kind of, throw down with the likes of Pain and kind of go, that whole aspect of fighting and scaling. He does a pretty good job. He's able to eventually, kill all three passive Pains with the Genjutsu, with the off guard, element of surprise because they wouldn't really expect him to do Genjutsu, things like that. So that was pretty cool. And we get to see a good amount of scaling there. And then with Killer Bee, like we're not introduced with him until he fights like MS Sasuke. He's kind of throwing down with him and whatnot. So that gives a little bit of a crystal line of scaling. So like obviously we're like either talking about like War or Killer Bee or the one that's first introduced. It's kind of helps as well, but it's really interesting. It's very interesting. It just boils down to an aspect of intelligence. With Jiraiya's hacks, whether if you think that would be enough. Or if Killer Bee is straight up, just bullying him, which is raw scaling of the eight tails and whatnot.
Yeah.
Because we do know everything with the four tails Naruto, that was kind of rough for him. But then again, that's kind of like a student and whatnot, so that maybe there's certain exceptions there. But it's interesting. You know what I mean? It's what do you think on that, Jake?
So this is some of the best scaling I was able to do. So empirically, I would say there's more for Killer Bee. Jiraiya
Yeah.
in Sage Mode fails to blitz a weaker path, specifically the Predator path, who caught his punch point blank, which kind of implies his inferiority. Furthermore, Jiraiya struggled to deal with a young Four-Tail Naruto, almost dying in the process, and I think we can all safely deduce that Killer Bee is vastly superior to a young Four-Tail Rampage Naruto.
Oh,
So
for sure.
continuing on, 5 Kage-Summit Sasuke, who's superior to Sage Mode Naruto, Naruto literally admits it, is relative in speed to the Raikage, who's implied to be relative, but I would say slightly superior to Killer Bee. So we can establish some relativity there. And continuing on, now if we compare Naruto and Sage Mode Jiraiya, clearly Naruto had much more success. I would say almost casually beating the weaker passive Pain and competing with the strongest Pain to some extent. He did lose, but it's easy to see who had a better success rate when comparing the two. So with these extrapolations, I would say that's enough to scale Killer Bee above Jiraiya, especially if he's using his V2 cloak like he did against Kisame, where he... So continuing on, a Bijou Bomb on top of his speed advantage, which seems to be quite vast, would be more than enough probably to one-shot him, and honestly probably even dispose of his toads if he decides to use the summoning toads. I think they would be a non-factor anyway, with Gamabunta barely being able to deal with Shukaku, who's the one tail. So I think
Yeah,
Exactly,
absolutely.
and that's like it's kind of like a perfect analysis of it, in a nutshell. Like it kind of like it's just, especially I'm gonna be completely honest with you, Jay. Like especially if he just starts off in base, you know what I mean, and he has to activate Sage Mode.
yeah, yeah,
That's gonna be even more rougher to do. Like whether if it even gets to that point, because if we're being 100% honest with you, when Pain was fighting against Jiraiya, a lot of people don't believe in this, but Pain was holding back in an extreme degree. Like he was kind of just filling out Jiraiya, talking his shit, you name it, and going from there. Like if he really didn't want Jiraiya to go into Sage Mode or anything like that, he would have. But then again, at that point in time, I don't think he knew about Sage Mode.
yeah,
Well, I mean, he also would have used all six paths from the get-go as
Yeah,
well.
and that too.
So,
Yeah, like so he
yeah.
wasn't like just going all out bloodlusted. Like he was having this thing. With B, you know what I mean, kind of what we see with Sasuke. Like you piss him off enough, he's going straight for the kill. He don't give a fuck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so like it's just the speed difference. You know, I feel like it definitely favors him with the speed scaling. And like I said with the Four Tails Naruto, you name it. So it's like it's more likely definitely in the bag for B. Like you would
Yeah, I
really
agree.
have to do some highball scaling or be generous for Jiraiya somehow, some way.
Yeah, that would
And kind of
be
get him
Yeah,
up there with at
even
least Sage Mode scaling.
that'd
You
be
know?
inevitable speculation. Yeah, that's where your logic would get a little
Exactly.
flawed. Yeah. Oh, someone
yeah, the
just
only way.
donated. Shout out to Kedrick
Uh-oh.
Adams for donating. This deserves a. Where's my soundboard?
Hey,
Shout out to Kedrick, brother.
lit.
Let's see what he said. Quick question: does a Mangekyo Sharingan amp you physically? Also, keep up the grind. Appreciate it, brother. Yes, it does, but I would say more so. I think it overall
Is he?
increases everything. As far as your tangible aspects are concerned, specifically speed. I'd say reaction time. I think your precognition is also amplified if you're comparing it to base Sharingan as well. So to answer that, I would say yeah. What do you guys think? Like does
Yeah,
it?
I would say 100%. The Mangekyo is obviously a amped version of the base 3 Tomoe Sharingan, so
Yeah,
it's going to
exactly.
give you naturally a better precognition, which you stated. It also gives you like a huge influx of chakra, which can be utilized to amp your speed,
Yeah.
physical AP as well. Yeah, it's just an overall accentuation to one's capabilities essentially already, and it gives them unique abilities as well. So
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. By the way, folks, if you
No.
haven't already, if you're watching recording or live, make sure to hit the like button if you haven't already. So just to let you guys know. But yeah, the Mangekyo Sharingan most definitely amplifies you, and that's clearly proven narratively with the fact that when Uchihas are against the wall, they start using it, such as Itachi, Sasuke, Madara. Well, Madara was really never against the wall until later on, but he did it just to play with the
Yeah.
Kage. But
Madara's over here beating up adults as a kid.
he's toying with them,
You
yeah.
know?
To him,
Yeah.
those Kage were children to him, to be honest. But yeah, he used it and he showed his superiority with it to flex a little bit. So yeah, overall it definitely amps you physically, by quite a bit, I'd say.
Yeah. Well,
Alright.
like the furthermore, just to collaborate with that, like with that line of reasoning, and like you look at all the statements Tobirama kind of gives when he's explaining it during the war arc when they're all summoned. That's some really good statements, a lot that you can utilize, and the data books kind of explain it to a degree as well. The only thing that's weird about it is like in certain ways it's like vaguely kind of like shown, if that makes sense. Like it's not like just like outright being like Super Saiyan from Dragon Ball Z or whatever, or when you get Sage Mode and whatnot, it's like completely just oh yeah, everything's 100% boosted, whatever. But you have like a numerous amount of indications that kind of go within that direction. From what I've seen in Naruto and whatnot, and it's very easily to be under the impression that it is a thing. It can amplify stats, you name it. Like, one prime example, when you see not MS Sasuke, when you see Sasuke fighting the Raikage, they're kind of feeling each other out. He's in V1, he's in 3 Tomo, whatever. And then the moment, Sasuke does, Mangekyo, then Raikage immediately goes to V2. You know what I mean? Like, like they immediately just have like a power up standoff right there. So there's plenty of ways to
Yeah, that
kind of go
applies it,
along with
yeah.
that notion. Yeah, like the most common like arguments that I've kind of heard or seen that people always try to go the route of like, oh, it doesn't amplify your stats or show me whatever, is when people are like, oh, well, remember the Rock Lee thing where he says, oh, well, if you can't, you don't have the speed, blah blah blah, you name it, then therefore you're just gonna get fucked up regardless, even with the shotting gun. So people try to go along with that reasoning, or they'll try to go along with the whole, fucking. Like, they'll just look for things like that, bits
this
and
is
pieces.
more empirically for it actually
Yeah.
amping one's strength as opposed to you like trying to nitpick and find exasperated
Exactly.
statements
And
or
that's
like little feats to try to like prove the point otherwise, which it's clearly
perfect.
narratively implied. So
Yeah, it's pretty
Exactly.
crystal clear. Yeah, you'd have to be pretty much disingenuous to imply it's not. So, all right, I
Exactly.
think this guy raised his hand, so let's let him in.
I got
Sweet,
two
man.
right now.
What's going on, brother?
how's it going, man?
Y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. I got my own YouTube channel too. I used to talk about it back in the day.
Sweet,
Got
man.
it.
That's lit.
You got a
Get
question?
back on. I have more subscribers and I'm more consistent. I need to get back on the shit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it though in due time.
That's the hustle, bro.
But yeah, Killer B destroys Jiraiya.
Yep. Yep.
It's
For sure.
Amen.
clear.
Yeah, and Killer Bee's durability is crazy too. Even with his partial, you
Yeah.
can tail Beast bomb.
The dude is literally moving on par with Casey and Naruto. Jiraiya does not have
Okay.
any speed feats near that level.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
pretty cut and dry.
Absolutely.
And Killer Bee's
Yes, sir.
Biju Bomb was relative to KCM. Naruto's Biju Bomb as far as size, which probably implies AP as well when they're fighting the 6-in Cherokee Obito is controlling. So he's not as strong as KCM, I'd say, or definitely not as fast, but he's the second best in
Yeah.
Cherokee
He's like,
Oh,
in
yeah.
the Cherokee world.
to him.
So, but did
I
you
think
have
I'm
a
relative.
did you have a question or anything?
I'm not thinking of that right now.
All right.
But you got a
See,
next topic.
And another thing too, Jay, it's kind of further elaborated with Jiraiya, where he's always saying, like, stressing out the fact that, oh, don't let Naruto go to Four Tails or go anymore and blah blah. Like, it's just, to seal him immediately. Like things like that. Like, if he was powerful enough to deal with it without like
Bro,
some Hashirama type
if-
shit, he would do it.
Yeah.
Bro, if B goes version 2, like, like it's literally like over. Like, Jiraiya's like shitting himself. Like, don't let Naruto transform. Like, nah, nigga, he's not doing anything to a perfect Jinchuriki. It's just,
Yeah, he's not.
But Killer Bee's
Yeah.
crazy, man. Like even during like the third war with him and the Raikage, it's just like reacting to Minato's attack on the Raikage at the time with
Yeah.
his partial
Yeah,
transformation as well.
Yeah. and
You would really have to highball fucking Jiraiya, like, to even think that he could react like Kisame. Like, even Kisame, the one
Yeah.
that has crazy chakra reserves, was
Mhm.
only able to react. You know what I mean? Like, he couldn't really do anything. He just like reacts briefly and then gets sent flying. And
Right.
he's hacked basically to survive. And shit.
he got his fucking chest ripped open, bro.
Yeah.
The niggas reels was showing, like, that's literally what Killer B would do to Jiraiya, but Jiraiya can't regenerate, so he just died.
Yeah, even if he catches him in the stomach, he could just tail Beast bomb out of there probably. Only Wincon I can really see is the frog song, if he's able to catch him in that Genjutsu, but that takes time and being able
If
to
he
be
even
secure.
starts it in Sage mode, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, man. So you gotta really read.
Like nothing's gonna work. Like Dark Swamp, he'll just overpower it. And the Toad, like, even if like you give him Jutsu activation, like, let's say that's enough to match the speed. Like, if he goes inside that frog, he'll just get out like what Itachi did with Amaterasu. Like,
Exactly.
he can
yeah.
basically deal with so many things he does. Like, the only thing that is like that I can remotely think of is, like you said, either Frog Song, if it even gets to that point,
Mhm.
okay, or two, like if he does like that barrier dimension thing, that's kind of similar to Conway in a way, at least from how the data books describe it, where, like, you go inside the frog, and it's what he did at like that one Path of Pain. If he can like get that on Killer B and then just leave, that's kind of a ratty way to win a fight. Leaving someone in like a dimension or something, or I don't know. Unless you guys think like if he just can destroy
I
that
would-
area, it would kill the
yeah.
frog or something.
I would say
So-
just use a tail Beast bomb and probably get out
Yeah,
of it.
just get out of the frog and kill it.
I mean, sorry, frog.
Right.
And there's an argument people would use when Kisame admitted inferiority to Jiraiya, but I would say the only reason he continued on is because Itachi deceptively reinforced that notion to avoid fighting Jiraiya in the first place. So
Absolutely, man.
the whole time he
I
was
mean,
putting on a
Itachi said
facade.
verbatim, Jay, that even if like me and you fought him and we were to get even backup, that still wouldn't be enough. I'm
Yeah.
like, get the
He's
fuck
clearly
out
being
of here.
he's clearly being deceptive on purpose.
Freaking
Yeah.
one
Yeah,
shot,
they-
no
they-
dips to Orochimaru.
Yeah,
You know?
and they didn't even know about Jiraiya's Sage mode. Like, so it's like you would
Yeah.
to take that shit literal. You would have to think Jiraiya can beat both Kisame and Itachi at the same time in base.
In base, yeah,
That
that's
is,
just
you have to be
wild.
on drugs, bro. Like, that's not happening.
No, he would have Itachi alone would have been more than enough.
Itachi, exactly.
Oh, Itachi alone, yeah.
It's further shown with the Amaterasu too. You know what I mean? Like if they were that more weaker, like the moment he did his jutsu, they should have just lost. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they didn't lose.
I mean, Orochimaru's relative to Jiraiya, and he folded him in like 14, so yeah, it'd certainly be easy for him to fold Jiraiya too.
Then he like
It'd be the
With
same
basic
result.
Genjutsu.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
it's further stated as Sonic or like in similar levels. You know what I mean? Like in line of
he
scaling.
literally
Oh.
one shot Orochimaru twice. Like this
Yeah,
shit
it's
was bad,
stated
bro.
verbatim in the manga and anime. It's said in the data books. Like the Sonic are on the same level and shit.
Yeah,
So,
there's
he was-
established relativity for sure. So
Yeah,
Mhm.
he was on his deathbed and like blind, and he just like one shot
And
through his
Jiraiya
mind.
is dumber than Orochimaru, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like, come on now. Like,
Yeah,
Orochimaru's
No,
book
way, he's at
didn't
smarts.
he?
Sasuke intelligence, you
Yeah,
know?
no. Orochimaru.
So, if Orochimaru, like, thinks he was strong enough to fucking fight Itachi, you know what I mean? And just looks dead ass in his eyes, too. That was the funniest thing. Like, at least
Mhm.
here and the other Okage are smart enough, even the Raikage, to not look at the Uchiha's eyes. But Orochimaru's dumbass really thought, let me just look at his eyes, I'll be fine. I'm gonna beat this guy's ass, and just gets bullied, you know?
Yeah. So
So,
yeah. So Killer Bee, folks, for in layman's terms, more than likely defeats Jiraiya. It's heavily empirically implied,
No doubt.
and it's pretty easy actually to do. So, but the next question is related to someone that beat Killer Bee. Someone asked, "Why is full power Kisame so weird at power scale?" And then they asked, "Where does he stand to you as far as scaling?" So, do you guys want to start with that one?
I'll say I think the theme with Kisame is that when we know he says things like, "Oh, like we Jiraiya, we better get out of here." I think here's what I think. I think either like it was a retcon, which we know like Kishimoto. For me, I feel like there are several like things where it's like Kishimoto built certain people up to be a certain level, and then he ended up changing his mind later on throughout the series. I think he did this with like Minato. I
Yeah.
think Minato is like meant to be like the strongest Hokage, and then he like changed his mind and then made it Hashirama type shit. And I think he kind of did the same thing with like Kisame and Itachi. He didn't plan on making them as strong, or he didn't plan on
Illusion,
making
right?
Kisame as strong
Mhm.
as he did in Shippuden, because it's like obvious. It's like, bro, like Kisame without his sword, it's like he still lost, but he was still like able to like hang just a little bit with 7K guy. Like it's just like Jiraiya is just not at that level. So it's just he cannot even like Kisame is just shows feats that are like way more superior to Jiraiya, whereas like Kisame is like hunting tail beasts for like for fun, like he's enjoying it. He's not he like really like destroyed Killer Bee. He only lost because Samihadi switched up on him and the Raikage arrived. But other than that, like Kisame was like he was like bullying Killer Bee, where like Killer Bee like couldn't really do anything. He was getting all of his chakra absorbed. Whereas with Jiraiya, it's like he's like struggling to contain a kid for tail Naruto. It's like he just doesn't scale to that. He doesn't scale to the tail beast. He doesn't scale to the Susano. So it's I think it was either a retcon, or if you want to say that it was like if you want to say that it was like a if you want to say that it was like a that it wasn't a retcon, I think you could say you could chop it up to like Isame, like respecting like people's like reputation and shit. And because Itachi was a spy, he just like reinforced it so that he didn't have to fight Jiraiya. But that's my
Right.
take on the shit.
Yeah. What do you guys say about that? Unless you want me to
you
go.
want to go first, Kempin, or it's up to you guys.
I mean, I'll just touch up real quick on what he just said. So
Mhm.
yeah, I think obviously, like we were discussing earlier with Kisame, seemingly being under in superiority to Jiraiya during part one, because mostly due to Itachi. I think that's
Yeah.
why people like seem to nitpick his like power scaling in general. But I think another like key aspect is Kisame's main opponent throughout the whole series was Guy, and he's as we all know is a master taijutsu aficionado, if you will.
Yeah.
And it was the complete counterpart to like Kisame's normal
Right.
battles,
It's like
so
kryptonite, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
like
it was,
literally like
essentially.
Literally.
kryptonite, basically.
yeah, it's his kryptonite. So it's like people they see him get his ass kicked because like he is not used to this, bro. He's an anomaly fighting against someone like Guy. So it's like that's why I think people have contention power scaling him. But I mean, as we all know, he's a tail beast, with an insane amount of chakra. Samehada is almost a sentient sword as well. So I mean, we can safely deduce that he is a really high Koski member, but due to his feats against someone who's as kryptonite as Batman said, it just makes it contentious and weird to some folks, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like
And these,
that's
yeah, go
go
ahead.
ahead, go ahead. No, you're fine, Jay.
Oh,
Go ahead.
oh yeah, I was just gonna say like it's crazy because if you look at like if you rewatch the fight with him and Guy, his shark like was big enough to swallow the Hirodora. The only reason why it didn't even
Same size,
the
yeah.
only reason yeah, like the only reason why it didn't work is because it wasn't chakra. Like it wasn't it was taijutsu. Like
Air pressure.
it literally was just the perfect counter. Like
Yep. And
Yeah.
then what's crazy about that is, when we basically really analyze that further, obviously the ninja swordsmen, they're immediately at 50% of their power whenever they don't have their sword and stuff. So like you're dealing with the Kisame that's at 50% power. He did absorb a little bit of chakra from some fodder shinobi and whatnot, but regardless, like he just got beat up by KCM Naruto. Then he goes out, fighting, takes some chakra, doesn't have his sword or whatever because Samahada's being a dick to him and he's like wants to save a Killer Bee. So like he leaves and then basically is trying to get his scroll to leave and everything. And while trying to get the scroll to the Akatsuki for intel, he's dealing with Guy who's basically at full fucking power, and he's kind of going at him, giving they're fighting whatever. They go to Seventh Gate, and he does like the Hiradori, he does his move, and then from there the fight ends and whatnot. So like it's just the way Kasame is kind of like portrayed throughout the story of Naruto, like it gives him a bad rep, but when you really look at the character, it's just not at all. Like like when he first starts off, like he's a 30% chakra clone, with that jutsu Nagato utilizes, and like the whole Akatsuki, they even say, oh, he has the most chakra, and if we obviously refer to chakra can equate to your power. I mean, it's seen with Tail Beast, you name it, etc. It's stated multiple times by Kakashi and Kabuto. That if Naruto is to get really good chakra control, he would be a monster, because of how much chakra he has, you name it. So, like, that's one aspect of Kisame that's pretty big deal. The more chakra you have, the more better and stronger you can be as a person. And obviously, with him being the Akatsuki, you name it, he's not going to have shit chakra control. He's going to have pretty, decent chakra control, you name it. So that's going to be a factor that will, be perfect. And he's going to do his thing. And, at the 30% clone, he's over here brawling with Neji, fucking Lee, Guy, like some insane taijutsu specialist, you know what I mean? Like that have access to all these things, immediately deals with them with the water prison, fighting Guy, going at it, and then takes from Guy to go to Sixth Gate to deal with him. Things like that. So that was really impressive. Then you have the point where, like, where it's stated by Sasuke, like, oh, Kasame, Sugetsu, you can't even beat Kasame yet, like, to stop fucking with him. I mean, because he's always trying to fight him and shit. Like, there's just so much out there where, like, Kasame is no joke, and his skill is pretty fucking high. And we really get to see the peak of his power when he fights against Killer Bee. That's when we really got, like, the cherry on the top,
So
because if that never happened, oh my god, we would have so many problems with his scaling. People would just be probably shitting on him or downplaying him all the time.
Kisame. So as far as the statement where he seemingly admits inferiority, there's two trains of thought. There is possible retcon because Hiruzen was almost definitively retcon from part 1 to Shippuden. He was like implied to be the strongest Hokage. By the war arc, he seems like he's in the little leagues compared to Hashirama and Tobirama and even Minato. Not Tobirama, but Hashirama and Minato. Oh, the other train of thought would be, the reason he seemed to believe that was because Itachi reinforced the notion that he was inferior just to avoid fighting Jiraiya because secretly he was undercover. So that kind of eliminates that anyway, even if you assume it's not retconned. As far as scaling, the best you could do for Kisame is give a range. So Kisame, with only a 30% chakra clone, was able to compete with Team Guy until Six Gates Guy came around to deal with him. But a full power Kisame was able to thoroughly defeat Killer Bee. Even in his V2 version, he was still able to blitz him, specifically in the Water Dome, which I would probably say enhances his speed. So the best deduction, I would say, as far as where he scales, as far as the range is concerned, would probably be somewhere in between the range of the Raikage, as the Raikage is implied to be relative but superior to Killer Bee. So he'd be in between the Raikage or Nagato. Nagato folded KCM1 Naruto. Naruto blitzed Kisame, so he's below Nagato, around Raikage and below Nagato. That's the best range you could give for him. It's kind of hard to exactly quantify where he'd be at exactly because of the lack of feats, but he'd be somewhere in between the Raikage's level and Nagato's level, probably closer to the Raikage's level.
I agree.
He'd be around that level.
I think, if he has Samahada and he's at 400%, I could definitely picture that and see him there.
And it's hard to scale him to 7 Gates Guy because he was fatigued and he didn't have Samahada. So I can't go out and just speculate.
And that's what's wild, Jay, because like when Naruto's able to sense him, because nobody could sense him when he was in Samahada the whole time. Yeah. He gets out, Naruto like speed blitzes, punches him in his back, and he coughs up like a shit of blood. But the guy didn't even get one shot. Like he didn't get knocked out, nothing. Like he just gets decked in the back by Naruto and KCM, and then just shrugs it off and runs, and then starts shitting on everybody. And then guys like, all right, I'll take this guy because Naruto like overexerted himself and got stuck in the rock or twisted his ankle.
Absolutely.
So someone said Kisame reacted to and blocked Cloak B. That's true. He said he's really strong and I think he could beat Pain. No, he can't.
Yeah.
Nagato followed KCM1 Naruto. KCM1 Naruto blitzed Kisame. Kisame would get his ass.
He reacted to V2 and to V1.
He's not beating Pain, that's for sure. Someone said
he
said Tobarama over Minato. No, that's not the case either.
Pain kind of.
No, absolutely not.
Tobarama lost to Kinkaku. Minato is faster than Tobarama. Tobarama states it verbatim that he's superior in speed to himself, and yeah, he doesn't beat Minato. That's not gonna happen. So.
Shit. Yeah, I'm be honest with you. If you guys think this is like a little highball or not, I believe it's even fair to say that Kisame could be able to even like fight against like someone like Tobirama. You know what I mean? Them having like a water style battle and shit like that. You know?
Yeah, it's theoretically possible. It's
hard. I think Tobirama beats Kisame though.
It's hard to scale those two.
But it would be an interesting fight.
Yeah. First of all, it's hard to scale Tobirama in general.
Yeah, it's really hard to scale. That's why I don't touch. I don't touch versus battles with Tobirama in it just because there's so many inconsistencies with this scaling. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You can't use the Jubito feats because Jubito's fluctuating the whole time, so it's not like he's stable. And then Madara says you were the fastest of our time. It gives us something to go off of, but comparison.
But then it's like
comparing him to Kisame, it's tough. He lost to Kikaku and Ginkaku despite being the fastest of his time. That just seems a little.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's confusing because it's like
it is. Yeah.
You would think he'd be stronger than that, but then he loses to Kikaku and Ginkaku, and I'm like.
How? And the Reikage praises Minato as like the best shinobi he's ever seen, yet he doesn't think as highly of Kikaku. Yet he doesn't think of highly of Ginkaku and Ginkaku, yet he's aware of them. So that also allows us to scale Minato above Tobirama. As far as Kisame,
Reikage has all the knowledge, his previous predecessors, they were clearly aware of Tobirama, so that would just further support.
So the best we could do is give a rational argument. There isn't much empirically. Rationally, I would lean towards Tobirama because of his lore, his position, but again, that's not enough to concretely say he beats Kisame. But I think rationally, I would lean towards Tobirama.
Like,
imagine they're doing water style,
in the sort of way though.
Imagine if they're doing water style, like Tobirama just starts filling him out, and then fucking like he obviously is absorbing it and getting stronger and shit.
Yeah, I would tend.
It's hard to quantify how much chakra Kisame can even absorb.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then like with Batman was saying, chakra does equate to more power, but what's more important is how efficiently you can utilize that chakra.
Yeah. Let's see. All right, Jay. I guess we'll move on to the next guy because I think there's other people here. But appreciate you coming in.
I will say.
Good talking to you, man.
The last thing I would say is that the only way Sage Mode Jiraiya might win is if somehow he has trouble absorbing his Sage Mode. But that's it. It won't be because he's stronger, because of that.
Yeah, well, it's kind of it's ambiguous whether he has it or not. Like Hashirama does. Not sure, but
because I don't think Jiraiya.
No, I was talking about Jiraiya.
Oh, Jiraiya. Yeah, that's something that we don't know. Yeah, how would that react? Yeah.
I don't think Jiraiya is possible way. I don't think he's proficient at mixing senjutsu with his own chakra supply. I think it's more the frogs that he summons on his shoulders. I think they're the ones more responsible for infusing senjutsu with him. So if he hits Jiraiya, I can see it being more susceptible that he can absorb his chakra. But if he hits the Toads, definitely not. He's just going to turn to stone like Pain did. You know what I mean, when he absorbed senjutsu. So. Yeah, that's just my extrapolation of that, perhaps. So.
Yeah, like what we do know with Jiraiya is the reason why he looks the way he looks, like the frog features and this and that, is because it's all about balance when it comes to nature energy. So if you're able to have perfect balance, you're gonna look like Minato and Naruto. If you have a lot more of the nature energy, then you're gonna have more frog features or stuff like that. So basically, you look at a pie chart. You know what I mean? So let's say Naruto's 50-50 with everything. Jiraiya is 70 for nature and then 50 for everything else. So that's the main reason why he comes out the way he looks. And it's just really weird because like
Oh
whether
shit.
how that would even work with the whole Samahata
Yeah,
blade.
Samehada.
Oh,
Yeah.
It is interesting though.
Yeah, but I appreciate you coming in, Jay. If no one else raises their hand,
Yeah.
we'll call you up again. So
Yeah, for
Appreciate it,
sure.
brother.
I appreciate
Alright.
it.
All right.
All right, so yeah, that's an interesting one. Kisame is one of the most interesting to scale, like Jiraiya, like Tobirama. But there is some empiricism to scale of certain people, a bunch like about Tobirama, like Minato, who we literally admitted inferiority to speed wise. So that is that. Kisame against Tobirama, that's very ambiguous. It's an ambiguous topic because it's hard to scale the two and compare them.
Very hard.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Well, Madara did say
Shit.
that at best, if you interpret Madara's statement of his speed as he was even faster than EMS Madara, then we could say pretty rationally and safely that he's faster than Kisame. Yet so if you want to go with that, he'd at least be faster than the guy.
I remember that video, Jay the Great. Fucking, I think it was Seth and Swag where they did Kasali versus Tobirama, and they were just
They
shitting
shat
on
on Tobirama.
Tobirama.
Yeah.
I remember that.
And they were just like, they were scaling Kasami pretty well, as you can, and then Tobirama, they're just like, just shitting on him, and they're like, oh, Kasami wins.
Yeah. I don't think it's. Yeah, I think they were having fun with that, but yeah.
Yeah, they're just having fun with it, but it was just, that's the sad reality of Tobirama scaling. The fact that they can even do that, because he just has some weird shit with him.
Now Minato and Tobirama, yeah, he loses because he literally admits inferiority.
Sure.
Yeah.
That one's not. Yeah, that one's
He's
a lot.
superior in just in every way.
That one's more clear.
Over and over.
Yeah, that one's way more clear. But let's see if anyone said anything. I don't think he would beat Nagato. I think he would beat Pain. No, he wouldn't. Pain would foderize Kisame. Tobirama didn't lose to the Gold and Silver Brothers.
There's people that actually do believe in that, though, Jay. That Kisame just straight up bullies Pain for whatever reason.
That's absurd.
I don't know why, but
that's absurd. Yeah, he wouldn't even get close.
Yeah, no.
Full power Pain is
Definitely
relative.
not.
Yeah, he's relative to Nagato. It's not like Pain is vastly inferior to Nagato. That's not the case.
No, yeah.
What is
People do
Kisame
that
doing
too.
against Chibaku Tensei, bro?
Yeah, he's done. He's done.
It's not even that. Like Tendo Pain flies up and then does like universal pull and just fucking.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like there's just so much you can do, bro. Do with Kisame. Like it's not even fun.
Yeah.
The invisible chameleon, the infinite dogs.
Yep, that can blitz KCM1 Naruto.
Exactly. Yeah. But
Yeah.
guys, if you're in the chat, you feel free to ask questions. I know it's a call-in show, but you can still ask questions in the chat, by the way. So, if you guys want to do that too. But next question to move on. Someone asked the current Kage. So I'm assuming Boruto, excluding Naruto, of course, versus the first 4 Hokage. So, what do you guys say about that one? So the current Kage, besides not excluding Naruto, versus the first 4 Hokage. Who do you think takes
I'll
out?
let you go back, man. I don't know if you've seen much of Boruto though, but I don't know if you've seen the fight with Momo Shiki.
Yeah, I'll let you guys tackle that further on.
right.
I haven't seen them all on Boruto yet or anything. So.
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, you go ahead, Jay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So unfortunately, it's pretty simple. The fact that they're even remotely relative whatsoever to the Otsutsuki makes this an easy question to answer. The Hokage, with Hashirama being the strongest, didn't even compare to Jubito, and clearly Otsutsuki are vastly superior to that. So the fact that Gaara, I believe in the manga, was able to tie up, I believe it was Momo, and then in the anime, he was able to tie up Fuse Momo. That's all you need to really say that they probably bodied the first 4 Hokages. Despite how absurd and preposterous that sounds, empirically that's just the case.
Just don't have the scaling, yeah.
Yeah, the scaling is just there, whether we hate that or not. So.
Yeah, I saw this interesting video with, I think it was 6, if I'm not mistaken. It was like Hashirama versus the current Boruto Kage.
Yeah.
And
I didn't even
essentially-
watch that video because that title didn't make sense to me. But keep continuing, Pippin.
Yeah, you guys need to. It's actually a very interesting perspective on it. But
Okay.
Hashirama has a lot of crowd control jutsus, right? His force emergence or his poisonous flowers, etc. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he was trying to say it was like a surprise attack. It was in preemptive planning to fight the Otsutsuki level threats. But if you're not at least relative to them, you're not gonna be able to perform any feats.
Not gonna be able to touch them. Yeah. He's
You're
not
not
even-
going to do jutsu activation,
I mean,
nothing.
he's
And then
inferior
Hashirama,
to Jubito.
yeah,
How the
exactly.
hell?
Hashirama is inferior to Jubito, and we all know Jubito is not on the level of the actual Otsutskis.
Yeah,
So
he's not even relative to Jubidara either, so there's no way
Like
that
at the end of the
Hashirama
day,
will
it's 6. You know what I mean? Like he has very, very incredible knowledge and debating skills to be able to somehow, some way formulate. You know what I mean? Any reasoning on why somehow Hashirama could be able to now contend or whatever. So I can see how 6 even doing it to begin with. It's 6. But like I said, I haven't even seen all of Boruto, you name it, and that was going to be my only line of reason. I just kind of want to let you guys tackle first
Yeah.
because I mean I haven't gotten that far, but it's as simple as this, mind you. You don't even have to watch Boruto, but if you at least seen everything into Naruto Shippuden, Hashirama, just like Jay said, states verbatim, "This guy is stronger than me." Tobirama further elaborates on that, says even if you take in all your clones and get more chakra and power, you're still no match for him. So like you
Yeah.
take that at a grain of salt, and then look at Boruto Arakage, which I have seen at least all the way to the point where they fight Fuse Momoshiki and stuff like that. They're over here at least being able to go toe to toe and bully his shit in base. While he's in base, but once he goes Fuse, that's when he one shot and speed blitz all. And then only Naruto in base is able to go, go blow for blow, where he's like, oh shit, wow, I can't speed blitz a one shot this dude in base. Interesting.
Yeah,
And then it keeps going from there, and then Sasuke and Naruto power up. They start blowing his shit, and it's clear scaling. You know what I mean? Like, and there's even data book statements that explain that the Boruto Kage are literally training to fight these alien threats.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
you
Even
would have to
better.
like get something out of your ass. Okay, in my opinion, which is once again why I didn't even watch that video for six. No offense against him, but it's really weird. It's just kind of common sense to me. Like it's
Yes.
a big gap of scaling, and it's like
Yeah.
how if they don't scale that high, okay, and they're not even relative in any means, they're just getting blitzed. It's gonna be the same shit that Momoshiki did when he's fused. He just speed blitz one shot,
Yeah, unfortunately,
So,
this matchup even being addressed kind of illuminates the appeal emotion the older Naruto fans have that have been around since the
Yeah.
beginning.
Yeah,
They
I
just
was about to
revere
address that.
Hashirama. They don't revere the Kage, but that doesn't negate the empiricism that we have presented. So, despite how we feel
Yeah,
about
man.
either
words
side,
for that.
Hashirama doesn't
Yeah.
even scale to Jubito, and Jubito is vastly inferior to Otsutsuki. So, it'd be as simple as
Yep.
that. So,
Perfect words.
it's,
Perfect
it's,
words.
it's
Appeal to emotion. That's all it is. Because they love the Naruto, OG era so much. You name it. They
Yeah.
want them to be on that level.
It's like EMS Madara versus adult Sakura. I don't like Sakura, but she scales above him. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, she would shit on him.
It's not close. Someone asked, "Do you think Part One Itachi could beat Urashiki?" Urashiki's difficult, right? Because if you take how he did against adult Sasuke, Kid Naruto, and Jiraiya, he would scale low. But I think that's filler anyway, so that doesn't really apply to Urashiki canonically. Urashiki's an Otsutsuki, a true
I don't know who that
Otsutsuki
is,
at
by the
that.
way.
Yeah, I would say Part 1 Itachi would not defeat Urashiki if we're going based off canonical literature. So, Part 1 Itachi would not stand a chance against any Otsutsuki for that matter. So,
Yeah, it's just like again, like you said, it's a field of emotion. We've loved to foster appreciation and admiration for these characters throughout Naruto and Shippuden. And we want these characters to translate into Boruto, but unfortunately, these guys are on
It's
a
not there.
whole
Like,
other
look at
level.
fucking Boruto. That man's a monster. That's a
Yeah.
fucking game.
Exactly.
unfortunately,
Like,
yeah, currently Boruto is vastly superior to Naruto at his same age. It's not even close. I mean, he literally
Not even
has.
it's not even close because he's literally like
Remotely,
Minato.
yeah,
Like
really
like
not.
it's like watching Minato when he was a kid. Like you're talking about a kid that can do fucking multiple shadow clones, immediately can master the Rising Dawn within what 2 days, and on top of it stacked the fucking S rank training that Kakashi had to do in Naruto. Like this man literally masters change in nature manipulation and change in chakra form. Okay, without even being taught or the training for it, just does it on his own and shows Sasuke like the lightning rising gun, the
Yeah.
vanishing rising. Like you
Yeah,
know how long that took Naruto and the training unit. Like he's just built.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
He's just
Boruto
crazy.
just knows all these jutsus like out of nowhere, like all these different chakra nature jutsus, and it's
That
like there's
too.
no,
Yeah.
there's no
unfortunately,
development behind it.
unfortunately, the whole shinobi standard has been greatly transcended ever since Otsutsuki were shown to us. So even the top tier shinobi pale in comparison to someone like Boruto. As crazy as that sounds, because he has
It's weird,
literally he has Otsutsuki DNA embedded in him now, with Momoshiki being in him and Boruto being the host with the karma. It's not a remotely competition anymore. Even the most revered character would get folded from Naruto. Madara would get folded.
Yeah,
Hashirama would
Boruto
get
is
folded.
insane.
Now, how about this, Jay? This would probably be more interesting, in my opinion. Equal stats.
Oh,
You know what I
equal
mean? Same thing when
stats.
people do for Goku, equal stats. And then how would that go with Hashirama against the
If it's equal
the
stats,
Boruto?
yeah, the experience and wisdom would far more be emphasized and important in comparison to the regular power levels. But the difference would be the hacks that Boroshiki possesses. I'm pretty sure at this point, I'm not sure for sure, but he can absorb ninjutsu. That would be very problematic for Madara, for anyone. But equal stats, yeah, there's a much better chance, a higher likelihood that Madara could beat him much more because of his experience. He does have his own MS, and because they're equal stats, Boruto would be susceptible to being caught in whatever unique MS he has. It'd be much more
kind of be
interesting.
similar like with Sasuke as an adult. You know, obviously if Sasuke goes to fight the Kage, he's washing him up with with his Susanoo and shit. So, you know what I mean? Like, so that's kind of how I see it would go. Like, and even base Naruto is shown to be far superior than the fucking Boruto Kage. You know, so
he is,
what's it called? You know what I mean? So like, if you put him at equal stats,
things
then that's
change.
a whole different story.
That's why Naruto
things
beats
change drastically.
That's why Naruto beats Goku with equal stats. Because his hacks would be the difference.
His arsenal, bro.
5,000 shadow clones against one Goku, with all the shadow clones being
100%
relative.
though, you think Naruto beats his ass? What's it, like, mind you, like it's because my knowledge in Dragon Ball is like a lot more.
Yeah,
weaker
if we're
with
talking
Naruto.
about their levels, usually Goku absolutely obliterates him, like no problem. But
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But equal stats, he can use 5,000 shadow clones, all basically equal to himself. So imagine 5,000 Rasengans coming at Goku at once, who's equal and power to himself. He'd get
5,000 kill Beast Bomb, Rising Shurikens thrown at him.
He'd be done for, yeah. But if it's not, then Goku would blitz him before his synapses even fire. He'd be dead before he knows it. So Goku would absolutely
Seth do a video on that, Jay?
Transmission or something.
He did years ago. He did do that. He did
okay, I
equal
don't
stats.
think I ever saw that, yeah.
And he came to the same conclusion, or along the lines of just the hacks would be the difference.
Yeah.
That's a safe extrapolation for sure.
And also,
cool.
their personality would be different because their personality would play a factor because Naruto isn't as gentleman-like, I'd say, as Goku. Goku would be like, "Show me what you got," and then Naruto would show him and be it. But that's if it's equal stats. So that'd be another thing is their personality. Naruto might exploit that, assuming he's like bloodlusted. So.
Yeah, if he's bloodlusted, because Naruto would only like attack Goku. He's trying to like wreak havoc on like a village or like a city,
exactly.
and Goku really wouldn't do that in character as well.
Yeah,
so.
he wouldn't do that. Yeah, they're not known to be that kind of combatant. So that's what I would say about that.
And then sorry.
Yeah, you can go ahead. I'm just reading the chat.
I was just gonna say, like, I don't know if Goku could even use instant transmission on Naruto or not, because like I don't know if Ki and Chakra really, equivalent in that aspect as well. So that'd be interesting to contemplate.
Right, yeah.
It's not like fucking Kishimoto's out here or the creator of Dragon Ball over there. Oh yeah, by the way, it's the same shit, by the way, energy. So but
I can see it being synonymous. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you'd have to. If we're being extremely technical, we'd have to question how would Ki and Chakra interact anyway. But yeah, if we're
it's like the question of genjutsu work on Ki,
If we're presupposing that they affect each other the way it affects in their own respective universes, then yeah. But that is another thing we'd have to take consideration. But if it's not equal stats, that wouldn't matter anyway. I think Goku's so much faster that you'd be finishing before.
Oh, absolutely, bro. Yeah, instant transmission is like flying Raijin, pretty much, dude.
Pretty much, yeah. All right, so that was an interesting one. Let's see what else they asked. Okay, this is Bleach, and I guess I could start answering some of these. I'm pretty much done for the most part. Someone asked.
It's you, man.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's not as good as Naruto, but it's up there. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Someone asked how would you rank.
I've seen all the anime, by the way. I haven't I don't know if they've released any more episodes or anything like that. I stopped watching after him fighting Aizen, like at their fullest.
Aizen.
Yeah. Someone asked.
You didn't watch the full Ring arc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm on that. I might just go past it because it's a little irrelevant to me, but I'm watching the full Bringer arc anyway.
So they did release anime after that.
They did, man. The new anime is so gas right now.
I heard it was fire.
It is phenomenal. Yeah. It is, It is so good, bro.
It's just the full Bringer arc is like a deflation to my watching because Ichigo bodies Aizen and then he loses all his spiritual energy and now he's fodder. Like, bro, come on.
Dude, that Mugetsu transformation was cold, bro.
That was cold, yeah.
So good.
So someone asked, how would you rank the Espada? Let's see. I'm just gonna go based off the Espada at the end of the Arankar arc. So my scaling is pretty much coincides with the seating. I think there is a little bit of a difference. I don't exactly coincide with their seats, like first seat, second seat. But number one, I still would give it to Stark. The number one Espada, the first seat. He was going toe to toe with I don't remember the captain's names off the top of my head yet, but he was going toe to toe with some of the strongest captains.
Oh, he's going with Shunsui.
Yeah, and that's pretty impressive to me. Number 2 would be Baragon. I mean, the guy could like cheat death almost. It's like damn near impossible to destroy him. Captains were struggling with him. He's a problem for sure. Number 3, even though he's the 4th seat, I feel like Ulukora would be the 3rd strongest. I know he's the 4th seat technically, but for some reason I just think he's had more success. Ichigo had to use that special version of himself to even defeat him. I just think he was more impressive to me than the 3rd seat, to be honest. I know it's not concrete rational deductions, but I guess from my own subjective lens, that's where I put him. Number 4 would be the 3rd seat. The 3rd seat that fought, I think it's the 10 division.
Number 3.
Yeah, she fought. I forgot his name.
Yeah.
I forgot his name. The captains have weird
Bell.
names. Yeah.
Haribel, I mean, yeah.
Harley Bell fought. I think he's the captain of the 10th division, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Toshiro.
Yeah, Toshiro, and gave him a run for his money. Toshiro had to damn near be bloodlusted to defeat her. That's pretty impressive. So I'd give her the 4th spot. Number 5 would be Nell, the former 3rd Espada, before she got, I guess you could say, exiled. She was giving the 5th seat, who hates her, a run for his money. So I would put him there, or her there, I should say. Number 6, the 5th seat. He gave Kenpachi a hard time, from my lens at least. Kenpachi had to use both hands and use Kido to defeat him. That was pretty impressive to me. I believe he didn't even do that against Ichigo. I know that was much earlier in the series, but he had to use both hands to take out the 5th seat, which is pretty impressive. 6th seat. I'm trying to remember who this guy was. I wrote the names down. No, I'm on the 7th seat actually. 7th seat's Yami, who got the 0 spot somehow. At the end, and he fought Kenpachi and Byakuya.
I'm pretty sure Yami was 10 actually, and then when he went to
his giant mode, that was kind of crazy. He went to this 0 seat. I was like,
0.
What does that mean? But despite that, I feel like the 5th seat had more success against Kenpachi. I know Byakuya helped him defeat Yami, but for some reason I feel like the 5th seat had more success and pushed Kenpachi further than Yami did, even in his giant state. But I know the seating is the seating nonetheless, but you could just rationally deduce, well, the 5th seat's dead, so maybe that's why. Even though
it was orchestrated by Aizen, who is clearly superior to all of them as well.
Oh, yeah, he could probably solo all of them, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, for Ulquiorra to say that Aizen doesn't know about his 2nd release, I question that, honestly.
Right. Yeah.
So I would put Ulquiorra probably number 3. Yami's durability kind of makes sense with him being number 0.
Yeah, that's probably why. Yeah.
Baragon's decay. He has like decay in My Hero. I don't know if you guys have seen that or not, but that ability is absolutely broken.
It's broken.
For sure.
Yeah, literally, if you get
depends on who it goes against.
Within his radius, you're going to turn to ashes. That's insane.
And I don't like Stark at all. I'm sorry. I didn't mess with it.
Yeah, despite being the 1st seat, he was a little lackluster to me. He was. I know they were trying to like parallel him with the specific captain he was fighting to, where they're both like casual about it, but that was a little lackluster to me. I wanted to see what he could do for real.
Yeah, they really wanted to incorporate guns into the series, so you had to squeeze it in there somehow. Which it's a writer. You have your,
Yeah, it's a little consistent. Yeah, it was just a little lackluster to me. I was like, man, this guy's the 1st seat. I wonder what he's capable of. It just wasn't very like
exactly
emotionally appealing to me.
He was my favorite though. Like that was, I don't know why, but out of all of them, no, the fucking, if I'm even saying his name, like the one that fought Ichigo that forced him to go to Basho Lord.
Oh, Korra. Korra.
Yeah, Korra. Yeah, like he was really cool.
He was cold. Really he probably was my favorite. Him or Baragon. Like
he gave me some Itachi vibes, to be honest.
Yeah. His as far as his aesthetic and his personality, he might have been my favorite out of this spot.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, he was pretty.
I will say though, guys, like once you do watch the new anime, there's a lot more context into the original series.
Yeah.
About like Kenpachi and other characters that may change your perspective afterwards.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
I won't go into that obviously, but it puts into a lot more perspective even after the fact. So it's really neat to discover, even after all these years.
Then 8, I have Grimjow. 9, I have the guys that went toe to toe with the research captain, Siziel, whatever his name is exactly.
I forgot his name.
Yeah, he has a weird name, but he was pretty cool. I liked his abilities. Again, they made the Espada kind of parallel the captains, I guess, probably for narrative purposes, which I kind of enjoyed. So he kind of paralleled the research captain when they were going at it, and they were like one-upping each other with their intelligence, and then the captain got the better of him in the end, which was pretty cool. And then number 10 would be the guy that got folded by Byakuya. Byakuya fucking folded him very easily. Even though he was the 7th seed, I believe, he got folded very easily by Byakuya. So that's why I put him so low compared to everybody else. But
yeah, he was apparently the fastest as well at the flash step too, right?
Yeah,
the guy with the eyes and
he
stuff.
got beaten down very easily. I was like, wow, that wasn't really competitive to me.
Oh man, yeah.
As far as I definitely want to check out the new anime and probably read the manga to learn more about the power scaling. I have an idea, but it's a little bit ambiguous because Bleach works a little differently than like than Dragon Ball or Naruto. It's not as explicit as like there is seat numbers, but even the seat numbers are a little inconsistent.
Contentious.
Yeah, even that's contentious. And Aizen, you got to take into consideration he's biased. He has his favorites. He's just not like although he is very intelligent, he's not like a perfectly objective individual. Clearly, so the seats are pretty accurate. But I do think there's some differences. I don't coincide perfectly with the seating as far as my ranking, but the more I learn, the more I'll probably get an understanding.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys will love the new anime, man. It is definitely worth watching for sure. And I'm glad you finished up, Jay, for sure.
Yeah, the Espada arc was pretty good. It was pretty good.
Yeah, that's my favorite by far. The
easy. Yeah.
Son Pakto arc afterwards is pretty good too, though. Actually, I would recommend it.
Yeah, I need definitely. I'm probably just gonna skip the lackluster Fullbringer arc. It's a little disappointing. But Bleach is pretty good. Aizen was probably my favorite character besides Ichigo himself. Aizen, I would say, is one of the best anime characters I've ever seen, for sure. The only thing that was a negative was his defeat, at least in the anime. It was a little lackluster. He got his ass whooped by Ichigo. In his final form, he got absolutely pretty much obliterated. I kind of wanted to see a drawn-out battle, but still, that doesn't negate how good he was as a villain to me. So he was a very good.
Yeah,
villain.
it was almost like Kaguya and Three-Eyed Madara. Like he's
exactly.
literally on such a higher echelon of a tier that he can't even sense his spiritual pressure.
And then Ichigo breaks through his limits or something along those lines, and then absolutely obliterates Aizen. I was like, wow, that's absurd. So Aizen's probably my favorite. Him and Ichigo are my favorite characters, unironically. But yeah, Aizen's definitely one of the. He's not as good as Madara when it comes to being a villain, but he's up there. He's definitely up there.
I really like Urahara a lot too. There's so much ambiguity with him, so I'm stoked to see what he's capable of. You know.
As far as the captains, my favorite might be Kenpachi, or he's up there. I just like his style.
Oh yeah, bro.
Even though Byakuya is kind of like the antithesis of Kenpachi, I really enjoy him too. I like his style. I know they're pretty much opposites. One's classy and one's like a savage, but I like them both quite a bit. So
Yamamoto go hard too. I mean,
I really wanted to see him. I was so excited when he fought Aizen. I was like, finally seeing this.
But there's more context behind that fight in the new anime too, bro. So it's so good.
I definitely need to read the manga.
The Ice Captain was pretty cool too, though.
Tojiro,
Tojiro was pretty cool. But Aizen went toe-to-toe with Yamato in the anime. It was a cool fight. I know Aizen kind of implied that Yamato had more straight-up power than him, so he had to use Yamamoto he just had straight-up more power than Aizen. So that kind of, I guess, answers that question in the anime at least, who's more powerful as far as his pure power, at least at that point in time.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, Yamamoto's pretty cold. He's definitely probably the strongest captain, or that might change now, but from what I know now, he's very powerful. He had pretty much every moment he was shown was pretty cold for Yamamoto. So
yeah, bro, he's like, he's just like that old elder sage that everyone respects. You know what I mean? There's something just like very polarizing.
And even Aizen himself acknowledges like, I can't go toe to toe with him. So it's pretty cold, to be honest. Let's see if you guys have any questions, because the rest of them are IRL. So let's see if these guys have any questions. Johnny Sins versus Karate SpongeBob. Johnny Sins, he definitely transcends, reality, because he has several professions. And Karate SpongeBob, he's broken. And the way gag characters work is whatever they imagine is possible.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah,
No
so
limits.
SpongeBob probably breaks Johnny Sins. Yeah, those cartoon characters are broken. So
Didn't SpongeBob like erase like fucking everything?
yeah, casually he
Just
was
like
like
pulling a string.
pulling a
Yeah.
string.
Yeah.
He erased reality, literally, which is ridiculous. The only people
I
that
don't think Johnny ever did that, right? No.
no, he just has a lot of professions, but yeah, he's never done anything like that. Johnny Sins would make
Yeah.
use of all those holes.
Alexa's in the
Damn,
audience.
Alexa's here.
Yeah.
Hey.
Should be pretty clutch for the IRO questions and whatnot. I don't know if
See
she
if
wants
she-
to tag along and do this.
Yeah, SpongeBob is just goofy to scale, man. You can't take that stuff seriously, man.
He's just
Like,
crazy.
let's be real, bro. Come on, man.
The only people that he would be able to contend with him would be other cartoon characters like
Like Popeye or something,
yeah, like
you know.
Bugs Bunny,
Yeah.
and Popeye. Yeah, they're too broken. They transcend reality pretty much. So
Yeah, they can move in a reality where there's.
As
where
crazy
nothing
as that
exists,
sounds,
you
too, you know? You would never.
Yeah, dude.
SpongeBob, his durability seems to be it seems to be limitless as well. Like literally never takes damage.
It is
Yeah.
inconsistent though, because like he can get like black eyes and stuff, and then sometimes he
right.
can just take whatever blows. So it's just
Yeah.
like
That's why the theory I've heard that they're only bounded by their imagination and doubts seems to make sense. Because when he's down, things happen to him. Like he gets his ass beat or something. Like he gets stuck down in I think it was Rock Bottom was the episode when he got stuck down there.
Oh yeah.
His fear and his doubt
Classic.
limited his transcendental powers. He's probably like, "Fuck, man, I'm stuck here," and he really believed it. Even though Patrick escaped, he's like, "I'm out. I'm sorry," and SpongeBob was fucked. So,
Man,
but when his imagination and his doubt is gone, he literally risks his reality. So it's like he's broken. But, yeah, that's his only
It's like the
limitation.
law of attraction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically that'd be the perfect way to paint these characters, the law of attraction. Whatever they desire comes to reality, basically.
Manifestation. Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
exactly. So yeah, SpongeBob beats most people. Let's see if someone else has him. What's your top 5 most powerful ranking for? What is this? Atla, not including the avatars. I don't know if I'm familiar with. Oh, Avatar: Last Airbender. Okay.
All 3 avatars.
Let's see, not including the avatars. Okay, so everyone else not. I've never really seen Legend of Korra. I'm not gonna lie, so I'm gonna stick to the goated one with Aang. Top 5. Obviously, I guess you have to put in the Fire Lord up there, the Fire Lord himself. He literally went toe to toe with with Aang in his Avatar state for some time. That's pretty impressive. Honestly, I would say Ozai, the brother of the Fire Lord, is up there as well. He, I think, if I'm not mistaken, he was in consideration for Fire Lord position.
Wait, wasn't Ozai the Fire Lord though?
Oh yeah, what's his name? Ozai is the Fire Lord. You're right.
Oh, you mean Zuko's uncle?
Yeah,
right?
Zuko's uncle. Yeah. Ozai's the Fire
Gotcha.
Lord, and then Zuko's uncle.
Iroh or whatever.
Yeah, I forgot his name. He was in contention for being the Fire Lord, so he's up there, and he can use lightning. Not many firebenders could use that. Who else would be up there? I know she's the main character, but I guess Katara, because she did learn how to bloodbend. It kind of seems like she transcended her mentors at the end of Avatar. I guess she'd be up there.
Azula probably.
Azula's pretty broken. I know Zuko kind of gets the better of her, but you can kind of deduce that she was mentally nerfed at the end. She was like losing her mind, mentally unstable.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, during the I think it was the eclipse or something like that, solar eclipse, where the Fire Lord, all the firebenders got like their max power. Zuko was more, I would say, mentally stable than his sister was. That's probably a big reason why she lost.
It's a safe deduction.
Yeah. So Zuko, I guess it's kind of hard not to go with the main characters. Zuko, his sister, Ozai, his brother, and the guitar would probably all be top 5. So that's probably what I would say.
The only other one is probably Toph, who can metal bend and do an
she's
insane
broken.
amount of things with those abilities. But yeah, I would definitely agree, man, for
Yeah,
sure.
She's really broken too. Toph is up there. Someone said, what about Boomy or Toph? Boomy's broken, but I think Toph by the end of it surpasses Boomy.
I love
the end.
Boomy.
Yeah, Boomy's pretty broken. He literally was earthbending like an entire town or something. That's pretty broken. So, yeah, Azula had a mental nerf. Yep. Let's see. Swiper the Fox solos the Naruto verse? Probably.
Oh, not Dora.
Dora's broken. I mean, she literally knows the locations of everything. She transcends like reality to some extent. The only way you can stop him is knowing his name and drawing power from the audience. Pretty much. Swiper, no swiping. Yeah, if you don't have knowledge of that, you're gonna lose. He's
You low-key need a death note, bro.
Yeah, basically to kill someone like that. He's moved while Dora stops time by addressing the audience. So yeah, so he would transcend time. Pretty much. It's pretty broken. All right, folks, feel free to keep asking questions and join in the call-in show if you please. And let's see. Now we'll start answering the IRL while you guys do that. Let's see what this guy said. What's your opinion on One Punch Man fans? I feel like it's pretty divided. There's those that take everything hyper literally and say that One Punch Man breaks Goku and vaporizes him, and some are a little bit more logical. They say that
Yeah, fucking Jay. A fun fact for that. It was like in his most recent video. Apparently, Noodles was eventually going to do scaling for One Punch Man.
Oh Jesus!
You know how that's gonna go. Literal.
Yeah, he's gonna wank him for sure. How strong would Kakashi be if he had Sage Mode? He'd be fucking broken. I mean, he'd be stronger.
That'd be a monster.
He'd be stronger than Naruto.
He would be absolutely insane.
Yeah, he'd be stronger than
He's
Naruto.
not gonna have to worry about stamina reserves and shit, because it, replenish it basically in your chakra.
He probably wouldn't have. Naruto would not have surpassed him until he got KCM. To be honest, if Kakashi had Sage Mode, he's broken. So Kakashi already is relative to like Rasen Shuriken, Naruto, and relative to a lot of people. That's without Sage Mode.
Yeah,
so
and then yeah, exactly, and fucking and then Kakashi eventually says in that time, oh, you surpassed me in the means of ninjutsu, accomplishing the Rising Shuriken. But then when they're sitting down, he's like, oh, by the way, you probably have surpassed me. He takes it back, he kind of doubles, but it's still around at that point where we can reasonably say Naruto's not there completely yet. It's not until he gets Sage Mode where now Kakashi has to run for his money.
Yeah, I kind of assume what he's trying to imply is that Naruto's Rasen Shuriken is superior to Kakashi's AP potential at that certain time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Not necessarily overall as a shinobi, but
yeah,
in terms of the jutsu, he's trying to teach him and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, even the Rasengan is fucking stronger than Raikiri.
It was more of a milestone than anything.
Yeah, Rasengan's definitely stronger than the Chidori for sure. Yeah.
And then Naruto's mini Rising Shuriken in his hand that he clashed with Kakashi's Rasengan, that was superior due to the nature element.
Yeah.
So when it comes to the ninjutsu sense of things, at least in that line, Naruto definitely has it in the bag. Now obviously if Kakashi is commonly on Rising Shuriken, then it just beats it, but you get we get what we were saying.
Yeah. But folks that just joined the chat, make sure if you haven't already hit the... Let's see if this is on or not.
Slice it up.
Oh, I turned it down. I had it muted. There you go. Make sure to hit the like button, folks.
Yeah, hit that like, bro. Yeah.
I guess someone raised their hand. Let's bring them in. Let's see what his question
is. It goes a long way.
This is fun, guys. Definitely.
Yeah. Just to kind of bounce off each other's, I guess, ideas. Let's see. I invited him, but I think he's lowered his hand. All right, so we'll move on to the Oh, there you go.
Can rock with it.
Yo.
Hello. I didn't realize I'd actually hit the wrong button.
It's all right.
Again.
I had a Naruto-related question, if that's still cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
One of the ideas that I've been kicking around is the idea of if Sakura, if she had been in with the Shushino with Naruto and Sasuke when they had fought Jubito, could she have put the 1,000 healings on top of the Shushino to make it more powerful?
I feel like there isn't anything empirically to suggest you could transfer the 100 healings to someone else or to something else. That was never really implied. So I would say probably not. I don't think that's the way it works.
Well,
maybe she could.
I remembered.
She could touch him and heal him while they fight. I'm sure she could do that. I don't know if she would transfer the 100 healings to Sasuke or anything like that.
I'm asking because I thought I remembered her doing it towards the end with Obito.
Yeah, she was more so healing him.
Yeah, directly, tangibly, but the Susanoo is a extension of someone's will and a embodiment of chakra, so
Like yeah, she could probably be able to heal him. Yeah, it's just like not in the sense to amplify like the power even further.
Yeah,
Like
it's not like a
we don't really
sage.
have anything.
Yeah, the properties I would say are different than something like Sage Mode, where it is transferable, like it was to Sasuke's Susanoo when Jugo amplified it with the Sage Mode chakra. 100 healings is more so not a transfer of chakra, but it's chakra used to heal. I would say tangible wounds more so than giving more chakra. That's the way I would put it. There's different chemical properties between something like Sage Mode and 100 healings. So I would say she wouldn't be able to transfer the damn near infinite durability that she has to the Sasuke. That wouldn't be the case. So
Well,
yeah, it's an interesting question though. For
that
sure.
is an interesting question though. Yeah, because we would have seen that
very.
happen. Yeah, we would have seen that if that was the case.
like and like with Sasuke, it's like kind of further explained as well. Like the only reason why it was even possible was due to his like connection to the curse mark beforehand. You name
Right.
it.
That's
to,
the other
like,
reason. Yeah,
incorporate
yeah,
on his
access.
style, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I would say probably not. It's probably not the case.
So like maybe if Sasuke learned, but that's kind of redundant though. But like let's say like he knew the 100 healings, but he couldn't use it at that moment, and then maybe, but like because that was kind of on the reasoning of why he could do it with the curse mark. But I don't know. Yeah, it's just nothing really supports that that's possible.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
a simple
that's
way to
just a lot
put
of
it
headcanon.
is
That'd be cool though.
yeah, 100 healings uses chakra to heal, but Sage Mode is transferable in a way. So 100 healings doesn't transfer
Sarada
the
though,
abilities.
Sarada she might be different though.
Sarda, yeah. Sarda, who knows what the
Sarda,
She could
yeah.
definitely stack the Susanoo 100 healings.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because she
Eventually.
literally has both, basically, genetically. She's genetically predisposed to have both, which is crazy. So she'd be extremely broken. But yeah, did you have another question, or was that it?
So that's it. Thank you for entertaining it.
Yeah, appreciate it. Appreciate you coming in.
Thanks, Ken.
All right, so let's see if anyone asked any questions here.
Yeah, I'm curious why Sasuke didn't probably try to have more children though. With
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe just his lack of.
trying to repopulate the Uchiha clan a little bit, and then eventually they can do the same thing. But it kind of be like with Dragon Ball Z, with the whole Saiyan lineage as well.
Right, yeah, I
Just getting
guess.
diluted.
Yeah, if we look at it rationally, maybe Sasuke's just not that into Sakura. I guess makes sense, but his ideology's changed as well as far as what he wants. He just wants to protect more so. But yeah, it would make sense if he did have more children. It wouldn't be like weird.
Oh
So-
yeah, maybe even just have different wives. You
Yeah.
can. So
Yeah, it is kind of strange why he hasn't had more. Maybe in the future they could do something like that to repopulate, but yeah. She did it to Obito in the Kaguya fight. Yeah, she was healing him. Let's see, Espada versus Akatsuki. That's hard. I don't know how I would exactly scale the Espada as far as like tangible
are we including
quantifications.
Aizen in that as well, or just purely the Espada?
Yeah, let's just say Espada. It's hard to scale them, like I said. It's hard for me to like deduce their AP and things of that nature right now, at least. I feel like Aizen versus Ichigo, at least in the anime, which was like the peak of the Renko arc as far as power, they were only destroying like maximum. They were destroying mountains and things like that.
Yeah.
They were destroying mountains. They possibly could have destroyed the town, which is why Ichigo pushed Aizen like somewhere else because they didn't want to destroy the whole town. Which means
Yeah,
at
it's
bare
like a mini-
minimum, they're
Yeah.
like city level. So if I
So, like,
if I presuppose they don't scale anything above that, the Akatsuki would win. But again, I'm not extremely knowledgeable yet on their scale.
Their hacks abilities though are just
It's the
insane to
hacks, yeah.
contemplate, bro.
So like EMS Madara against Aizen though, Jay, like with the one that fights Ichigo towards the end where they can slice mountains and shit.
That'd be
Like,
interesting.
what do you think of that?
I think Madara.
EMS Madara or like Jubi Madara?
EMS Madara.
EMS
Yeah.
Madara, I think his AP scales above the likes of Aizen. If I'm just presupposing he doesn't scale any higher than he did at the end of the anime. Aizen was
Okay.
destroying like mountains. He wasn't getting anywhere near like continental or even island. Maybe island. You could highball
Yeah.
him, say island
What's
level.
crazy about Aizen though, he literally has Kodo Matsukami in the form of a
Pretty much.
Zanbato.
Pretty much, yeah.
But like all you have to do is look at the homie
I forgot
sword,
about his hacks and,
and
shit.
you're
yeah.
like completely underneath hypnosis,
Yeah.
and you do not realize that at all.
Yeah, as
The
far as
only problem though is like how would that interact with like
sure you can,
obviously
yeah,
the Naruto
exactly,
character, you know?
exactly.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
you can
that's
scale above him.
That's the
But-
ambiguity. The AP, I would say it's almost definitive in Madara's favor. But speed,
Yeah.
I probably would give it to Madara. The fact that
Okay.
he probably lean towards Madara as far as EMS. He probably does scale above in speed. The hacks would be the interesting part because it seems the second you look at Aizen Sanpakuto, you're done. You're in his hypnosis and you're under his control.
Completely.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that kind of negates speed anyway. It's pretty much instantaneous. So
And how
Yeah,
is Madara gonna
yeah.
know about that?
yeah, and
bro?
how would he
Like,
know
he's
without prep
He
time?
would know,
He
yeah.
wouldn't know.
gonna be like, don't look at his sword. Like, come on.
His
you know?
Sanpakuto would be
Like
the
even if he
X
did a
factor.
clone, or like substitution or whatever, then it would still work on him, right? Or
Yeah.
would it just only work on that particular?
Like a shadow clone?
Yeah,
Well, you could theoretically like transfer that like illusion into the host once it dissipates.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So
Because like, yeah,
if you want to
it
get
works
technical,
like Genjutsu, that is.
Yeah, because you know how Genjutsu, like, if you use Genjutsu and it's on a use in a clone, then it doesn't affect the original person. But
Exactly.
but for Aizen, that's what I was asking: is it the same way? Because my knowledge on Bleach isn't that too great.
It's like ki and chakra, man. It's like different universes, different like spiritual pressure and chakra. Like, who knows how they correlate with one another?
yeah. So if you want to be the extreme skeptic, you could say, well, we'd have to presuppose that Zanpakutos and spiritual pressure and these hacks would work on someone that has a different physiology, but that's extremely like skeptic. If we're trying
Yeah.
if we're getting the benefit of the
Agreed.
doubt and even presuppose that their attacks work on each other in the first place, then the Zanpakuto would be an extreme problem for Madara.
Hey, what does he do?
Yeah, there's nothing he really can do against
Yeah,
it. It's
I might think
instantaneous.
his willpower would be enough, but like,
You really see no one break out of it.
yeah, like nobody breaks out of it in Bleach though. So
It's that
It's
would be
so
the biggest
subtle
problem.
as well.
Yeah, it's
That's the
extremely
thing
subtle.
about it, man. Yeah.
And he even fought someone that was kind of aware of it when he fought the one guy, the leader of the guys that went through holification, the one leader, the blonde guy. Even he was aware of it and he still got tricked by it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Shinjo or something like that. Yeah, I know what you're talking
Sinjo,
about.
he even he was aware of it and he still fell susceptible to it. So even if Madara
And he has
was
a
aware,
similar Zanpakuto. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like
theoretically,
they're almost.
one of the only win cons for Madara is if he straight up blitzes Aizen from behind or something where he can't see the Sanpakuto and kills him in one shot. Maybe theoretically he's that superior at speed. That's possible, but he's not the type to do that anyway. It's not in his character.
Also, the Hogyoku is like gives you insane regeneration
Yeah.
abilities as well, almost like Hashirama.
Zanpakuto is what makes a difference to me. The only thing that would negate that is a huge gap in speed to the point where Madara blitzes him and doesn't see it and kills him off one shot. That's possible if you presuppose the speed gap is that vast. But besides that, if they start out in just any regular landscape facing each other, as soon as he sees it, he's under Aizen's control at that point. So that's the problem. So I would say Aizen wins more times than not. That's probably what I would say. If it's Jubidara, I think the Zanpakuto wouldn't make a difference anyway, because I think Jubidara's regen would negate anything Aizen has. And he'd kill him anyway. But EMS, there's a possibility he might lose. Again, I'm not extremely vastly knowledgeable on it yet, but right now that's what I would say.
I feel like that's fair. I just find the concept between the two interesting because they're kind of similar.
Yeah, they have a lot of parallels. There's a lot of parallels between those two.
They're like the ultimate antagonists in both series,
Yeah,
But I think there is a death battle series on the both of them. Actually, you guys should check out. Pretty interesting, for sure.
I need to, I believe I have. I need to check that out again though.
Death battle, they be weird though. I don't know.
Sometimes they're off. Sometimes, for sure.
Not always, but they have their moments. Like the whole Kakashi versus Obi-Wan thing, that was weird in my opinion.
It was strange. It's strange to
I
scale them.
I thought about that.
Again, this goes back to my argument of arbitrary metric systems. They use their own arbitrary interpretation for those death battles.
And counts.
Exactly.
It's very arbitrary. Like Goku versus Superman. When Super Saiyan 3 beat Superman, I'm like, I don't know about that. But Superman is like universal even in base.
Superman is fucking crazy, like, mind you, I like Goku more than Superman, but I'm gonna be completely 100% real. Like, he's just a monster.
Yeah, he's like universal in base in most continuities. So I don't think Super Saiyan 3 would beat him. Honestly, maybe God Key with God Key in there.
Who did that video? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it was Death Battle years ago.
It was Death Battle. Yeah, they did Goku versus. They did it twice. They did it
twice.
One, and then they did it the second time.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought Superman won in both of those, but yeah, it's been
Yeah,
a hot minute
Superman
now.
wins at both, yeah. But they were just doing some weird shit with like Super Saiyan 3 was giving him a run for his money
Yeah,
and
I don't think
whatnot.
it'd be close. He probably had to use God
Nah,
Key, in my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah,
there's
you would
no
need
way.
God King. Yeah,
Yeah.
like, but that's why, like, it was kind of the same aspect with Kakashi and Obi-Wan. Like, at the end of the day, obviously, you guys know Kakashi's my favorite. You know, I love him the most. But like, obviously, I'll give it to Obi-Wan if he definitely deserves it. I don't have too much knowledge of all Star Wars shit. I know in the Legends they're all broken and can
Yeah.
do some crazy ass, feats and whatnot. And then once after Legends, they get a little bit more, nerfed tremendously or balanced.
Yeah, those are yeah.
But like,
Legends
I don't
Star
know,
Wars.
when I watched that,
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead. No, you're fine, man.
yeah. Legends Star Wars beats a lot of anime. A lot of them.
Yeah. Absolutely. And fucking so when I watched their video based on like the evidence that they showed and what they were doing in there, I was like, all right, Kakashi should have this in the fucking bag then. And then next thing you know, Kakashi just like he just doesn't win and he gets killed. I'm like, wait a minute, what? And then they like explain why, and I was like, oh, that's bullshit. Come on now.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, Death
So-
Battle sometimes misses, I'd say. They're entertaining nonetheless, but
Yeah,
Definitely,
exactly.
yeah.
You take it with a grain of
Definitely.
salt, man, for
Yeah,
sure.
for
It's
sure.
entertaining last. Yeah,
yeah.
mhm.
definitely.
Alright. But folks, feel free to keep asking questions. I guess we'll move on to the IRL now, as you guys ask more. Let me see if there's any others. No. Okay. So the first IRL question was, it's already getting controversial, but someone asked, what crimes would you put under the death penalty? So this is subjective,
wow.
but do you guys want to go first
Yeah.
on that?
Yeah. Okay, so do I think it's right for a government authoritative system to have the liberty to take someone's life? I don't.
Yeah.
I know there are heinous crimes out there that like are unquestionably, detrimental to society and individuals around them.
Mhm.
But I think a life of being imprisoned and, pretty much transitively being tortured is more so a punishment as opposed to taking away
Yeah, it's
someone's
like a
life.
mercy
Like,
to take their life. It's like kind of like a laugh in the face, like
yeah,
you
yeah.
know, yeah, 100%.
So I mean, like, and I think life is sacred, man. Like for you to have the decision to do that, I think is extremely controversial. So like,
Mental
Yeah.
health,
I think
sickness,
I think we all can safely say like, if you imprison them for life, there's nothing wrong with that. I know it takes away from like, money in the system or whatever, but that's the least that we can. It's trivial when you start like contemplating things like that. So
Yeah.
I don't think it's right at all. Yeah.
Okay.
You want to go next, Batman? Or you want me to go?
Yeah, so it's interesting. I'll give two takes on this. I'll give based on like my own morality standard. Like you said, Jay, this is subjective. You know what I mean? Like, and obviously then, emotion kind of has a play to it as well. So, but when it comes to the whole morality aspect of it, I'm never the one like for the whole killing thing. I mean, that's never what I want to do. I actually prefer not to kill somebody, you name it. Like that's kind of a thing I just don't like. Something at least I can relate to in like the fictional element side of things, especially like characters like Daredevil, Batman, etc., or Spider-Man. The killing is just not my thing. I don't like it, whatever. Now,
Mhm.
even though that's kind of how I am affiliated with the whole morality concept of not taking life, or especially even the government having the ability to do so, whether if it's deemed reasonable or not. When it comes to the reality aspect of it, I think, like it's hard, it's like there's a lot of gray area, if that makes sense, because at the end of the day it can be bad but also maybe reasonable at moments. Like for instance, like if you have a guy like the Joker, you know what I mean, who's fucking committing genocide all the goddamn fucking time, like just killing hundreds or thousands of fucking people, or just doing some crazy ass shit. That's a little bit different. Like to do a fucking death penalty on that guy, just to kind of just that's it, whatever. I get it, you know what I mean? Because he's caused so much suffering, he's caused, whatever, you name it, like, it is what
Yeah.
it is, you do what
Yeah.
you gotta do,
Yeah.
Or if it's someone that, like, I don't know, nuked a fucking city or something, whatever. I would understand someone to want to give the death penalty to him as well, like, so, when it comes to, like, that line, or someone that, like, does a fucking school shooting at an elementary, and, like, just kind of kills a bunch of fucking kids, you name it, so like I can understand the reasoning of why people would want the death penalty, because it's the whole thing of humanity, vengeance, revenge, and it just comes into that concept of satisfaction of like that's what they may feel at that time and moment that that's what's going to help them be able to get over that trauma or or I don't know grief and whatnot. Or for some people it happens and it still doesn't help and doesn't make them feel any better either. But so I don't know. When it comes to the whole reality aspect of it, I can understand. But then again, like, is it really necessary? Because just like what Pimpin said, that's why we have jail systems for a reason. Like, it's not like we're in fucking some fiction world like Arkham Asylum where these villains are getting out 24/7 and shit, and it's just redundant.
Yeah.
In the real world, that's not how it is. You know what I mean? That's just not how that works. Unless you're rich, or like you're just that guy and super intelligent. I'm pretty sure it's probably been possible. Some people have got out or whatever, but but it's not like a common thing. We're not seeing on the news like, oh, this serial killer's out and about for the millionth time. Like, that's just not a thing, So what's it called? So like, we do have, jail systems, so that kind of helps with that. And it is like torture. They're locked up for the rest of their fucking life and they can't do anything. So like that's a lot more, in my opinion, torturous than killing someone. Like, and this may sound really weird for me to say, but like, let's say someone killed my whole family, or I don't know, someone did something, whatever. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I killed a person. It'd be 100% better to torture them, if it's mentally or physically. You know what I mean? That's like a mercy trying to like take their life. You know what I mean? In my opinion, and that's a lot more brutal and darker. But at the same time, that's just like just being real. Like, hell no, I would not fucking kill the guy. So you have that too. But regardless, with the whole reality aspect of it, I think our jail systems are sufficient enough to take care of that. I don't think we need to go boil down to the death penalty. That's enough to do what it is, and they just rot in prison for the rest of their life. It is what it is. I think that's enough. That's for the majority, should be for the most part. But if there's ever something really, really horrendous, like some crazy shit, I could maybe understand one person here and there, rarely throughout. Because it's not like we're going to be having some crazy shit 24/7 either. So I'm a mix in between. It is what it is. Cause that's just because I can understand from multiple perspectives from all around. I'm willing to understand that and embrace that. Obviously, if it's just me morally, no. But realistically, yes and no. I can get it and say okay or not. So sorry for the long one, but I really wanted to kind of explain that.
Yeah, this is definitely, I would say, controversial. But from my own, I guess, subjective moral compass, I kind of coincide with, I believe it's called Kantianism, which is like net good versus net bad, the whole idea. So the way I look at it is justice should be, the important factors that should make up justice are fairness and ethics. So the way I look at it is, how is there any good from killing someone that killed somebody? There is two. So the old saying, two wrongs don't make a right. Yeah, two wrongs don't make a right is the perfect statement to utilize when it comes to the death penalty. What good are you doing?
That's talking math,
right? And what real reason logically is there besides the emotional satisfaction? Is there any real logically valid reason to take someone's life because of a heinous crime? I don't think so. So the whole premise behind the death penalty is fallacious because it's all an appeal to emotion. People want to see someone like Ted Bundy get taken out.
Yeah.
And an appeal to emotion, I feel like society utilizes it when it benefits them. So it's like the death penalty.
Absolutely, dude.
Like, why should we kill them? Because they deserve it. Why did they deserve it? Because that's how I feel.
Exactly. That's what it is. It always boils down to appeal to emotion.
So when you really dig down and find the real reason behind it, it's a fallacious reason. And I think it goes against the idea of justice in general. It's not something that improves society. In fact, it reinforces the notion of vengeance, which is, I would say, a malevolent feeling more times than not. So to battle malevolence, it's kind of contradictory to battle malevolence with more malevolence. It doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
I believe punishment.
Punishment
is definitely something that you should do when someone as heinous as Ted Bundy is around. But I believe taking their life, especially if you really want to go down the appeal to emotion, those guys don't really care. Guys that are the most heinous anyway, they don't care if they die. It doesn't mean anything to them.
Yes,
so there is no justice there besides the appeal to emotion, which to me isn't justice.
It's like they win. You know what I mean? It's like kind of Joker. You know what I mean, Jay? Like he wins if you finally go that route or whatever.
Yeah, and if you really want to punish them, I'd believe 23 hours a day of solitary confinement is way worse than death. They're gonna
Oh
lose,
yeah.
they're gonna lose
I
their
agree,
fucking
man.
minds.
Like I was saying, yeah.
And they're probably gonna
No,
kill
this is-
themselves anyway. So that's probably what's gonna
Yeah,
happen, especially
that's
for someone who has a
and
lifelong sentence. So
and to add on to that, Jay, as well, like, it kind of also goes like, because instead of, wanting to just appeal to emotion or go along the concept of vengeance, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, instead we should be figuring out ways to cure them, how to help them, how to make them see what they did was fucked up and wrong. Or better yet, we're all humans. We all have made mistakes. We are all breakable. I'm pretty sure we can all agree to that. We all have our breaking points. You know what I mean? We have our limits. And I'm pretty sure if me, you, or Pimpin were to go through enough, we could probably snap and do something crazy. And so it kind of gets to the point where, like, if they're not a serial killer and they just had a really fucking bad day, aka Joker kind of being a really important narrative example of that, or just even animes, like, you have Nagato, you have Madara, Obito, like, it's like, what, you really think they deserve to die? Like, shouldn't they, they clearly just need help, blah blah whatever. So it kind of just goes along that notion, what I mean, and that's what we should be more focused on, to find more of a positive or good in order to kind of deal with it. But once again, it always boils down to people being emotional or build emotion, and they're like, no, vengeance. Like, oh no, they did this and they're making me suffer. They have to suffer too, whatever,
Yeah.
And another problem with it, this is the biggest thing with the reality aspect, is death penalties have been given to people that weren't even, that were innocent. That has happened many, many fucking times, actually.
Yeah, that's a flaw.
Majority of people that it happened to was colored people, black people. This is a very, very popular thing. What was it? I think he was a 5-year-old kid, and he was put to the electric chair because I can't remember what the crime was, but this was, back then, and he was guilty, okay, or a criminal, even though he didn't do it, and eventually was proven that he was innocent, you name it, and he was one of the, on the list of someone that was killed under the death penalty and was not guilty, but they were willing to put a 5-year-old black kid on a fucking electric chair because they thought he was guilty of whatever that crime that he was done or whatever.
Oh, that's a whole other can of worms to open when
Yeah.
it involves discrimination and racism.
Yeah,
that's another can, yeah.
it's just the corruption aspect of it, the racism, or 3, we mess up. You know what I mean? We're not perfect. You know what I mean? There can be times when we think we have and we don't. Because whenever it comes to crimes, we have to, detectives, they go off whatever evidence they have, you name it. There's only so much you can do at times. And so then next, someone gets arrested and now they're being given the death penalty. And then eventually we find out, like, fucking years later or months later, they're innocent, and they were just killed for no fucking reason, or they were about to be killed, and we had enough evidence to prove that they were innocent, and now they're not being killed.
Right.
So that's also another element of it too.
A philosophical observation I've made that is kind of backed up by human history is that the more governmental prejudice there is, the more problems there is in society. That's why 50, 60 years ago, racial segregation created much divisiveness and tribalism. When that started to be removed, there was more, even though there is still chaos and division even now, it's much less aggressive and also apparent. It's more so apparent on online, which to me is a facade, to be honest. The real world is nothing like the internet portrays it to be quite honest. Most people are actually good people. I would say I'm a realist, but I would say I'm a half that the jar is half full kind of guy, and I'm not the antithesis of that. So governmental prejudice inevitably creates resentment, inevitably creates malevolence, and that's why the governments with the most prejudice have fallen. That's why neo-Nazi Hitler fell. That's why that propaganda never worked. Stalin, these other ancient civilizations where slavery was a thing.
That, man. They're gonna fight for that.
Yeah, and now that the U.S. is not perfect, but it's, I would say, as far as standards,
We're
excellent.
at the Hidden Leaf Village.
Yeah, we're basically
Pretty much.
our traits are, as far as the legislation for, I get a bare minimum freedom of opportunity and equal opportunity. It's excellent. It's not perfect. It'll never be perfection because there'll always be injustice and unfairness. But the more we go towards logic and reason, the more optimally societies tend to stand, and that's been proven, I think, empirically. That's why places like China, or World War II Germany, or these other places, Korea. Those places are extremely divisive and dangerous because governmental enforced prejudice creates problems. And the same thing with the death penalty. The reason we kill these individuals is because of our appeal to emotion.
Exactly.
And an inevitable flaw that will never be vanquished in the justice system is an appeal to emotion. We try to get impartial juries. That's impossible. If the juries hear about someone possibly killing someone, there's no way to avoid bias in that.
Yeah.
And you're gonna demonize and vilify the defendant right away. It's almost impossible.
So yeah, I mean, just to touch up on basically what both of you guys said. I mean, like to eradicate someone's existence, basically, I mean, purely just because you're like upset that your own family was, affected, or someone that you know, or like Batman said, maybe whole genocide, perhaps. People are going to like instantly want this that individual to be, put to the death penalty because they're obviously, understandably so, emotionally upset. But for practicality, you mean you would rather see someone suffer for their whole existence as opposed to have an instant gratification knowing that they're not here anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, I mean, it really is an appeal to emotion, this whole death penalty thing. But when you think practically and logically about it, it makes more sense to punish someone to have their whole existence be undermined and controlled, and you know what I mean?
Right.
I think that's more of a fair, just sentence. And again, like, we don't know if we don't have a life after this or whatever happens. We all have our own subjective beliefs, but like, this is the only life we're aware of right now.
Yeah.
And so it's like, let them suffer throughout what they have left. You know what I mean? Like,
bare minimum,
Yeah, man, bare minimum, bro. So
Yeah.
that's just my take on it.
Guilt and loneliness hurts more than any death penalty procedure. That's for sure. So I would say the death penalty, the establishment of the death penalty is flawed logically. It's all an appeal to emotion for sure. It's people trying to, I guess, give gratification to the victims' families and things of that nature. Not that that's a bad thing morally, but I think the net bad outweighs the net good in this case. And I do believe in limitations of freedom and removal of privileges and rights. Anyone that's that heinous definitely deserves their rights to be limited and removed. But to completely eradicate any possible choice and their life in general, I think it's more net bad than net good. And I would say it's unethical. It's illogical.
Yeah.
An appeal to emotion is illogical in theory. So overall, I don't think there's any crime that's enough for the death penalty. So
and one quick thing, Jay, the cherry on the top. I feel like what a really like big thing that has to play to that is how it originated, the idea, the concept. I mean, like, so what I mean by that is like, how do you think things would have changed drastically or instantly been different if we like supported the notion of not having a death penalty way back then, and it'll be like extremely hard to get the death penalty to say it like as it is now, or vice versa? Like, I don't know if you understand what I'm asking, but
yeah, I understand. If we had different beliefs and revenge wasn't such a commonality amongst humans, today the death penalty, I would say, would be quite difficult to pass legislatively.
Okay, yeah, and that's what I believe too, because I feel like the timing, you know what I mean, like
I think certain states,
the first belief,
yeah, I think it would vary from state to state. Places that are more, I would say, traditional, Christian-like Texas or states like that might pass the death penalty, ironically, but places that are more progressive, like California or New York, probably would not pass it. So
Agreed.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
But now that the death penalty is a thing, we're in the antithesis situation. So we're trying to get rid of it.
Because people that want to follow that tradition, you know what I mean? They want to always keep it.
Traditionalism is hard. Yeah, it's hard to destroy traditionalism. That's why
it's embedded in their culture, bro. Like these religions and ideologies, you know what I mean? So again, to take someone's like life is almost religious and sacred in a way, and people have their own beliefs in certain jurisdictions or states, like Jay said. So it will vary, absolutely.
Yeah, ideologies
in California.
Vary. Yeah, even within a known nation, ideologies vary. And it's pretty clear as far as like legislation is concerned. So that was a good question. Let's see what the next one was. Someone asked, in your opinion, how do you feel about how obscure raising children is nowadays? How much you can get ridiculed for disciplining, or how much you can get ridiculed for having lots of children? Okay, what do you guys think about that?
Oh, well, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I do have a kid of my own, so but he's a youngling. He's only a year old. So I can't really fully, really emphasize on the whole, concept of that, like exactly how it feels completely, you name it. But obviously when it comes to life itself, you're always going to be judged on anything. You know what I mean? Like
it's
you
inevitable.
get judged for fucking anything. I mean, like you be judged when you're in school, what you wear, how you dress, what you say, your personality, skills, sports, you name it, popularity, all that stuff. So you're always being judged no matter what. So when you obviously are going to have a kid, yes, you're going to be judged for how that kid is raised, how that kid ends up, or how you discipline them, what your ethics or morals that you're basically giving to them. Because at the end of the day, for the majority of kids, not all, they end up the way they are because of their parents or whoever they're, around or being, fostered under. So, when it comes to the whole judgment aspect of things, that in the best way to kind of tackle that and deal with it, in my opinion, is to mainly focus on yourself and your child, to not really let the whole world kind of dictate what you should do. Because at the end of the day, you're going to know what's best for your own kid, your own lifestyle, and everything. Everyone's life is different. It's not the same for everyone. We all don't have the same financial income, you name it, et cetera, variables. So you got to do what's best for your child, and most importantly, just understand that nobody's perfect. I mean, there's no perfect parents out there either. And having a kid itself is extremely contentious, or at least controversial, when it comes to how they should be raised or roles or whatever you name it. It's just there's a lot of it's just really weird. A lot of variables, man. And unfortunately, when it comes to your own child, at least for me as a parent, appeal to the emotion is going to be very strong, as well, and things like that would be emotional. So, obviously you're going to be really protective, defensive, you name it. So it's just that's, I don't know if that helps. It's like, my best way of kind of explaining or understanding in a sense when it comes to the whole judgment side of things. As for the other question, I don't remember exactly what was phrased from Jay, but I'll let you guys tackle if you do. But that's just my take on that first.
Yeah. Do you want to go first, Pimpin, or you want me to go?
Yeah, sure, bro. Yeah, so I don't have any children personally, at least not yet. But my take on this is, it seems that the development of children and the ideologies you emphasize onto them change depending or contingent upon the social dynamics or demographics or even evolution of society in general. I'm sure kids raised in the 50s are raised a lot differently than what they are now. I think that's heavily contributed towards the advancements and technology. We have all this information at the finger of our tips with the internet. And so children at a very young age have access to media that portrays, these figureheads, these people of like high status,
An example, Andrew Tate, where that was misconstrued, the kids looking, you name it. And, since they're still young and going, obviously that can, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, absolutely. I was going to say like Kim Kardashian for females, like they see this like rich woman that's beautiful, and that's like a symbol of, of status, if you will. And so you're exposed to that at a very young age, rather. Excuse me. So I think it's, very important to install humility and just being humble when it comes to absorbing all this information around you, being aware of your demographic, who you are as an individual, what you add into this world, and, just being appreciative for your existence in general, so we all have a part in this equation. And yeah, man, I mean, it's hard to it's hard to disassociate from all this like media and Hollywood and all these influences, but what's really important is just differentiating yourself and, identifying what that means to you in the world as well, your path.
Yes. So raising a kid is definitely a multivariate equation for sure. I agree. Culture matters. The parents in question matters. The tendencies and genetic predispositions of the kid matters. There's all kinds of variables. There's many variables that matter. But to me, the way I look at it is that there's a spectrum of how a kid should be raised, at least from most people's lens in the modern world. I think as long as you don't deviate outside of that, like beating the shit out of your kid or not parenting them at all, those are like the extremes that are justified to be judged. As long as you're within that spectrum, I think it doesn't really matter how you raise them. There's too many variables to pick a specific ideology to raise them with. The reason that there's so much ridicule in general is because there's an increasing number of virtue signaling, self-entitled, mostly left-wing individuals who love to microanalyze everything. And the reason they do is because everyone has hunger for status and recognition. So the reason they virtual signal everyone is to get some kind of status or recognition, or to get, I would say, approval from their tribe, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, most of it, the vast majority of it, is ill-advised. And only, again, if the parent is like deviating outside of that spectrum, most of the time the judgment is ill-advised and not necessary. Discipline has shown empirically to definitely benefit a child. I don't think you should beat the shit out of your child, but I don't think you should not parent them either and treat them like they're your friends, because you should not be a friend with your child. You should be a parent. So simply put, discipline definitely should be implemented in any parent's game plan, from taking away privileges to maybe using the belt. There's nothing wrong with using the belt as long as you're not like beating the shit out of your kid. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, some kids' tendencies require that kind of thing because they won't listen to just removing privileges. They don't give a shit.
They won't listen to just words. They
So
just can't be
again,
reasoning for something that takes more. Yeah.
So as far as the specificities, it depends from child to child, parent to parent, culture to culture. But the virtual signaling, the delusional self-entitlement, and the commonality that most people are left-wing illuminates just this, I would say, dangerous hunger for status and recognition. And the reason it's so much more prevalent is because of the internet. People are much more wanting recognition. It's much easier. Just post one tweet, you get thousands of likes, thousands of retweets. You feel like you're on top of the world.
Yeah,
despite what you say. Yeah, it's extremely enticing. Now, to answer the second question, which is going to be controversial because I stay pretty logical. So, which was, how much can you get ridiculed for disciplining them or being proud of having lots of babies? So I answered the first part. Discipline doesn't really matter as long as you stay within the bounds of reason. As far as people being ridiculed for lots of children, it varies from man to woman, most definitely. So the reality is, when it comes to having many children, women are ridiculed and looked down upon for many children because, well, specifically with many men, because it implies a provocative, untrustworthy female partner, with her having multiple baby fathers being proof of that. Women biologically are designed to procreate, and they can only have one kid to term per year. It's 9 months, which implies that their best chance for success is to stay monogamous. That's within their nature. So when they deviate from that, they're going to be ridiculed for it. They have fucking 10 baby daddies and 10 kids. They're going to get ridiculed for that because more than likely they're provocative, they're not trustworthy, etc. Again, not always, but on a vast balance of probabilities, that's the case. Now, men are not ridiculed for it. Most of them are praised for it. To be to be even able to do that, you have to be somewhat successful. Because men, the difference between men and women is this, unfortunately. Women are born with their value in that marketplace, which is their beauty. You don't have to work for that. You either have it or you don't.
Nope.
Men have to earn it. They have to build their wealth, their status, their physique.
Yeah, a woman can walk in a fucking club, bro, and just be like, hey, let's go. Yeah. And that's it. It's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
The fact that they're so desired and have so many children implies that they're doing something right. Not always. I'm not saying always because that's a nirvana fallacy. But on the balance of probabilities, that's usually the case. So the reality is women shouldn't do that. And if they do, it usually indicates, I would say, detrimental personality traits that are not adequate or preferred as far as a female partner. So men are praised for it, women are not. I know some women will be like, you're a fucking misogynist. That's the truth. I don't care that women can get in for clubs for free or get on yachts for free just because they're attractive. I don't care. I don't judge them for that. So the reality is men get praised for success. Women don't get praised. A better way of putting it, men get praised for their experience and success. Women don't get praised for experience and success. They actually get praised for, I would say, being celibate, or maybe not that extreme, but being more selective. They get more praise, they're more appealing, etc. So that's just the I would say the model that the paradigm that humans operate on, whether we like it or not. So women,
I will say this though, Jay. I think there is a universal discrimination that occurs when either a male or a female has children at a very young age, or when they have children when they're not financially stable. I think we all can agree to perhaps having some apprehension behind that.
If there's an unsuccessful man, which I would say is very unlikely though, but still, if it's an unsuccessful man with many kids, then yes, I do agree they'll get ridiculed. But most of the time,
I think that's fair.
That's fair. Yeah. But on the balance of probabilities, usually a guy that has many kids is very appealing and attractive, usually meaning that they have some traits that indicate they're successful. But yeah, if it's a loser with like 10 kids and 10 baby mothers, that's a problem.
I mean, he kind of deserves to be like scrutinized a little bit. But then again, who cares about what other people think? I mean, if you are if you're gonna be doing that, I mean, that's all you need, bro. At the end of the day,
Exactly.
yeah.
What I will say to conclude this, so Jay, like this is back to what you were saying with the whole entitlement with kids, you name it. It's actually getting pretty bad though nowadays, to the point
Yeah, I
where
agree.
back then, you take off the belt, you hit them once, whatever, because sometimes it's just needed. It is what
Agreed,
it is.
yeah.
It's the harsh reality. Okay, back then it's fine. Now you would do that same shit. One
Yep.
little hit, they make a call to DSS or fucking 911, and you're
CPS, yep.
yeah, and you're under a whole investigation, or they're being taken away
It goes
from you.
back,
Like
man.
it's getting crazy though. Like
Yeah.
to the point where you just can't even discipline your own child. Where it's like the government or reality itself is against the concept of you even be able to shape your own child,
Yeah.
especially when they need it. Like if they're
Yeah.
driving out in the fucking car, drinking or doing some stupid shit. You best believe sometimes it takes an extreme measure of discipline. Obviously, like you said, don't beat the hell out of your kid or anything like that. No one's saying that. But sometimes certain things are necessary.
Yep.
But nowadays you can't even do that because just the way everything is, bunch of sensitive Sallies, you name it or whatever, it's just you can't. And then next thing you know, you get fucking punished or criminally penalized for even disciplining your own fucking child.
Yeah.
So-
Oh shit! Not to stop the show. Alexa once again flexing her bag.
Oh,
Thanks,
Sound
Alexa.
the alarm.
Actually, wrong one.
Dang.
There you go.
she's been doing that from day one,
She's been
Jay.
flexing
Always
her
trying to rub it in my face.
Every stream she's flexing. We
She
get
always has
it.
a
Every
little-
fucking
We get it,
This is
Alexa.
staying on
You make
point,
money. No, but for real, I appreciate it though.
You get it.
Appreciate it. She's a goat for sure.
She's like, you know what, Batman, you're gonna take this every single night.
It's the only female that's ever had the guts to debate me. So, well, a real debate. So I give her that.
I mean,
But
I
what are your thoughts on that, though, Jay? Like that, do you think is there any way to fix that eventually to stop that trend,
Unfortunately-
the pattern it's going?
Humans are inherently emotional, and that's caused
Yeah.
a blur of lines between emotion and logic and reason. The lines are becoming more and more blurry to the point where people are starting to deduce that emotions are logic, which is absolutely incorrect. That is not the way logic functions. Logic is based on observation and empiricism, not emotion and subjectivity. That's a dangerous precedent. But unfortunately on Twitter, Instagram, all these other, well, not so much Twitter now with Musk around, but Instagram, YouTube, all these other platforms, they're starting to emphasize and I guess prefer emotion rather than logic. That's why you see people get banned, even though their arguments are logically valid, no matter how it sounds to you and how it appeals to you. That shouldn't matter when it comes to verbal discourse and finding solutions. But unfortunately it does, and it's creating more tribalism and more divisiveness, and it's blurring the lines between logic and emotion. I think that's very dangerous. And if government starts to impose that ideology, there's going to be some real resentment.
Big fucking problems,
And there's going to be real problems.
Like,
Not just,
it can connect to X and Y and Z. Like it doesn't just even have to be an aspect of parents with their kid. It can connect to
anything.
many other fucking things that are really important. Yeah,
Politics,
that's a fucking
religion, kids,
Exactly.
pronouns, which is bullshit, all kinds of stuff.
Extremely problematic. That would be horrible.
And politics,
So-
I'll admit, is inevitably emotional, because politics, there is some gray
yeah.
area, but there has to be, the majority of it needs to be logic and reason. That's the best political leader or advocate should be someone that heavily utilizes logic and reason rather than emotion. Sometimes you can't avoid it, but most of the time it should be logic, not just your emotion, and not you spewing this propaganda to divide rather than unite. I think logic.
A great
inevitably-
example of that, Jay, is like Todorama and Hashirama too. By the way, Hashirama was very emotional. You name it. Like he was over here low key about to give tail beasts away for free and shit in the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
While Todorama's like, no. Like let's be real and logical, blah blah. You name it. Like,
I'll
it's
admit
just
though,
needed.
I'll admit there should be a balance between emotion and logic, because if you're too logical,
Yes.
you're gonna end up becoming AI, and you're gonna be eliminating.
Absolutely.
You're gonna be making decisions just purely off of numbers.
like a computer was.
Look what happened to the
Yeah.
Chia clan. That's a prime example when you're just like emotionalist. You know what I mean? Like and just don't give a fuck.
Yeah, exactly. So there has to be some emotion, because emotion creates moral compasses. Moral compasses are important.
Yeah, that's what differentiates us from just computers or technology
that's
in
the
general.
difference between us and, I would say, between us and pure primalism, or just pure logic objectivity. So there has to be some emotion to create morality, but besides that, you shouldn't be, literally denying hard proven science just because you don't agree with it emotionally. That's absurd. So That's
I
definitely
agree.
the case.
Yeah, definitely. Like the world is flat, man.
That's absolutely
Lewis
absurd.
has his hand up, by the way, Jay.
Oh yeah. All right, we'll bring Luis in. He's in here. See what his question is.
Yo, what's going on?
What's up, brother?
What's up?
So,
Happy New Year's Eve, bro.
Happy
Yeah.
New Year's. I was about to say,
Happy
I just want to
holidays.
hop in real quick, say
Yeah.
Happy New Year's. How you guys doing?
Pretty
Doing
good.
great.
Doing
man.
good, man. We've been chilling, talking about goated topics, you name it, etc.
Yeah.
Always good here, guys. It's always good here. Let me ask you guys something. You guys, I don't know if you guys talked about this or not, but what's your opinions on the whole Andrew Tate situation going on right now with him?
Yeah, we might as
Oh,
well
good one.
discuss that.
Yeah.
I was gonna bring that up, but I was waiting for us to get through all the questions. But hey, it's a perfect opportunity. There you go.
Yeah.
Thinking about it too,
So
bro. Yeah.
Tate, I'm assuming, and I'm pretty sure I'm not an expert on Romanian legislation. I think the Romanian justice system is a little different. If I'm not mistaken, you don't need to arrest someone with enough evidence to be considered beyond a reasonable doubt. I think it functions a little different in Romania, which is why he was arrested purely based off allegation. I think he was raided before in April, if I'm not mistaken. He was freed because there was nothing to go off of. There's a lot of conflicting information that I've seen. I've seen that it is human trafficking, that it's not even human trafficking at all, that it's money laundering instead. Either way,
Which that makes sense because the U.S. they mainly solely do it based on actual evidence they have on the fly.
Justice system is a little
Romania, they probably don't.
Ours is a little bit more fair, I'd say. But as far as Tate, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. He seems like a good guy, legitimately, despite his brutally honest ideology, which I think is actually necessary for a lot of young men. So I think he's going to be released. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it. If he really is doing what they claim, then it is what it is. But
So, what exactly are the alleged crimes right now?
it was like
Human
human
trafficking.
trafficking or some shit like
Okay,
that.
that's what I
See,
thought.
like
Yeah.
Jay, the funny thing with that is, like, for how intelligent he is, and for the things that he can understand when it comes to life and reality itself, it'd be really weird for him to even be doing something that stupid or low. Like, why would, like, this doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying he's innocent or whatever the case can be.
Yeah.
Like I said, just like Jay said, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But, like, all the shit he talks about, everything he does, you name it, etc. You really think he'd be that dumb to do that on the side? Like, like this doesn't make sense.
And logically, logically, he's almost a billionaire. Why would he need to do that to get one anyway?
Yeah, that's not necessary.
Man, yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's
Like,
absurd.
Nonetheless, though, due to recency bias, people are going to look at this situation as a bad connotation towards his character. So we'll see how it resolves itself, though.
Yeah.
I'm curious. So.
Let's just say, I mean, you never know, but let's just say, what's on the table is factual. Would that ruin his legacy?
I mean,
Oh,
he'd be
for
done.
sure.
He's done.
No.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fucked. Like that's fucking.
Unquestionably.
Let's be real. Like, obviously, murder's fucked. You name it, the whole 9 yards. But
Of course.
trafficking human beings to the point where they don't, like, their life just has no value, and you just don't care, and you just do whatever the fuck you want. Whether if it's sexual human trafficking or just human trafficking for whatever other weird reason.
Yep,
Things associated with the dark web. I can go on and on. That's horrible. Absolutely. like, one of the horrendous crimes.
Ironically, all the soy boys would be right about him if that was the case. So
Yeah.
they'd be
Yeah,
right.
man, for sure.
Yeah, so I highly
I
doubt,
guess-
from my own lens, I highly doubt that it's possible. But if it is, then they were right. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm hoping though. I'm hoping everything's put on the table though, and everything, because I'm not saying this is the case. I'm not gonna try to bullshit either or whatnot or make excuses either. But hopefully it's nothing where things are either being fabricated in a sense or kind of the pictures being painted or drawn into where he's kind of put in a position where it looks bad, but it's not. Like, I don't know if you guys feel what I'm saying. But there are things that happen in life where that also does happen, where it's something's being taken out of, context or proportion, whatever. Especially when it comes to this guy, you know what I mean? And it's like
He's a
that
big
that
target,
could be
bro.
a possibility to where if he is being targeted, it's not hard to misconstrue and manipulate the strings behind the scenes in the real world. It's not. Like, if you have enough money and power, you can make shit happen. You can, do all kinds of fucking shit. It happens all the time, even within our justice system.
There's a plethora of reasons why people would attack him as well.
You know what I mean? So, like, it's going to be really interesting. It's very intriguing what's going to be revealed, shown, etc. But, I have this, I told Jay this on the side. It's with Itachi's quote, you know what I mean? Where our perception of reality can be a whole other thing, but, or it could be an illusion to someone else. But for all we know, that's not the case. You know what I mean? So like it's I don't know. It's gonna be really weird and interesting because, like I said, when it comes to this world, dude, it's not as simple as black and white. It's not. You know, you gotta keep your eyes open. You gotta be aware. You know, but you know, obviously we can only go off what we do have. So that's what we got. Whatever the facts, it is what it is. But does it mean necessarily it could be? And I'm just putting that out there from day one. That's for anybody. I don't give a fuck that if this is about Andrew Tate. That applies for anyone.
Yeah, the fairest way to operate in justice is innocent until proven guilty. That's the fairest way.
Yep.
So
Yep.
that's what he is until proven otherwise. So
Speaking of Itachi, how OP do you think Itachi would be if he was able to become a Super Saiyan?
That's very difficult because it's two completely different fictional based realities. But if the multiplier is even remotely similar to that of Dragon Ball, then he'd be fucking.
He'd be strong because you know damn well he hungers a lot.
Yeah, he'd be fucking. He'd be broken.
I feel like he would be broke. I mean, Itachi's the GOAT. I mean, the thing though, when I think of for me, like, you know, when it comes to the Z fighters, I feel like the smartest of the Z fighters is Piccolo. I've always gathered that watching the series that Piccolo was the smartest out of the whole Z fighters.
I can see that.
He's up there.
I feel like Itachi's probably the smartest out of the Naruto cast. Maybe, you know, outside of maybe like Neji or like Kakashi a little bit. I always felt like he's
below Minato is where I put Itachi only, honestly.
Minato, Itachi, those guys are like the top of the food chain for sure. But
they're in their own line of scaling. Yeah, Minato.
If we were to presuppose that Itachi can go Super Saiyan, he would probably get an identical numerical multiplier. So it'd probably just be a 50 times amp on his speed and AP physically as well. And then he has his unique jutsus and stuff of that nature to add to his identity as a character. So he would be
Super Saiyan with Susano, bro. Imagine that shit.
Jesus.
Going that fast, yeah. And
the Susano with yellow armor to signify like the Super Saiyan. Oh man, that'd be crazy.
The hair going up and everything.
He'd probably be able, if it's fast enough, if we presuppose, he'd be able to take care of the war by himself, probably. Super Saiyan.
That's one of the weaknesses of Susano. I'm not saying Susano's slow. That's not the case. We clearly see that with Danzo and blah blah, you name it. But when you're fighting against someone that can skill to you while you're using Susano, that is a weakness that is stated verbatim. That it is one of the weaknesses that it is slow because you're huge. You know what I mean? So if you have the speed element, which basically like if you're Superman and Flash at the same time, you know, like you're gonna be doing some shit, you know.
Yeah, he'd be broken.
So, I think the argument when it comes to Susano's kind of being slow is the people always kind of point to probably the adult Sasuke versus adult Naruto versus the Jiren fight. When Sasuke was in Susano and he was trying to hit it, but he was going like kind of, I mean, not slow, but you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I haven't even seen that far.
Yeah, Jiren just, or Jigen.
That's something
Jigen
else.
scales so vastly above them that I don't think it would matter either way. He's just way superior. Ishiki even more so. So fast that in fact that night.
If it's like Boruto, Super Saiyan 1 maybe.
And Ishiki is so vastly superior that Sasuke couldn't even keep up with him. He literally couldn't react to what was happening. That's how vastly superior Ishiki was. And that's what.
Damn, was that bad? They were getting ass whooping that bad?
That bad.
I mean, he was getting whipped by Jigen, and he's below Ishiki.
He's so vastly inferior.
I can't wait till I get that far, to be honest.
Yeah, Baryon Naruto was the only one that stood a chance remotely. It wasn't even competitive. He was folding them like it was mentor versus student. It was pretty bad. So
Boruto
at least we know how that would win if Sasuke was on his fucking temper tantrum again. Naruto would have. I know that apparently that's his strongest form. I don't know anything about him. I know it is.
He's probably the single strongest right now.
Could whip that out and beat Sasuke's ass.
Yeah, he's
let me ask you guys. Oh, my fault.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, how do you guys think the fight would go if it's two Sharingan? If Obito had both eyes, versus Itachi with like a Rinnegan?
It's hard to scale how strong Itachi would be. I think it would kind of be detrimental because of his low chakra reserve, especially if he's sick. I think DMS Obito would probably beat his ass, to be honest. He's already relative. You can need a bare minimum. He's relative to Itachi, but add on top double the speed, double the AP, double everything. He's gonna fold him probably.
Like if you're talking about maybe War Arc, a Rinnegan Itachi, you know what I mean, some EMS Sasuke type shit, or at least Boruto Itachi or Rinnegan. You know what I mean? And I'd say we keep the scaling relative in a sense, because obviously then you just outscale, like if you're especially talking about Boruto, like it's not fair. What's it called? Then like you could possibly have a chance, like there is one thing that is very like contentious where if you believe the Rinnegan ability, like Shino Tensei could even work on Kamui, and stuff like that, because there's a point where like Kakashi's like, oh, all ninjutsu and taijutsu just don't work on him. And he never used fucking Kamui on him, meaning, so what? Does he also think space-time ninjutsu doesn't work on him either for some reason? So obviously you can't concretely, go that route because we never at least saw him try to do it on him. But the fact that Kakashi kind of thinks that, doesn't even do it, we know he's an intelligent character, like, at least fucking try, So, like, there's many ways you can try to formulate arguments for Itachi, but, like, it's still more likely to be in Obito's favor. Like, it's just broken as shit. Like, you see his Kakashi's Susanoo both Kame abilities, and that shit was just crazy. Like, I know it was amped by 6 pass, but like the abilities were just insane. Like, you couldn't hit. He could look at you, you're gone. Throw anything at you, you're gone. Like, Kamui is just it's up there. Like, and just thinking if Obito even had the Edelman Gekko, like if he either took it back from Kakashi after Rin died, or if he never gave it to Kakashi, he would have been a monster. He probably would have been unstoppable.
Well, also, I think it's important to like speculate about what Itachi would have as an ability with the Rinnegan. Like, would he have this unique ability that we're not really aware of currently? So I think that would play a key role in this matchup specifically.
Mm-hmm.
But with I don't know, I just feel like with Kamui being such a space-time hack and its invulnerability and usages and just jutsu reaction time as well, it would be really hard to like exactly deduce what that outcome would be. But I would probably put it to I don't know. It's just
more lame with Obito, but like if the only win cons I could see with Itachi is either Izanami, if you think that's still possible.
Yeah.
Fucking Totsuka, if you think that for some reason Kamui couldn't deal with, because it is stated that Kamui can only work on like physical objects, and obviously Totsuka Blade and Yadamir are spiritual, so that there's that whole thing. But either way, it's still, subjectively as an argument, we can't concretely know because we just haven't seen it. Unfortunately, we can only go off of what we know. So there's that, and the only other third win con I could possibly see is if Itachi has some broken ass Rinnegan ability. We know what Sasuke is. We don't know what Itachi will be.
Like you talking about like when Sasuke does a little disappear thing and
teleports.
Yeah.
Then Madara has Limbo.
Unless like Itachi has some crazy ability that could just be able to deal with Kamui or beat him still, then sure. But like once again, that's just
the way I look at it is. Some not foolproof but pretty strong scaling is that Obito and Itachi, at least from the narrative, they're implied to be somewhat arbitrarily relative, however you want to deduce who's superior, who's not. With Obito saying he's a threat, he's no longer a threat now that he's dead, he could have possibly killed me if he would have known about me. That implies some arbitrary level of relativity. So the way I look at it is if Itachi did get the Rinnegan and we assume he can even hold it, if his chakra reserves are adequate enough, he would probably be around White Mask Obito's level, or give or take arbitrarily. So the way I look at it is the speed would be the difference. Obito with DMS is twice as fast, Kamui's twice as potent, etc. I think the speed would be the difference. And DMS Obito.
It's Kamui GG.
Yeah, I think the Kamui would be the X factor, and I think Itachi would fail to react, or at least react in time to Obito. I think he'd take him.
Like Jay, just to add on that really quick, like analyze the Minato fight, right? Where he goes to he pulls up on Minato from behind, and he goes to start Kamui, and Minato teleports out, and he literally says verbatim, like, okay, he really is fast, I underestimate him, I'll just pull him in faster. So meaning he didn't even try to pull him at his fastest speed with Kamui.
Yeah.
He kind of did like his half-assed Kamui speed, implying that he could do it even faster, and then says over and over that like if I touch him and Kamui him, that's it. Even flying Raijin won't save it. Like that, like he's Kamui. So if you have that with just one eye, imagine him having 2 eyes where it's stated verbatim where it would double Kamui's speed. Exactly. You know what I mean? Like it's just, I don't know, man. Like you really have to pull something out of your ass to say that Itachi could, have enough speed to either teleport out of it with a body flicker, or 2, fucking just deal with that level of speed of being pulled in. I just don't see that happening.
Or if he has like limbo or something, which Obito literally can't even react to or something.
Yeah, limbo would be one of the only things, that he could possibly use.
That's just speculating, though.
Yeah, and
we don't know what the ability would be.
That's even if he has it. Because Sasuke has a Rene Sharingan, and I believe he's never been shown using limbo. So.
Exactly. Obviously, no matter what, Itachi has the capability to win if the variables are right. It's Itachi. He's extremely fucking intelligent, you name it. But once again, that's just really, really trying to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Empirically, there's just more for Obito. There's more for him, going for him, than Itachi.
Especially with DMS. Yeah.
DMS.
And I like Itachi more, mind you. I love him more.
Yeah, I like him more too, actually.
I love Obito as well, but it's just, you gotta be real.
Yep, you gotta be real. Let me ask you,
gotta be sensible.
Do you guys think maybe in a couple years we'll probably move away from smartphones and kind of go towards like AI like glasses or like those smart sunglasses or something like that?
I think we're all going to shift to a new form of technology that's more advanced, but not in a couple of years. It's probably going to be a few decades before.
Yeah, it's going to take a hot minute, because we haven't even figured out how to fucking have like thermal technology to deal with like these crazy ass winter fucking storms and like you name it. Like there's so much advancements that we still need that it's constantly kind of shown in the fictional element side of things. You name it.
Machine and human. We're still in the preliminary stages of like human machine embedment. Like Musk is he's kind of prefacing that Neuralink might work soon, and where we can embed machine-like technology with humans. That's still very untrustworthy and very unreliable because there's nothing empirically to show reliability. So I think we're still at the bare minimum a decade or two away at bare minimum. It's probably more than that. Before it's like trustworthy, reliable, and I would say available to the public, I'd say it's going to take a long time probably.
Because the military gets like technology way before we as a public even do. So, 2 years is definitely not even enough time.
Oh, yeah, we ain't getting that first. Come on now.
That's
immediately going to the rich and the military right off the fucking list.
Exactly, yeah.
Even medicine's a prime example of that.
Yeah, I think there's still a big gap of time still. I think it is going to happen in the next few decades, but the next couple of years, probably not. So, unless there's a gigantic breakthrough that's like evolutionary or something like that. So,
mind-boggling.
Yeah.
You guys know that saying that you can't handle the truth. Do you guys think if you guys were able to find out the truth about the world or the universe, you guys think you guys would be able to handle that?
I think as imperfect beings, we're inherently curious, and that's what keeps us progressing. The constant, hunger for improvement. So, if anything, if we knew everything and everything was done, us as imperfect humans would have nothing left. I think that would kind of lead to a feeling of nihilism. If anything, nothing really matters anymore.
It defeat the purpose of wanting to exist. You know what I mean, or to do shit. What's the point?
Competition.
Obviously.
Competition would be null. The hunger for improvement would be null. Everything's discovered.
You'll still have like people that are like, fuck it, I'm gonna still survive and at least make whatever, make do, but that's gonna fuck with a lot of people in the mental aspect of it and probably increase the amount of suicide, name it, etc.
Luis, are you asking about like the truth about like the origin of the universe, or like the truth about how everything works in general, or like what truth are you specifically about?
The truth how everything works, maybe like within like I guess the United States, or like secrets like that, like something like that, stuff like that.
Okay. Then I would agree. Like if there's no like need for inquiry for information, then life can be rather stagnant quite easily.
Humans, the fuel that humans go off of is improvement and ambition. There would be no reason for ambition, or there would be no incentive to continue. It'd be done.
Exactly.
Really, because I would think when I think of knowledge, I would assume that it would be like knowledge is key, and you would be able to kind of absorb knowledge.
The reason that is under the presupposition that not everything's known. The reason knowledge is key is because it allows for more improvement. But if if you have all knowledge, then knowledge really isn't a key any longer, because you have the key. You have all things, all information. Yeah. All.
Yeah, unless you're talking about like the concept of like you wanting to be at the top, you know what I mean? Of like being a superior entity, then obviously in human nature, you're gonna have those that are gonna want to figure out how to get there, especially what happened to all the knowledge or whatever. But if you're talking in a sense like to where we just know everything now and we have everything, like what's the fucking point?
I think empirically it's proven as well, because the people that have more than others are more so complacent. So if someone's from third world conditions and they're trying to get to the top, they have much more ambition and incentive to do so compared to someone that's born in a billionaire family. They have everything. There is real no ambition. It's all complacency.
Grateful and humble.
Yeah.
That's so true.
And knowledge
and then also
is part of that. So
yeah, knowledge is, there's two great quotes I always think about. Like, knowledge is infinite, it's infinitely upon us.
Yeah.
And also that the more you know, the more you don't know as well. And that's what, is a catalyst for your, like, curiosity, if you will, or just like seeing what other truths there are in our universe, or even within our own demographic as well. It's a purpose in life, and that's what everyone's looking for, is like, why am I even here? So if there's wisdom to be gathered and there's like a propagation in your path to be had,
exactly.
I mean, it's very it's very tempting and enticing to an individual knowing that aspect.
And the majority of the human population wants answers as well, whether if it's in religion, whether if it's in science, you name it, whatever. There's always some type of branch off or direction that they're looking for answers for, whether if it's for their trauma, or if it's for equity in life, or if it's just for it in general sense. People just have that bad mental health issues and so on and so forth. Like, everybody's looking for answers for their own reasons, morally, whatever the case may be. And if you would just be given that answer, and it's kind of horseshit, whatever, or you finally know whatever, yada yada, it's
like playing a game and like you beat everyone every single time. There's like no fun. There's like no need for competition or like advancement, because you just beat everyone every single time.
The answers are important. It means something tremendously to us, because that's the sole reason of living and continuing on, right? So if you're provided that answer, you name it, and that doesn't fit your criteria of what whatever is going on in your head or whatever reason, like, that's gonna fuck up a lot of people in many ways.
Yeah. A perfect, I guess, quote to quote was Itachi's, right? His statement would be null. Awareness and knowledge would no longer be equivocal. They'd be equivalent and they'd be absolute if we knew everything. There would be no incentive to even improve any longer. There is no room for improvement, because at that point you're presupposing perfection. So
exactly.
There's no longer any other higher metric or higher standard, because you're at the highest. There's no longer any reason to carry on, really. You're going to end up like a nihilist or a machine-like person that doesn't really care about anything anymore. So, in a way, not knowing everything has its benefits in a way. So, more so intrinsically.
I'm going to ask you guys like two more, and then I'm going to step out.
All right.
Do you guys, who do you think benefited more in the whole joint duo within the Akatsuki? You think Kisame or Itachi? Like, when those two were joined together as like teammates, who benefited that more? I guess in a friendship way or a beneficial way?
I would say
Kisame.
Kisame was more cutthroat before his
backtrack.
He was more before his introduction, and I guess when he was introduced and became a part of the Akatsuki, he was much more cutthroat and more so savage, but Itachi kind of showed him a new ideology somehow. Even if he wasn't undercover, he showed him with the idea of friendship. He kind of instilled this bond between them, and that's kind of illuminated when he dies. He dies keeping Itachi secrets and keeping the Akatsuki secrets, which implies loyalty, which he really didn't have before that. I mean, he literally killed his own people. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Let's be real, Jay. Before you continue on with that as well, that's kind of like a talk no jutsu feat. Like, Itachi's that guy for talking and keeping it real, because, like, mind you, just like we said, he killed all, his village, you name it. None of them could get through to the fucking guy, but Itachi could.
Itachi being I would say the kind of philosophical mind he is, he had an effect on Kisame. That and the fact that he was more powerful than him, so he had no choice. He's like, I'm more powerful than you. You're gonna have to listen. You got no choice here.
Yeah. So, once he puts out the MS, bro, he's like shaking his boots.
Kisame kind of walks off. He doesn't even look at him.
He was like fucking talking his shit. He's like, "Oh, you better know your place, bro." Blah blah. Like, after he got roasted with the the speech of reality and philosophy itself, because at the end of the day, Itachi, he's just that guy for keeping it real.
That kind of illuminates it. Yeah, that Kisame started to default to Itachi when he goes up to him, puts his sword at him, says, I'm the guy, and Itachi says, are you sure?
You're not.
I think he told him to know your place, and Itachi said, you do the same.
Yeah.
And then he walked off. Yeah. That kind of established the hierarchy between them. There's a hierarchy between those two.
I think the only reason why Kisame was with Itachi as a duo is probably because, like, the whole point of the duos was, like, if someone goes, like, rogue or something, the other opponent was supposed to, like, be able to, like, dispose of that ideology or whatever.
Yeah.
And the only one who would be able to replace Kisame would probably be like Obito or Pain. They're all
Kisame was next in line.
Yeah, top
they're
tier.
not going to be. Yeah, they're not going to be a Kosuke duo doing like henchman work. So
yeah,
Kisame was next in line, bro. And
so Kisame definitely benefited. In fact, in some ironic way, despite being an antagonist, he became more noble for sure. By the end of it, he was a more noble person than when he started.
Because of Itachi.
Because of Itachi.
Like, he even thinks of Itachi. He even says, "Wow, Itachi was exactly like you predicted." Blah blah.
Yeah,
like with his death, because Itachi said he would not die a simple death. It'd be horrible.
There's definitely respect there. So Kisame definitely benefited from it for sure.
And let's just be real. Itachi is so cold, so polarized as a character, so intellectual.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be hard to like be in his shoes and not respect the man.
He was pretty young when he passed away, I believe. I think he was
like 21.
Yeah, Kisame was young. A lot of
really young.
Itachi was a young man, and he's just one of those individuals that are very easy to appease to. He's very just calm and collected.
Truly.
If you had Itachi on your shit, Jay, damn well you guys be spitting some shit.
Yeah. He's a poet, philosophical poet.
Truly was a generational talent, a generational character, definitely.
Yeah.
Legendary.
Freaking, do you guys think the first series of Naruto would have worked if it was made in 2022?
I think it would still work, but Kishimoto would have a different set of expectation, living in a more, I would say, woke, soybean, left-wing environment.
It'd be a little bit worse, in my opinion, though, because like the whole...
Yeah, a lot of the portrayals of women and things of that nature specifically would be different, probably, because he would have pressure put on him. So...
And then wasn't like the whole, like, I believe when I was looking at Kishimoto's background, it was like the whole reason he did all that was due to the wars. You know what I mean? Like World War II, like something with his family members, something that had to deal with war, and you name it, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So like if it was more in like, as of this time where it's obviously like, tremendously more peaceful than it was during World War I, II, you name it, etc., and how it was just crazy back then.
Yeah.
Sakura might actually be useful.
She might have been, like Sarada, she's a little bit more useful than Sakura already. So, but then she was at her age.
Man.
So
I hope they don't mess her up, man. I feel like she has so much potential.
Yeah, her blitzing, that one inner was very impressive. Boro, that was very impressive. So
Boro. Yeah.
Sakura never did anything like that until she was like War Arc Sakura. So. She's already considered useless.
That's just Boruto for you, though, Jay. Like they're just their growth and prowess is just it's completely built different.
The power cliffing is vast. It's not even close. So.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna let you guys go. Thanks again for the stream and answering the questions. I appreciate y'all.
Any questions, brother?
Yeah, man.
Yes, sir.
You guys. You guys be safe, okay?
Yeah, you too. Have fun, man.
You too, bro.
All right. Yeah, there's definitely writers today have much more pressure on them than the past. That's for sure.
For fucking sure, dude.
Because
they do it based on like their experiences as well. You know what I mean? Like either appeal to emotion at times, experiences, personal ones. You name it. And obviously, how it is as of now, today, people are gonna like, view and you name it. They try to please the majority.
Yeah, back then, hard work and the grind was more revered than it is today, unfortunately. So.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. I think there's only a couple more questions. Let's see the chat first. Anyone ask anything? No. Folks, if you're in the chat, feel free to ask any questions. Even though it's a call-in show, you can still ask. Someone says, what are you talking about now? Oh, we talked about a lot.
Make sure to leave a like it up.
Yeah, make sure to hit the like button, folks, if you're watching the recording or the live stream. Make sure to hit the like button. So, by the way, folks,
show some support.
Yeah, if we're all able to make the next stream, I'm planning on doing like live debates, kind of like Six and Swag did, where they did like random topics and they had 30 seconds apiece to debate. Maybe we could do that like just to entertain everyone, even if it's an absurd. Well, I'm not gonna like advocate illegal shit, but
like fucking having kids soccer and you get Mario.
Yeah, like some dumb shit like 10-10 versus Kakuzu or something like that, and I'll have to be a rat.
Very contentious.
I'll have to be a rat.
So basically, what Jay is saying is, Batman's gonna get an ass beaten from Wonder Woman.
It's
great. I'm looking forward to that.
Kid Koji versus Gamma Bunta, bro. That's contentious.
That was a crazy debate. But you guys can even ask absurd. We'll debate basically anything besides the obvious, like illegal shit, stuff like that. I'm not doing that. But if it's like dumb shit, like Kakuzu versus Pain, and I have to argue Kakuzu, I'll be a rat. I'll pretend to be a rat.
Yeah, you're gonna have to rat it out.
And for the sake of
noodles.
yeah, I'll have to be that the little bitch and pretend to be him.
To be real with you though, Jay, I haven't even I heard it was really good, but I haven't seen it yet. Of Six Sense, why I kind of having fun with that and just taking random ass topics from people. I think what they were paying for it, and then
they're paying for it. So we'll do something similar. Us three, I guess we'll do like cycle and like have two go against two.
We don't gotta do money either. Like I don't know if you want to do that or not. It doesn't have
we
to
could,
be that
but
either.
it won't be the we'll do that too. And so you guys can look forward to that. Maybe I can get one more person on, so we have 4 if Alexa's available. Or
Alexa.
Yeah, get her in here. Yeah, that should be funny.
But the only thing
but it's gonna have to be like real life for her though. That's not fair for like anime.
Yeah, she won't do anime. Yeah, she can't.
That's awesome.
She's not knowledgeable on that. But
get my ass whooped by Alexa.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. But yeah, for you folks wondering, that's what we'll do next time. But let's see. Someone asked a question: if all Jinchurikis were evil and removed a faction, how strong would they be? Would they be the Akatsuki? No, they wouldn't. All with good connection with their Biju. No, the prerequisite to being a Akatsuki member is being above Biju and being able to capture Biju, so the Akatsuki would just round all their asses up. Besides, probably KCM Naruto. Naruto is the strongest. And the top tier characters.
Manhandling all of them, yeah, with just KCM 2.
If he's KCM 2 plus,
information.
Yeah, if he's KCM 2 plus, the Akatsuki would probably get bodied by him. All the other Jinchuriki would be catchable. But he would be a problem. So especially if he's KCM 2 stage mode, he's whipping other asses. Or if he's 6 paths alone, he'd solo all of them. So
easily.
Like Obito and Pain and Nagato, obviously the 3 main clutch fucking instruments against KCM 2 Naruto.
With insane hacks. Yeah,
they want to stand a chance. He's like comparable at that point. He's comparable to Hashirama himself. So
Obito would be fine no matter. Like I'm gonna be real with you though. Obito would technically be fine because. Like, unless you think it was because of the Rinnegan, but a lot of people overlook it. I think it's a feat itself, but he was able to calmly an attack from Jubimato.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he was fast enough to use Conway against him.
Conway's
like,
broken, bro.
And, you know what I mean? Like, in Jubimato, like, it'd be really weird to say he wasn't going, like, at full speed to strike at him because he wanted his fucking Rinnegan back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because, like, Obito betrayed him and stabbed him. He's like, nah, fuck you, whatever. And then Mataro's like, all right, whatever, I don't have time for this shit. And then goes to, like, strike at him, and then he just Conways. And he's like, oh, so that's your ability.
Yeah.
You know?
Alexa said, "You challenging me? I mean, sure, if you want to debate." So
the smoke.
We know how those first 2 went.
Hey, don't get her on the red pill where Andrew takes the.
Yeah, I've definitely won those 2. I think she knows that. But let's see. Is any other questions? No. All right. What was the next one that was on here? This is kind of a question. Someone asked, if the world was still Pangea, meaning all continents on Earth connected, how would the world be different? I don't think it'd be different. That different. Modes of transportation would still exist. There would be certain.
Wait, my bad on that, Jay. Can you say that again? What you mean?
Yeah, someone said.
Pangea.
If the
in simple terms, I'm pulling an art. My bad.
Yeah, if the world was still like where all continents were connected and there was no how would the world be different? I think there'd still be borders and nations because humans are inherently tribal, so that wouldn't change.
Yeah.
Traveling wouldn't change much. It might change slightly because there's no real incentive to go across waters since everything's connected. Unless theoretically you can get from point A to point B quicker by water. Like maybe if 2 areas or locations are perpendicular to each other.
It'd be a lot more wars though, Jay. Though, like it'd be a lot more.
It'd be easier, yeah.
Like wanting to fight over territory, you know, because since there's like. There's so much in front of you, you know what I mean? You're going to want more because of greed, you name it.
Yeah,
that would be an interesting dynamic, though.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. But I still think there'd be airplanes and other forms of transportation for the most part.
Yeah.
Politics might slightly be different, but it wouldn't be much different. There's still nations and borders intact, tribalism.
What about the wars, Jay? You think that would change at all? Because wasn't the wars like kind of impacted due to like the geographical elements of things?
There might be more reluctance to use nuclear weapons because nuclear weapons have an after effect, and the radius might be too vast to do it because everything's more connected, so to speak.
Yeah, you're not just shooting up an island or something.
Yeah. Like, it's not like you're bombing Hiroshima.
What about like World War I and II? How do you think that changes?
Germany would be maybe more under scrutiny because everyone's connected. I don't think that would change much per se. But,
that'd be beneficial, right? If it's all connected and close.
Yeah,
I think politics would be a lot different though, considering how close we are with other nations.
Maybe foreign, foreign policy might be different. Yeah, I think that would be.
And so that would also affect like people's like allied nations and said wars as well, perhaps. You know,
maybe incentives would change. Yeah, incentives to be allies, because like over the waters, foreign policy is definitely a thing that wouldn't really be a thing anymore.
So exactly,
and not only that, they're gonna have to be more careful too, because now you can't be really ratty or like be a little fucking snake and do shit. You know, since you're at such a distance.
Yeah.
And you're gonna be a lot more closer, so it's gonna be a lot more easier to kind of monitor everyone. You know, spy in a way.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be tremendously way harder for them.
The waters would be the water borders would be interesting. Like, how would people split up? I know, and currently with there being oceans and countries kind of claiming areas, I wonder how that would go. With their, I think that'd be different, and I guess the nations that border the waters would necessarily have dibs on it because they're the closest, but maybe that would create some conflict. That might create conflict.
That's what I'm saying. It would be. I do strongly feel there'd be a lot more conflict, but I don't think that would change the basis of everything.
I think the world would change, but not vastly. It wouldn't be a vast difference, but it would change.
Yeah.
There's also something to think about though too, is like with things being so close, like things like illnesses or like even more biodiversity would be.
Oh, that would be bad. Yeah, that would be fucking bad.
We might have the European Native American effect because we're all so close, where the virus spread like wildfire.
Exactly. So that would be an interesting dynamic for sure if Pangea was still existent.
Yeah, definitely. Someone asked Sage Mode Naruto versus MS Sasuke. I mean, Naruto admitted he's weaker, so.
Weeb. Is that Weeb again?
Let's see. No, this is another guy. Weeb, I think he joined the server again, but his dumbass ain't saying shit now. So.
Now, like, what I will say, like, if you ignore those statements, and at the end of the day, mind you, it's Naruto saying it himself. It'd be really weird for him to like downplay himself, or for you to consider it a downplay statement, or just think he's just being, you know, I don't know, emotionally dumb or something. But regardless, if you ignore that statement, you know, like it'd be interesting. Like, yeah, they'll fight. You know, they'll kind of go at it, whatever. Throw some things. Like, I don't think Sage Naruto's like would get blitzed by like a hero either. I'm being honest with you. I think the censor precog should allow him to kind of deal with that or whatever. But the problem is he has a limit to his Sage Mode. He can only do so many clones, while Sasuke could just fucking utilize his shit over and over and just spam everything. So like that's one advantage Sasuke would have.
Yeah. The thing is, he did say it against a damn near blinded Sasuke. He's like, I couldn't beat you right now.
Yeah, you know, exactly that. You
so
know,
if it's
like
a full power 5 Kage summon Sasuke, I doubt he'd have a chance. But
I just don't really see, like, you got to really give him a lot of benefit of the doubt. Yeah. You know, and obviously he's not going to be able to fucking hold that one feat he did when he was fighting against Kurama, because what a lot of people forget is when he had like thousands of shadow clones with Sage Mode, that was because he was sitting down and his real life like body went into Sage Mode, so that would give everything in the conscious, like that realm, whatever that shit was, was why all of them had Sage Mode immediately. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
If he's in the real world, he can't just activate Sage Mode himself and then all his clones have Sage Mode. That's not how
that's specific. That the Pain Arc Sage Mode Naruto, it wasn't at that level yet. So he would have.
Yeah, you know, like, so that's not really a feat he can be able to utilize, because he can only really do that, you know, when he's in like the Killer Bee realm, they're training to master KCM. Like War Arc, sure, maybe he might be able to, but then again, if he could, I'm pretty sure he would have. But you know, it was a shadow clone, but he does like only base like hundreds to do massive or anything on. So it wasn't even Sage Mode either. So like, we don't really see that feat happen until you know, only when he's training, and he doesn't do that again until he has 6-pass Sage Mode, because it's 6-pass Sage Mode. I mean, he fucking has that shit on the fly.
Empirically, Naruto did state verbatim, I would need the QB in order to beat Sasuke. That's pretty explicit. Yeah. I know people try to argue semantics, like, oh, that's more symbolic. I mean, what else could it mean? You can't beat him without it. He's literally.
I think people try to interpret that as being like, oh, like he needed the chakra from Kurama to like capture Sasuke and take him back to the village safely.
It's similar with the Obito thing, you know, like Sage Mode could probably would allow him to fight Sasuke to a degree, but it's not going to be enough for him to win. You know, and like, that would be the same thing with Obito, because Obito, Kamui, his hacks, you name it. Sasuke, Susanoo, you know, you name it, hacks, whatever. So it's like, sure, like if you want to like be, you know, like not be butthurt or pissed that we're to say, oh, Sasuke just slams. Sure, maybe he can be able to fight against whatever, but it's only going to do so much, and then he still loses. which is why he would say, "I need the power of the Nine Tails." And when he says that statement, he's literally talking with the old frog, okay? And they're literally giving him a whole speech like, "Oh, you need to start training like Minato and Jiraiya wanted you to master the Nine Tails, blah, blah. That's why you were given the key." Then Naruto thinks of himself and thinks of Sasuke while he's blind. Like, yeah, I need the power of the Nine Tails to beat him. He's like, yeah, let's fucking do it. And then that's when he gets sent to the island and starts doing the whole training with Killer Bee. So it's like there's just so much narrative incentive for him to need the Nine Tails power to fight against that Sasuke. It's really weird to say he could just pull it off with Sage.
Empirically, empirically, it leans towards Sasuke. Also, you'd have to speculate to argue for Naruto beating Sasuke, and usually when a writer in a manga makes a character say I can't beat you, it usually means the literal interpretation for the most part, inductively. And what makes it just more foolproof is the fact that he was near blindness. Like, that's not even Sasuke during the summit. That was like a blinded one. He still didn't feel confident.
Like Itachi, like when he no diff for Orochimaru while blind. Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
So it's not like it's out of the question. Like we're just fucking highballing Sasuke or you know wanking his shit. Like no, like even Itachi could pull crazy ass feats while blind and just shit up people.
That just
I know, man.
Yeah, that further implies that Sasuke would still do well. So Sasuke just scales above him unless you speculate, which is flawed. So that's basically the case with that one.
And the only nitpicking excuses people do, well, they'll be like, oh, blind Sasuke, you know, he was going blow to blow with Kakashi. Well, he was fatigued and exhausted. Exactly. I mean, like, he's not even at full power while blind. So yeah, Kakashi's gonna go blow to blow. Yeah, there's context. People ignore the context. You know, or then the next thing they'll pull, oh, well, with Zetsu's statement, it was either Obito or Zetsu, I can't remember. But either way, they're like, oh, well, Naruto's more likely, it was Zetsu. Yeah. He's like, he says literally he might be stronger than Sasuke, or probably more. He doesn't say that he is. I don't think he says he is. But regardless, even if he says, like even if he said he is stronger or probably stronger, bottom line is that could be mainly just referring to Taka Sasuke, not you know, 5 Kage Summit Sasuke that has Susanoo Unit, etc.
He got stronger at the summit, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. You know, so like if you want to take that at a grain of salt, sure, maybe you could apply that for Taka Sasuke, you know, but, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, Kadin even says his chakra is growing colder, so he's literally getting
just like the CM2, yeah.
And the fact that, Kakashi was able to react to Sasuke near blindness, but Sasuke at full power was reacting to the fourth Raikage was faster.
Fourth Raikage, so
that also implies that. And the fact that Naruto didn't use Sage Mode to react to the Raikage, he uses KCM, so that implies inferiority at that point as well. So I would say...
Jay, Sage Mode Naruto fought against the third Raikage too.
And then there's also scaling... There's also scaling for the third being inferior. He stalemated the Eight Tails, who's inferior to Killer Bee, who's a perfect in Cherokee, who scales below the Raikage, so the fourth is just faster.
Isn't there a data book statement that says the fourth Raikage is stronger than the third?
Yeah, and the fact that the only person
you can just scale it too.
I'm pretty sure there is. I could be wrong, but obviously, if we're comparing like AP with like the third Raikage spear shit, I'm not gonna say Raikage is throwing a punch and beating that, but like in that big sense of it, it was implied for him to be narratively over or stronger. And then not only that, it's always shown they always surpass the previous generation. You know,
the fourth is arbitrarily superior in relative to Killer Bee. Killer Bee is superior to the Eight Tails itself, and the Raikage the third stalemated the Eight Tails itself, so he scales below.
Locations, so definitely.
So there's just there's much more empirically for Sasuke.
Like you could debate it, Jay, but it's just if we're being real, 100%, it's just it's clear as fucking day.
If I was being a rat, I might come up with some stuff for Naruto and say that. If I was playing devil's advocate, I would say he meant that he needed the QB because he had a specific way of defeating Sasuke. He more so wanted to bring him back unscathed, and no one would risk dying. So a ratty interpretation would be that the only way he'd be able to bring Sasuke safely back would be with the QB, and the reason that he can't do that is because he, at that point, still doesn't have him under control.
Exactly.
A cherry on the top to this, Jay, like just to further conclude this, and this is basically you arguing with Kishimoto, regardless of whether you can consider it canon or whatever, but it is part of a filler where Naruto and Sasuke do fight. Naruto has Sage Mode, so like base to base, obviously Naruto would be superior. But then, like, what's it called? But then Sasuke starts using his intelligence. and he's like using jutsus, whatever. He does Karen, Naruto does Rising Shuriken, bam, it balances out, whatever. Like, which is extremely impressive for Sasuke because his elemental weakness is wind. So the fact that Sage Mode Rising Shuriken could stalemate Kirin, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy of a feat for Kirin itself. But regardless, you know, that's what happens. And then Sasuke gets serious to Susanoo. And then what does Naruto do? He doesn't stay in Sage Mode. He goes to KCM.
If I was being a
sophist, like, he goes to get the If
I was being a sophist and someone's not that good of a debater, I would say Naruto was able to go toe-to-toe with Pain. Pain is relative to Edo Nagato. Edo Nagato beat KCM1 Naruto. KCM1 Naruto's faster than Sasuke, and that means that Naruto is superior to Sasuke. That's if I'm being a sophist, though, but you could counter me and say, well, that Pain was fatigued. He just happened to use a chaotic Shinno Tensei, so he's clearly nowhere near full power. He's not in the Rain Village. So yeah, but if you're a sophist,
everybody ignores.
If you're a sophist, and
the other person, so easily.
If the other person doesn't, if he's not on his toes, he might lose just because he falls for your sophism. But yeah, there's rat tactics, but they're not genuine to me. So
yeah, and it's just as simple as that. And at the end of the day, like I said, you're basically arguing Kishimoto. He's statements that say needs nine tails. Yeah. Even in the fight that they're actually shown to fight each other, he needs the nine tails to go against Sasuke with not Sage Mode. Like, it's just being disingenuous.
Yeah, so I think that's all of the pre-live stream questions. Folks, if you have any other questions for her to ask, and make sure to hit the like button as well if you have not already. So make sure to hit the... Alright, but let's see if anyone has any final questions. I guess while we wait, did you guys have any topics in mind, just in general, to discuss?
Maybe the spin-off series.
I forgot about that. We could discuss that. So besides Minato, some possible good candidates to me, Sakumo's up there. I think
I want Sakumo. Yeah, that's my second play. If I couldn't do Minato, or better yet, if I had to pick even as a ball, I would still say Sakumo.
Yeah,
like, I really want some Sakumo shit.
Yeah,
logically,
I want something.
Kakashi's my favorite character. You know, from day one, and then two. We don't have anything on the guy, and Kishimoto did have an opportunity to bring him fucking back as an Edo, but he didn't choose to for whatever reason, which that would have been really interesting with Kakashi, because if anything, I feel like that would have made more sense emotionally and spiritually for Kakashi to finally not hold back anymore, and then say the famous line, like, I've had enough, I'm going to use, blah, blah, if he was to fight his father.
And it would have made scaling, it would have established scaling, too, for him, so we actually would have known.
Exactly, but regardless of how it would have been done, we don't know what, but I feel like that would be making more sense, because whenever they brought back characters as Edo, they're mainly making them go against people that obviously had personal ties. That was the whole point. But either way, like, we would have got scaling, you name it, etc., and that would have been great. But regardless of that, like, I just want some Sakumo shit, bro.
Sakumo, there's a lot of lore behind him, despite the very minimal amount of information. There's a lot of lore, and I would say reverement for him amongst the fandom. So he's definitely up there. His scaling, I would like it. Like, if he is selected, I would like that to be just straight up explicitly stated or indicated by Kishimoto. And I would say Kaguya, not because I care about her at all, because I don't, as far as emotionally, but I would like for Kishimoto to
see her interacting with the aliens, right? Maybe
I would like for him to explicitly scale her so this universal bullshit dies, or who knows, maybe she is universal and that's established, but that's more so my logical side. Emotionally, I don't give a shit about her. She's whack as far as like character, but
we did get like a whole fucking fellow arc of Asura, Indra, and Hagoromo and Kaguya.
Yeah, to me she's like a really whack character, but power scaling, I guess,
super whack.
Yeah. Who else is up there? I guess Shishui. There is some information on him though. He wouldn't be like my top two, but he's up there, I guess.
Yeah, he is up there because like we have a lot of things that kind of go off whatever, but it's all vague.
Yeah,
like it's not. It's nothing really major. Like, even in the anime, they'll show some extra things of like him, standing like super fucking far in places like a platoon of like elite ninja whatever under Genjutsu Makoto from a distance without even establishing eye contact. Basically what Danzo used in the meeting, and he does like on the shit like several people. And I mean, so like, we get little things like that, and we get all the statements from the manga, novels, whatever. But like, it'd be really nice to see more of him, because I'm gonna be real with you, that Danzo shit, I'm sorry, it really gives him a bad fucking. It does. Like, it's really bad, dude.
It's a black eye on.
And I try to be like, I really try to be in Shishui's corner. Like, I'm the first one to always defend him, whatever you name it. But like it's annoying. You know what I mean? It's annoying that's the only thing we really kind of got. And I know there's big people that think, oh, well, he just scales the dogs or whatever, blah blah. And there's different, iterations or whatever. But what I will say is, Izanagi's no joke. I mean, like when we look at Izanagi, it's something to completely catch you off guard. You know what I mean? Like unless you're like a god tier centric type, like some KCM shit, or maybe Tobirama or Minato, then it probably wouldn't catch you off guard, whatever. But but like even with Sasuke, like when Danzo did Izanagi, Sasuke's like eyes like fucking widened, like he's like, oh fuck, like he's alive. Yeah, like he was completely surprised, and the only reason why he didn't get fucked was because he still had Susanoo activated.
Yeah.
So like with Shisui, yeah, sure, he could activate Susanoo as well, and blah blah whatever. But like when he does the Izanagi, like it just completely catches him off guard, and the moment he tries to react, like he just starts getting fucked. You know what I mean? Because that's what happens. If you get hit off guard, you're gonna get fucked up. It's like someone stabbing you in your back and you didn't know they were behind you. Obviously, why would I say that person could beat him in a fight? No, they just stabbed him in the back. So I don't know. It's really hard. And I feel like we need a lot more from him due to that, because people just kind of shit on him all the fucking time because of it. Because once again, then you have people that just be like, oh, well, nah, he's still ass because he should have just been able to activate Susanoo. Yeah. He should have been able to do at least something, whatever. If that was Itachi, that wouldn't have happened, or some shit, like people say things, whatever. And I get it, but I don't know, like, yeah, we definitely need something with the guy. That's just me, though.
Yeah, it needs more respect. But someone asked Kisame versus Tsunade.
Okay.
I would lean towards Kisame. I know Tsunade has people over revere her feats against Madara. Madara thought of her as a child, and the rest of the Kage as a child.
Yeah,
so he allowed her.
He was holding back.
He held back, and that's the only reason
How do
she
you
was.
quantify scaling for her if he's holding back?
He's holding back. She's extremely mentally amped, and he's still toying with all of them. Cuts her ass in half and leaves her to like fodder. So she doesn't scale that high. So Kisame would beat her. He scales to version 2 Killer Bee. Jiraiya can barely deal with a young Fortail Naruto. As simple as that. Tsunade scales around that level, so probably Kisame.
Yeah, it goes back to our scaling earlier. Yeah.
Someone said.
Like bare minimum, like the way you can at least grant her bare minimum that I'm not gonna bullshit is that she has enough AP to go through Madara Susanoo. Now you could still argue and be like, oh well, maybe Madara was still holding back enough to let that happen. But let's say you give her that. All right, sure, she has crazy AP to where if Kisame gets hit, he's more likely fucked. That's if he gets hit. You know what I mean? Like, and he has ninjutsu, okay, like water style ninjutsu, you name it, hacks abilities to where that can easily keep her at bay. If it worked on Killer Bee, you really think it's not going to work on Tsunade? That doesn't make any sense.
His speed is blatantly superior to Tsunade's.
And and way more superior. His speed too, So like, it's really weird. Like you got to really wrap or fucking highball scale this bitch.
Yeah.
Either some crazy shit to either model. Like there's people out there that will literally scale her to where like she's stronger than all the 5 Kage. Like they'll take the statement of Hiruzen where he's known as the strongest of the 5 Kage, blah blah, and then they'll do some correlations. And be like, therefore, Tsunade she wants to scale whatever, yada yada.
Yeah, this is bullshit.
And think that she can, and it's just bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, or there'll be people that blatantly say that she can body Killer Bee all forms, which is just bullshit.
No, yeah.
Madara's getting like it's just it gotta stop.
She's strong. Yeah, that's even stated. She's stronger than like brute strength, stronger than the Raikage, but she's slower than the Raikage.
Exactly.
Blatantly, and the Killer Bee scales and he has relative speed to the Raikage, so Kisame.
That's like saying she's faster than fucking Minato and KCM Naruto.
Yeah,
like, what the fuck,
not. Yeah.
Like, and Raikage says, when he died, Minato, now he is the fastest.
Yeah.
So why would Tsunade or Hiruzen or all these other fucking people be just as fast? That doesn't make any sense.
Tsunade would lose to Kisame, yeah. She was one-on-one.
And Minato also beats Hiruzen.
Yes,
you know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
If you look at the games, like, I know it's only the can of worms to argue whether if it's canon or not, but what's it called? But like, if you look at the games, like Minato fights Jiraiya and Hiruzen and beats them both.
Yeah, Minato, even in the manga, he's implied superior. I mean, when the Nine-Tails attack happened, Hiruzen was literally begging for Minato, like, "Where are you? I need you." So he literally is inferior to him. So, yeah, he literally scared
like, Minato, where are you?
He's like, I'm not doing this by myself, bro. I best believe.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not beating.
I'm retired, bro.
Like all the Jonin and Hiruzen are like, "Where's Minato? We're fucked if he's not here." Like literally, he was the only one that had a chance. So. Minato scales above that. Tsunade scales below Kisame blatantly in speed, especially.
It's just constantly said too. Like even Jiraiya said Minato was in a whole other caliber. Fucking, like even Tsunade, like I believe she agreed with it as well. Like there's just so much.
Yeah.
I mean, so like to just miraculously put her in that line of scaling, that's just being ratty and disingenuous.
Yeah, it definitely is. People love to review that feat and over quantify what she did. It's definitely a problem all the time. But someone asked,
It's annoying.
Sasori versus Orochimaru. Oh shit!
Oh.
That just went.
Okay.
So yeah, you guys go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
I was actually gonna. Oh, we'll answer this first, but I actually really wanted to talk about Sasori as a potential candidate as well, perhaps with you guys. But
that'll be a great one actually. Yeah.
But Sasori versus Orochimaru. You want to go, Batman, or?
You go first, man. Go ahead.
Well, if we're presupposing that Orochimaru doesn't have Edo,
yeah, we have to do that for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So Orochimaru is a very interesting character to scale because he's supposed to be, on par with EMS Sasuke via Suigetsu's statement. You know what I mean? Which is a little weird because he lost, pretty quickly to almost blind and sickly Itachi.
Exactly. Yeah.
Who is pretty much on par with EMS Sasuke as an Edo as well. So it's
it's contradicted.
Yeah, there's inconsistency there for sure.
Yeah, so I mean,
his probably the warlord Orochimaru, but not beginning part 1, part 2 Orochimaru, or even Shippuden.
There is an interesting thing though that I think Kisame himself states inferiority to Orochimaru. He was visibly shocked that he was dead when he heard the news. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but see, that goes along with the whole fucking Sanning legendary reputation that Kisame just has a weird. What's the word? Help me out here. It's the same thing he said with Itachi, where he's like, oh yeah, no, even with me and you, we can't beat that guy. The legendary swordsmen are nothing in comparison. I'm sorry, but he was a fucking Sonic tar. You know what I mean? He was just, it's just he was kind of just being humble. You know what I mean? Kind of downplaying himself, and it's just not the case because we literally see the guy eventually fighting against Killer Bee, who was able to kind of keep up with Yellow Flash Minato to a degree, and react and whatnot. So I feel like that's just him really, really respecting the Sonning and just thinking that they're just it
was just supplementary evidence.
But I feel you. But I feel you though what you're saying.
Yeah, and then Sasori, it's really weird to scale him too because of his feats with a Granny Chio and Sakura, and he's supposed to be above the third Kazekage, who is supposed to be the strongest shinobi of the Sand at that time, and which implicates he's being stronger than Prime Chio, who's on par with Hanzo and stuff of that nature. So it's you can scale him really high or you can scale him quite low as well. And he's the first Akatsuki member to die, so narratively, you don't think too much about him as well. But I would take Orochimaru just because I don't think the poison would really work on him. So he'd probably be able to neg that hacks or inconvenience, if you will.
More of a possibility you can,
yeah, and then his Hydra snake, I know this isn't proven, but if he was audacious enough to take on Itachi in that mode, it shows that he was at least confident enough in his abilities to take on
enough.
Itachi.
Yeah.
And he didn't know about the Tosuke blade. He's why wouldn't I go after this guy? You know what I mean? So it does establish some sense of where the scaling is, but again, due to him being on EMS Sasuke level.
And he could fight the Susanoo though too, Pimpin. He does bash against it here and there. Obviously it's not a perfect Susanoo or even the humanoid one that, that Madara or Sasuke uses in the war. But it's still impressive. He's doing that against what was that, Jay? The fucking out of all the transformation, what stage was Itachi using? Can't remember.
Oh, he was using the not the rib cage.
It just didn't have legs. It had everything else but no legs.
Yeah.
So that's pretty impressive,
When he fought Orochimaru, it was definitely a weaker Susanoo.
Yeah. Sure. I'm not gonna say he could maybe do that against. Obviously, he can't. He's not doing that against perfect Susanoo. And the humanoid one, maybe he could be able to go. Maybe, but I think that Susanoo would show him too.
Yeah.
But the fact that he can kind of, contest in a way, kind of do a tug of war, that was kind of impressive.
Yeah, we can
really show some power.
A very near half dead Itachi reacted to Orochimaru's strongest attack. That just shows the difference in ability. That was a damn near dead Itachi. So.
Yeah, the only thing I could see being really tough for Orochimaru to deal with is the sheer number of puppets just attacking him at once without Edo Tensei.
Yeah. So Sasori he's interesting to scale for sure.
It's very interesting. when it comes to that matchup, like what I'll basically say to kind of like simplify it is, regardless if you're only going by manga, whatever, manga, there's many statements to basically imply that Sasori felt like he was in like a similar scaling, background to be able to fight against Orochimaru, even Datara. They were always like, oh, let's fuck him up, let's find him, we want to kill him, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then when Sasuke killed him, they got butthurt because of it. And Sasori was eventually supposed to meet up with Kabuto to find Orochimaru. You know what I mean? So he can go kill him or fight him himself. So you kind of go along that reasoning and whatnot. They can cut. If you believe that's enough to kind of put him in a silver scale, whatever. There you go.
That's a great one. Yeah.
Yeah. But the further reasoning for that, regardless of what you think of the anime or even the games, in the games and the anime, okay, Orochimaru actually does fight Datara and Sasori. Now in the anime, he uses basically his Edo Tensei to stalemate both of them, and then he just retreats. Okay. But obviously, if we're not including Edo Tensei, then it's like, how would that really go? Whatever. But regardless, you kind of get like, some type of emphasis that they're in similar level, whatever. And Orochimaru was kind of toying with them from basically, if you watch at least the anime when they fight, he was kind of just, filling them out, and he was testing his Edo third Kazekage against Sasori's puppet Kazekage, and they were kind of going at it, whatever. But Datara was there too, and he didn't get defeated, So that's kind of a feat itself, to where you can, fight both of them at the same time, and then he just retreats and it's like, all right, bye, whatever. And then the games, it shows it as well, and to where like Sasori fights Orochimaru, and Orochimaru beats Sasori, and then Pain's like, all right, enough, let me handle this. Orochimaru charges at at Pain, and then he just Shinra Tensei and fucking bodies it. And then he's like, join the Akatsuki, stop being a bitch.
Yeah.
So, like, if you go along with all of that, Orochimaru could definitely be able to fight against Sasori. Now, what I will say with everything that we know as of knowledge as of now, he has all the chakra nature roots, fire, style, water, you name it. So he can do all of that. He has crazy summoning. So I do feel like he's going to be able to deal with all of Sasori's puppets. I don't think he would get overwhelmed. He has plenty of in his utility belt to deal with it in a sense. And not only, I don't know how you guys feel about it, whether if you think he can go into the snake transformation even in part 1 and part 2 or beginning of Shippuden. I know Shippuden he should be able to at any point. But in part 1 and part 2, Orochimaru does have a statement where like he says Itachi is stronger than him, blah blah, things like that. So when you have that line of scaling, okay, if you kind of think like he has the big fucking headed snake transformation thing, like even that wouldn't be enough, whatever, yada yada. So like for characters along the scaling of Sasori who are more on par with like the Sanning or like high tier Jonin like Akashi, things like that, or Guy, I would say it's very fair for Orochimaru to be perfectly fine to fight against him, and with all his jutsu, his hacks, regeneration, and he should also have poison resistance because of the snake shit and all that, you name it. Like, literally, while he's sick and deathbed crippled, he defeated Sasuke with hack. Like, he got killed by Sasuke, but then because of his blood or whatever, like, was exposed to the air, it became a poison toxin and just paralyzed Sasuke. And then Sasuke is basically at his mercy. Like, if Orochimaru wanted to, he could have just killed him right there and then. But instead, he wanted his body and underestimated Sasuke, and then Sasuke just did a reversal. So when you have all of that, like, he just has so much crazy shit. I mean, he has a lot of shit going for him. And if you give Edo as well, Edo Tensei, it's like, I don't know, bro. Like, I just don't. Sasori's strong. He's strong as shit. I just don't. Like, maybe could he pull it off? Maybe, but I feel like it's definitely in a what he has.
Simple scaling is the fact that Sasori was even damaged by Sakura, right? And the fact that Orochimaru scales above Heavy Sasuke, and we know what Heavy Sasuke would do to Sakura. Literally, when Team 7 came to confront him, they were at his mercy. He could have killed them whenever he felt like if it weren't for Orochimaru. He's vastly superior. There's no way that Sakura would ever touch him, even if she tried. So I think the scaling makes sense empirically. Orochimaru just scales above Sasori. He did kill the third Kazekage, but Orochimaru is relative to Hiruzen, the third Hokage, who is superior to Tobirama. And Tobirama, there's a general notion and trend that the Hokages are the strongest in the world for the most part. So Tobirama more than likely was stronger than the third Kazekage. They're probably around at the same time, give or take. So Orochimaru just scales above Sasori, despite his success.
He does, yeah.
Despite his success against the third Kazekage.
Or he's strong, but just he's not there yet. He's just
It's crazy how like Sakura can react to like a base Sasuke, and then I don't even know how much like later she can't even react to Sasori without Shio's help. You know what I mean?
Later
and then
on.
she gets that mental amp, and then she's good after that. But a lot of like invariable like components that go into both their scaling that can make things like highballed or lowballed.
Yeah.
And it makes the topic up to people's interpretations more times than not. So
yeah. One argument for Sasori is I believe he stated as the best puppet user ever. And the fact that Shio stalemated Hanzo and Hanzo spared all the Sannin, that could be like an argument for Sasori's favor. Then you would counter and say, well, the Sannin are just stronger now, as evident by Orochimaru literally being relative to Hiruzen, I guess. There's arguments for both sides. I think there's more speculation.
If you really want to rap, Jay, you could say Chio scales to KCM because Goldman and Chio were still standing and fighting the KCM clone after many chapters go by and many episodes in the anime.
Yeah.
So if you want to go that far or whatever, then obviously, but I don't think she scales that.
Yeah.
If she would have shitted on Sasori.
Again, that's interpretation because I think in the manga it shows him introduced to the battlefield, but it never shows what ensues. It just shows the aftermath. So you could theoretically say maybe it disappeared, maybe the Naruto clone just ran out of power, juice, so to speak, and it just went away. Because if she did scale above KC1 Naruto, then I mean, Sasori.
Yeah, that's like a right way to go, but I don't.
That's what I really want.
If she was KCM, she would immediately shit on Sasori.
Yeah, Chio would have soloed Sasori very easily if she was that level.
I love Chio as a character, though. I'm not even gonna lie, bro. Like, actually,
I like her.
Found her pretty interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's why I really want a spin-off on Sasori because I really want to see how he killed the third. Exactly.
I would like to see that too. Yeah. We need more we need answers on the scaling. That's what we need.
Exactly, man. Power scaling would benefit a lot too.
He just got some poison when
he
didn't know.
The universal argument could die if Kokage is written about, or we could get blatant scaling of Sasori. That would be finally answered, or Sakumo, or Shisui.
I really want to see Jiraiya as well too. I know he might not win, but there's so many characters we can learn about from his time as a younger
shinobi. Togurama, he's not my top one, but maybe how he lost to Kinko Ginkaku would be interesting.
Well, Jiraiya would be perfect because then we could probably be able to see, whether it's Jiraiya or Tsunade. We could probably be able to see maybe some training with Minato because they could kind of add that in there if they wanted to, especially if it's about Jiraiya. They could also do Hanzo versus Three Legendary Sannin. We could see what the fuck happened in that fight.
Finally.
So.
Someone asked, this is a different one, Orange Mask Obito versus Minato. I might lean towards
Minato.
Minato because he still has the mark on him, unless you want to remove that. But
there's that advantage. But the fact that Yellow Mask Obito competed with Hokage Minato says a lot. So by the time he's an adult, he uses it more optimally. You could argue Orange Mask Obito. It's a tough one. That's a tough one. But the fact that there is a seal on him is problematic. Is a problem.
It's interesting because you get to see what Minato does in the battle against him, but then when you see him as an Edo, which obviously should be weaker in a sense, maybe not crazy weaker, Togurama even says all the Edo, they've been all revived close to their power. Don't say far or whatever other word they say close.
Yeah,
so that means they're probably at 95% away from their true power or something, or maybe 90%.
Yeah.
So it's not fucking big or anything. People always to rat and exaggerate.
There's an argument that Obito's faster. I know the Raikage says he's the fastest on Earth, but you could just say rationally that he's unaware of Obito or his ability. Plus, also he clearly scales above Sasuke as well, and Sasuke was able to go toe to toe with the Raikage himself with in his 5 Kage Summit form. And Obito doesn't see Raikage remotely as a threat. I mean, he literally sits there in front of all the 5 Kage and tells them what he's going to do to their face, knowing that they can't do anything to him.
Yeah, and why would you do that if you're weaker than all?
It then implies blatant superiority. That's not a concrete way to scale, but it's pretty strong.
It's strong, yeah.
But Hokage Minato, you also got to take into consideration the parameters that were established for him. He was preoccupied with knowing the Nine Tails was around,
There's so
knowing
much,
that his child and his fucking wife was at risk as well.
context, yeah.
So it's pretty tough.
And that's what I'm saying, Jay. Like, if you remove all those variables, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know if you think this is legit or not. Like, I do think Minato would have slammed a lot harder. I mean, because with the nine tails being into play, you know, like with him spamming all the flying, like, bro, the man used flying right like 14, 15 times. Like, I did ask counter. It was around there, either 13 or 14 or 15. He does it that much. Does fucking summons Gamabunta, which takes a ridiculous amount of chakra to the point where Jiraiya tells Naruto, you need the Nine Tails chakra to summon that shit. Okay, he also does the barrier shit to teleport a Biju Bomb away, then teleports the Nine Tails and a Biju Bomb away, and even says verbatim, the bigger the object, the more chakra it requires. You know, like, so like he does so much shit, you know, and then doing the Rising Dawn, you know, like he went through a lot of fucking chakra, and obviously we know the more chakra you use, you name it, the less stamina you have, etc., the more weaker you are getting. It's shown over and over and over and over.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, it's not like, you know, but then again, you can kind of say that with Obito in a way too, because Obito's doing calmly, and he's also controlling Nine Tails while he's fighting. So, like, you know, regardless, it is what it is, you know, but, you know, either way, like, I think the best way to kind of argue for Minato is his war arc feats while just in base. I thought that shit was pretty impressive. You know, so you have that kind of going, but it's an interesting fight. You know what I mean? It's really interesting, but I do feel like if the mark is on Obito, I don't think he's winning. That's kind of just not fair. He would just instant teleport. He should be able to hit him or kill him. Like that's what he did against Renegon Obito. You know what I mean?
White mask, yeah.
You know, everybody was running to him, trying to make, like, everybody, like EMS, Sasuke, you fucking name it. They were all trying to run. Even Tobirama was trying to get to him before he did, you know, the Arena Rebirth, because they all thought that was what he was going to do, but instead he was becoming the Ten Tails. And then Minato's like, teleport, slice in the neck. You know what I mean? Right. So I think that would go that way. But if he's not marked, Obito might be able to do it. Like, I don't know.
Because there's an argument that he just got faster since
he just got stronger and faster.
The fact that I believe the 5 Kage Summit, I believe the Red Kage tried to hit Obito, and he just casually just phased through it. I think he
just went through.
He's like,
he almost got hit by the particle style beam too. You know what I mean?
He almost did get hit by that when he had to save Sasuke's ass from getting like vaporized. So he had to do that. There's argument, the seal would be the difference. The fact that seal's there.
Absolutely.
The only argument against that would be, would the AP be enough to take him out one shot? You could say, well, he had Zetsu's amplification and he still got fucked up during the Nine Tails, so you could argue, it'd be enough to take him out. Arguably, that's true. It's a tough one.
Like, Obito's durability isn't, I'm gonna be honest with you, isn't that crazy. Yeah, like I'm not saying it's horrible, but like he gets blown up by Konan, he gets hit by Rising Dawn, hurt. You know, the beetles from the Shino clan, even though it's kind of like hacks, but that kind of fucks him up as well. Yeah. So like whenever Obito does get tagged, it's like consistently showing like he will get hurt.
He does get hurt.
I do still think Minato, if he does land an attack, he should be able to still. I think it'd be weird.
The fact that he did hit him during the war arc, I would say. And if we presuppose Obito,
he sliced his neck,
if we presuppose Obito is unaware of the seal, then Minato probably gets him. He probably does take him out. So, someone has a hand raise. I guess let's invite them in.
Hi.
Yo, what's up?
Not much. I just wanted to ask, what do you guys think about Naruto characters that scale to KCM being faster than light?
Light?
But that's the argument of KCM 1 Naruto, Minato, and Killer B scale upwards to the right Kage due to them having speed feats of them either A, overpowering them with sheer speed, or B, scaling to characters that also scale to them, and thus like the whole KCM 1 Naruto blitzing A.
I would say it is stated canonically that his full speed is bare minimum relativistic to the speed of light, so I guess I wouldn't have an issue if people that are faster than the Raikage are classified as faster than the speed of light. I would have to see a pretty significant gap in speed. I wouldn't say early war KCM 1 Naruto would be massively faster than the speed of light. I'd probably say maybe KCM 2 Sage 1 would be. But I wouldn't have a problem if they say that they're at least the speed of light if they're relative or faster than the Raikage. So that's what I would say about that.
I know there is an argument for like the Raikage being fast as the speed of light, just because of the translation around the databook statement.
Yeah.
Meaning it could be like he's almost the speed of light, or he actually is the speed of light. So
right, yeah.
Obviously KCM1 Naruto is supposed to be relative to him, even though like the Raikage was testing him. He wasn't really going full out, in my opinion, even though it's stated as such.
Yeah, but, he even admits it was a test. Yeah, he did say that.
Yeah, so even if they are as fast as the Raikage, it's still like up to translation as to if he actually is as fast as light or if he's just kind of close to it.
Yeah, like relativistic at least.
We know Haku for sure goes to speed of light in his like ice form here. That's concrete.
Yeah.
That translation's concrete, but like
which is strange, but I guess that's the case. Yeah.
Yeah, it is interesting for sure.
Now, but one thing I will say, do you guys think there's a possibility when it's being described that it could be a hyperbole though? That the characters aren't actually moving, it's just, I don't know, what they're kind of writing?
It's
because some people try to counter those for either Haku or for B or for Raikage. And be like, oh, well, it's just hyperbole. Like, it's just,
I would more so conform with the Haku one being hyperbolic, because it's extremely bizarre that there's like a speed of light character in part 1 Naruto. So maybe that one, but the Raikage one, I don't think it's hyperbolic. It kind of coincides with his character in general, him being the fastest on Earth.
All about speed and shit.
Yeah, and Minato obviously outspeeding that with instantaneous transmission or flying Raijin. But yeah, Haku possibly, but the context doesn't seem hyperbolic, but it could be, and I wouldn't think that's crazy. But yeah,
I think it's something that we've gathered to just like accept, I suppose, with Haku's scaling, just because of like the lack of feats and like how he was taken out in part 1 and all that stuff. So
because One Tail Naruto was able to contend with him, and we'd have to presuppose he's the speed of light with One Tail. It's a little consistent, but
bro.
Because
not only that though, like
then you would have to presuppose that the One Tail Naruto could blitz the Raikage every relative. That's absurd.
Yeah.
That's the case,
that's crazy, I'll be real with you though too, Jay. Like when we even analyze that alone, like even with the Raikage, okay, like if you can travel at that speed, you also have to be able to like maneuver and move like with your reaction and combat speed that is similar to that as well. Otherwise, that'd be redundant. You know what I mean? That'd be stupid.
Right.
And it's basically further stated and confirmed when the Jonin from A's team, he's like, oh, even though Kage's nerve transmission, reflexes, etc., okay, are all on the same level of speed, blah blah. All right, so meaning Minato has to have that, Kage has to have that, whatever. But Haku, that's actually contradicted, and she doesn't have that because when she fights against Sasuke, like a lot of people forget about this, but she's actually going at full speed when she's fighting hand-to-hand combat with him. Like it's stated by Zabuza, who knows Haku's, true potential, you name it. Like, and also stated by Haku herself that she was losing in a battle of speed. Okay, that Sasuke from part fucking 1 was beating her in speed in hand-to-hand combat. Yeah. Okay, and then Zabuza was like, if you don't get your head out of your ass and get serious, you're gonna be defeated at this rate. And then she starts using the ice mirrors, and then she starts fucking him up. So
Haku's a guy, by the way, just letting you know.
But so like if you take that into consideration, my bad. Then when she's teleporting, right, doing the ice mirror shit with the speed of light, whatever, it doesn't really make sense because her body, if she could move at that speed of light, she should have just been shitting on Sasuke in hand-to-hand combat, So like I don't know, it's just really weird. So like maybe like with her moving through the mirrors, it's at the speed of light, But once she's out of the mirrors, once she's out of the mirrors, then I don't think she has the speed of light. That just doesn't make sense to me. It's really weird.
Yeah.
So, that's my way of kind of analyzing, if that makes sense. But what were you saying though, Death?
What I was saying was, I do mainly because I when you were talking, I got what you were saying wrong, and I thought, wait, is he saying that base Haku, not ice mirror Haku, is moving at the speed of light? Because that doesn't sound all right to me.
Yeah.
And I was just like, nah, he said it right. I'm tripping.
Okay,
You're
yeah.
fine.
Right
Yeah,
on.
but I think a very rationally safe deduction to make is Reikage beyond or at bare minimum relativistic to speed of light. I think that conforms pretty well. But
I concur.
Haku, it just seems inconsistent because you'd have to make some absurd claims like Naruto's relative. Part one Naruto with one tail as a child is relative to the Reikage. Like that's absurd.
Uh-huh.
Literally, you get fucking one shotted by the Reikage. It's absurd. So Haku, the best interpretation I give it is that her transitions within the mirrors themselves are the speed of light, maybe. But even that would be a little inconsistent because then we'd have to presuppose that Naruto could react to that in the first place. So I don't think he could at that point, not even close. So
Just weird. That means what? That means QB Naruto is KCM Naruto. Like what?
yeah, or the other interpretation would be retcons because there was definitely a couple retcons from part one that should put in like Hiruzen no longer being the strongest Hokage clearly with that title being shifted towards Hashirama, so you could just say that Haku was retconned and that everyone you have to presuppose everyone's retconned because everyone's the speed of light if they're Haku or above, which is absurd, but you would just presuppose that there's a retcon to kind of
I just remember Jay when Third Eye Kage does like his max speed at Edo Madara, and Edo Madara reacts and blocks the hit. Like he says, "Oh, he's fast, but he was still able to block." And then the Right Kage's like, "What the?" He was like, "What the? He can do it block my fastest speed?" Like
exactly, yeah. So he could be categorized as like speed of light or beyond for sure. Madara, that's fine, but Haku in part one, I don't think so. That's kind of absurd. So.
People try to use that those statements and be like, "Oh, therefore she also beats Pain and all these other people," and it's like, no.
And then you would simply ask, "Does Part One Naruto beat the Reikage?" Like, they obviously they can't answer that. So.
Yeah, Kid Choji at that, man.
And Kid Choji, yeah.
Yeah.
I was a dude in the chat earlier at the beginning of the stream saying that Kisame beats Pain.
Yeah,
that's pretty common. You'd be surprised, man.
Yeah, Kisame. Kisame. Yeah, he doesn't beat Pain. Pain blitzed and destroyed KC1 Naruto. KC1 Naruto blitzed Kisame, so it's very unlikely.
I think mainly no, I'm not saying like I don't think Kisame beats Nagato. I do think that Kisame does beat like the group of Pains though, mainly due to his scaling to Killer B and how Killer B is I would argue high is above A, and then based off of like his sheer durability, all that sort of stuff with Guy, and mainly because you can say that yes, the chakra attacks from B would fluctuate because of Samehada, so I would say that his durability scaling to Guy would help more, mainly because Guy's power wouldn't fluctuate in the fight. And then you have his strength that you can go on look at all his fights and see, okay, would he be able to smack a Pain away with his strength? And so like I mainly sort of base my arguments for Kisame versus Pain off of how fast is Killer B and also how durable is Kisame based off of Guy's attacks, because well I think it was the Hirodora was one that tore through Madara's basic Susanoo, the ones that he was using to fight the Kage with.
Right, so you would have to prove that Pain is significantly weaker than Nagato, and he was significantly weaker than his full power because he was fatigued in the Konoha village. He used a chaotic Shinen Tensei, fought the entire Konoha simultaneously. So when he did fight Stage 1 Naruto, he was heavily fatigued and nowhere near full power. So you'd have to prove that full power Pain at his optimal is significantly
weaker than Naruto. That's like saying a Kisame with Samehada is like scales to Kisame that fought fucking Guy.
Yeah,
you know, like it was
it's not equivalent.
Sorry, you go.
Yeah, you'd have to prove that, which I don't see how you could without it being stated or implied that he's much weaker. So yeah, that's what you have to do first to even establish that scaling.
And not only that, just to kind of add on it, like if we're really looking even at the narrative, you name it, like Kishimoto has like countless fucking data books that are just basically saying Pain's the strongest. You know, like he's a leader due to his fucking power and charisma, you name it, and that's why they have to follow him, whether they like it or not. You know, like there's just so much stuff to narratively support that he's, you know, definitely up there as the strongest thing, at least in comparison with all the other Akatsuki members. I'm not saying like
exactly,
or Itachi, you know, but fucking, you know, when it comes like, it's definitely being implied in that sense.
Right.
And it's just stated over and over, the whole God aspect, the whole, you know, he's a, you know, fucking omnipotent. Not, I'm being exaggerating, but you know, the whole divine thing. That's basically all that's being said about him, and it's never. Yeah, Kisame is never getting that level of hype or reputation or respect. It's kind of similar to Minato. You know what I mean? Like he has all these statements, blah blah, you know, yada yada yada. It's really weird to say, oh, that's not the case, and etc. X, Y, and Z. You know, so you have that to kind of go off of. And then, you know, and like I said, with the whole, what Jay was kind of saying, with him being fatigued, you name it, you know, you can't limit scaling to someone that's not even at full power, okay, because that's just being disingenuous in a sense, you know what I mean? Like, and then not only that, he was still able to beat, you know, basically the whole village and Sage Mode Naruto while being fatigued and tired, and then still has enough juice to fight against V2 Six Tails Naruto, which, remind you, okay, is obviously stronger, well, should be stronger in a sense than like the V2 Eight Tails, if you get what I'm saying. Like the V2 Eight Tails completely shitted on Kisame. Yeah, he was able to react, but he still gets fucked up and bleeding, you name it. While Pain can just, while fatigued and tired, run a V2 bloodlusted Six Tails Naruto. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like there's just so much to kind of show that he's just on a different level. It's really weird to say that Kisame should just be above and just be able to beat his ass. You know, and it's even shown with Itachi. You know, like once he whips out Mangekyo, Kisame can't fuck with him. You know, and Rinnegan's obviously a higher level Dojutsu. Then you got to put into consideration of Nagato having tremendously way more higher chakra levels and stamina, his vitality. You know, because of him being associated with, you know, the Uzumaki clan and everything. You name it. Like he was able to wield 2 Rinnegans, only a feat that Madara could do. You know, so it's just, I don't know, bro. Like I feel like with the hacks, with the narrative implications, you know, with his abilities, what he was able to do while also fatigued and weakened, he's just I don't know. I just don't see Kisame fucking with him at all.
Yeah, also what you would have to do, since claiming Kisame strong is a fighting a losing battle against the narrative itself, you'd have to kind of you'd have to give a rational argument as to why that would be the case if Pain is stated as the strongest in the Akatsuki. From which I would say you could argue Obito and Itachi are excluded, because Itachi's undercover and Obito's the real head of the Akatsuki. So clearly Kisame most definitely is in that range of, yeah, he's below Pain. So you'd have to also go against that and rationally argue why that would be not correct.
Even in the manga, it's stated. It's like on the bottom of the chapter where it says, "Oh, the strongest Akatsuki goes to capture Naruto." You know, the Nine Tails. You know,
empirically,
so,
it's just power and charisma.
There's not much for him empirically to suggest that. So to suggest Kisame is above him.
I do understand your reasoning though, like with the whole Killer Bee ranking and scaling and whatnot. Like I get you. I get what you're saying.
I think with the whole strongest member of the Akatsuki statement goes for Itachi, because in the I think it's in the next chapter, Itachi is the one who shows up to Naruto and talks to him about Sasuke. And then there's neither Obito or Pain or any other character shows up, at least to my memory, about like showing up to Naruto during the beginning of the chapter when Itachi talks to him. And most of the basis for my argument of like Kisame over Pain is the whole implication of how he has fought Itachi multiple times and is definitively below him, but Killer B, someone superior to A. You get where I'm going with that? I know that.
Pain would just be superior to those guys, simply put.
Yeah, basically, Pain just scales to those people. You know what I mean? So meaning,
Pain,
yes, he would scale to like KCM,
full power
to
Pain.
Raikage,
Yeah,
and
full
Killer
power
Bee. So
Pain is relative to Edo Nagato.
full power at least.
Yeah, he's relative to Edo Nagato. So.
I'm about to hit
And
you guys with
Nagato,
some-
mind you, Nagato's controlling the passive pains with his chakra. Like, it's not like it's these random ninja utilizing their own chakra power. It's him using his own chakra to control these bodies. I mean, so it's his power, it's his chakra. So just to say that they scale entirely different in comparison to Nagato is also a little weird as well.
He also blitzed Killer Bee crippled, by the way.
Yeah, and that too. Like, well, white hair crippled.
If he's crippled and not even full power.
At the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
Why would
Tendo
Pain be weaker? That wouldn't make sense either.
You know. So like, it's just really weird to say, like, Kisame or even Killer Bee. Like, I don't even like.
Killer Bee scales below him.
Shit on
he literally got blitzed by an old withered Hiruzen. I mean, not Hiruzen, Nagato.
And we see that also further collaborated when Killer Bee goes against the Rinnegan for the first time. He's never dealt with it, and none of his attacks can do anything. He can't do anything. The Link Vision's just negating all that shit. And normally you would think, okay, if that doesn't work, let me just go to V1 or V2, which is what he normally does in character. No. Instead, he has to go like full fucking transformation and then clear out the whole fucking forest and then try to gain the advantage that way, you know? So obviously, with Pain as a character, he has hacks. If Killer Bee's going to get serious, Pain will get serious as well and utilize his abilities, which would just basically defeat that, you know? So, I don't know, I just, you know, Pain, it's just as simple as he can be able to scale to them and beat them as well.
So much disrespect on Pain, bro. I don't get where it comes from in the fan base, you know?
Yeah.
Like, honestly.
Nothing against you, though, Death69. Like, I feel you 100%.
Oh, yeah,
Just keeping it real.
Yeah.
Okay, so that makes me a little curious. What is your guys' Akatsuki ranking? Because I feel like mine comes from a different place than all of yours.
Obito, Itachi, Pain, probably. With Itachi and Pain being damn near interchangeable, depending on the argument. So.
Yep.
Kisame's below all three of those guys.
I have ways, because I've actually done this myself, to be able to try to get technically Pain as number one. In comparison, like if it's being compared to Sekitachi and Obito, like whatever, there's certain lines, like if you analyze the whole Konan fight, Nim, etc., like it's a whole other can of worms. But you know, there are people that are out there that can be, oh, Pain's number one, and I do have certain arguments that kind of get him in that way as well. But if you look at it in the whole grand scheme of things, the most popular, most common line of scaling is exactly what Jay said. It's just Obito, Tachi, Pain, or then it goes Obito, Pain, and Tachi. Those are the constant ones. The only other one you really see as well that is, you know, very popular would be Pain, Obito, Itachi, or Pain, Itachi, Obito.
And underneath those, I would probably put like Kisame, Orochimaru, Sorcery, Datara, Kakuzu.
And then like Kakuzu, Konan, and like Konan. Yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly. Konan.
To be honest, though, like I think Kisame and Konan is interesting though.
What's that for nah?
I think that Konan, her feat was so impressive because of the years of prep time. I think without them, she would have been dealt with very easily.
Oh yeah, she got stomped by Jiraiya.
Jiraiya bodied her, and Jiraiya is vastly inferior to Obito.
What
you know? She signed up for, bro.
Go ahead.
Okay, I mainly go off of like speed in Naruto, mainly because
Hiruzen is slower than the Raikage, and he's considered superior, so speed's not the only variable.
So. Well, I know that. It's mainly
like Death.
Because if it was speed...
Like travel speed-wise, like, he was able to react to Raikage's full speed. I mean, like, he's not moving at, like, the same speed, like, travel-wise, but he can still react.
If we were going off of speed, then Minato would be the strongest non-six-pass character. Clearly he's not. So
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, it mainly goes off of like a tiering system sort of thing, like how Orochimaru. I know it's a little shaky, but Orochimaru in part 1 put even though it said that all Sanin in part 1 of Naruto are equal, Orochimaru put Tsunade below them, comparing her to Kakashi. Kabuto compares himself to Kakashi. He's able to keep up with Tsunade.
Well, that was a mentally nerfed Tsunade, though.
Yes, I do agree with that, but it would still sort of uh, it to a certain degree, especially seeing as how um, Kabuto was still able to, at the very least, react to her.
Yeah,
And
but
Orochimaru,
again, she was nerfed, and the fact that
oh
she
yeah,
pummeled Orochimaru, who's superior to Kabuto, just kind of negates that. After
yeah,
she gained a mental fortitude, she not bodied, but starting to beat the shit out of Orochimaru. So, which again reinforces the notion of relativity.
Yeah, like what he's saying basically, Def, is that wasn't a prime Tsunade. That's like a rusty Tsunade that hasn't really done shit.
She's literally
And
like
knows how long. Also has blood.
pissing herself. Yeah, she's literally pissing
Yeah,
herself.
also has like blood, psychological weakness, which is tremendous. Okay, for a weakness. Like now, I know that's besides the point because they start fighting. You're right. Kabuto does dodge, and they're basically able to be relative enough to where they're both huffing and puffing, and he does like a pill, and then now he has the stamina and chakra back while she's fully fatigued, and then he gets
also you could argue that she was
but,
still mentally nerfed even previously to that because she was conflicted about having to betray Jiraiya and company. So in fact, she was still mentally nerfed.
So there's a lot of variables. So we just unfortunately you can't concretely prove that it's stated that Kabuto's Kakashi blah blah yet he could be able to fight Asani blah blah like it's just really weird for Kishimoto to provide all those statements and narrative implications and out of nowhere for it to be contradicted just for shits and giggles. Obviously, it has to be to do more to variables.
If you want to go one step further, Kabuto was scared of heavy Sasuke before he kills Orochimaru, or after, I believe. So that also implies inferiority to someone weaker than Orochimaru. So there's also that. So that just further proves that he's inferior to Tsunade.
Kabuto was told by Orochimaru, "You can't kill me. You're Kakashi level. So the only way to stop me is killing Sasuke." What does he do? He doesn't try to fight Orochimaru.
Yeah.
He goes to just kill Sasuke.
Yeah. And then eventually he's even intimidated by Sasuke. So that happens too. And he's below, and he scales below Orochimaru. So.
Okay. I do still sort of. So the whole speed tier thing that I was talking about, I still sort of think that it could exist, probably mainly due to characters like Pain, like the Pains, for example. During Jiraiya's fight against them, they are still able to block hits from him, and including the weaker paths. I think it was the summoning path, the male one, that blocked a punch from him, and then later Sage.
It was the small grabbing one, the one that they didn't have eyes.
All of them, at least when the Diva path is on ground. I think that base Naruto was exchanging blows, but I don't remember if it was.
It was mostly Sage Mode was the one that bodied their shit, all of them. So
yeah, I would say that because we do know it's a 10 times increase for Sage Mode.
At least, yeah.
At least I think it's more than that because a synthetic shitty replication was Orochimaru's.
Because that's only imperfect. That's basically stated for Orochimaru's curse mark, which we asked the curse mark of Sage Mode, but that's besides the point. But for Jiraiya, the data book statements does say 10 times as well for Jiraiya Sage Mode, but for Naruto, there's no clarification, so it could be higher technically.
It probably is higher.
For instances like that where then characters that are still able to throw each other around and characters that are having a harder time keeping up with others, I sort of categorize them in this sort of speed tiers where if a character is having a harder time with one another in the character skills or fights another character later on, for example Sasori, I jumped around a lot with his scaling, especially early on. I originally thought, because of all the things I heard about him, he probably just scales to Sakura. But then I looked at things later on. I also heard about
Shizumi and Danzo.
KCM, and I thought, he's probably faster than but no, it's probably I want to go a little bit more conservative. So let's go down a little and see what else I can find. I found some things when he was in Edo, so I mainly with stuff like that, mainly try to be as conservative as I can, especially when
It's
it comes to
open-minded, right?
things like
Yeah.
that. So for the pains, I mainly put them at the bottom rung of light speed, mainly because of the fact that I think that KCM is a bigger boost than Sage Mode. Otherwise, Sage Mode would have been used a whole lot more, particularly during the war arc against the Jinchuriki,
Uh-huh.
mainly because um, other abilities that Sage Mode gives Naruto would be, I think, better than KCM. So.
Well, it is stated verbatim that sensory reaction for Sage Mode is technically better than KCM, but but regardless,
Yeah.
that's just the KCM was technically still implied by Naruto to be more powerful overall in a
That's
general
why he used
sense.
it against the Raikage. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why
It's
he
better.
used it against them. That's why he says that against to Nagato, and that's also why he even says that to beat Sasuke. So yeah, Sage Mode can be relative or even superior in certain aspects compared to KCM, but it's KCM is still stronger overall. But either way, like I think you said before with the whole where it's weird when like Pain is fighting base Naruto, but yet he can do a Sage Mode Jiraiya and all that other stuff, yada yada.
That's
So they
fatigued.
kind
Yeah.
of
He's fatigued.
yeah, so that's the problem. Once again, it's because he's getting more tired and fatigued. So like you got to remember when the fight first starts, Pain's a little bit caught off guard like by how much fucking like just how crazy strong Sage Naruto is because he immediately just one shots the fucking robot path of Pain with a Rising Dawn. Okay. Now regardless if you want to consider that a mental amp, kind of similar to what Jiraiya did when he did basically the same exact thing in the beginning of the fight when he goes in Sage Mode, like the Path of Pain charges him, he just kicks him in his fucking face, he couldn't do anything. And when you look at the data book, it says, Jiraiya like hardened his resolve. So that was obviously a mental amp moment, and then from there it just goes on. So regardless if you apply that for Naruto or not, it doesn't matter. Throughout in the anime and even in the manga, all the passive pains are able to react to Sage Mode Naruto. Like the summoning one is able to react and kind of go blow for blow, whatever. And then even Tendo was able to react at a certain moment where he's able to move his arms up and block the kick. In the anime, it shows him blocking several punches and then the kick happens. So like, there's plenty of applications for a fatigue, tired Pain to still be relative or similar to Sage Mode. Now, obviously, Sage Mode does overpower him. Eventually, he is outclassed to a certain degree, but he can keep up with it. And mind you, this is from a tired, fatigued Path of Pain, and as the fight continues on, then he's shown to, combat against face Naruto, and then he's about to end the fight by using his rod, which would have stabbed and got his ass, but he summoned Seijo back in time to create an off-guard moment, and then basically, got the upper hand, which led to the whole kick thing and the punches. So, like, a lot of people try to downplay Pain because of that, Pain is, shown to fight against base Naruto and yada yada, which meaning therefore he scales the base. That doesn't make any sense because he can literally not only have exchanges with Sage Mode Naruto, and then whenever he uses his jutsu activation, like hacks, you name it, that all can also compete against Sage Mode Naruto. And then when Tendo Pain gets his powers back, he instantaneously shits on it. It's not even a fight. And mind you, this is when he's weakened and fatigued. So
instantly.
So
basically,
basically, the most concrete scaling that is very hard to combat is this: so Killer B lost to a crippled, weak Edo Nagato easier than he lost to a full power Kisame. Kisame got blitzed by V2. It wasn't exactly a one-shot battle. Killer B literally got one-shotted and got his chakra absorbed by a very withered and weakened Nagato, who's blatantly inferior to a Tendo Pain, because if it wasn't, then what would the point of these reanimations be anyway? So clearly he's weaker than the passive Pain, so that's why he had him in the first place. But yet, as an Edo, was able to blitz Killer B. So you'd have to prove why Pain would lose to Kisame based off that scaling.
Like I've just looked at it again, so I just wanted to make sure. Like white hair and crippled, like his whole body fucked up and white hair, meaning he's not at full power.
Not even close.
Yeah, Killer B goes to V2, charges at him, does the lip, does a punch, and he just dodges that shit effortlessly.
Exactly.
And then Shira tenses him and then fights Casey and Naruto and shits on him too.
Yeah, so literally it's blatant.
Kisame was able to react, but he couldn't dodge, while Nagato could dodge.
Yeah, one-shotted him essentially.
So, yeah, like, come on.
It's not even close.
What's the booster that you guys think for ACM?
Booster, it's hard to quantify with a quantitative value.
Yeah,
not that it really matters anyway, because the best you could do is give a qualitative analysis when scaling. That's why I don't use numerical values very often, unless it's Dragon Ball, where Toriyama blatantly states multiplier.
Explicitly stated.
Because either way, quantification is irrelevant when there's narrative implication. It doesn't matter if you want to classify something as significant, that does matter. But as long as you know who wins based off the narrative, that's what matters. I mean, you can't really give a specific.
And it's annoying because people try to rat.
And if you give this guy's going 300.3 million miles per hour, it's like, how do you prove that? Unless it's stated by the writer, you can't really prove that. Pixel scaling is bullshit because it's an arbitrary metric system that you solely only create yourself. So each subjective lens could be different. Yeah, the calculations are arbitrary. Unless it's Toriyama's case where he's like, this guy gets a 50 times multiplier. Then okay.
And there you go. But like one prime example, somebody makes a calc. I'm not gonna say a name, but makes a calc about Zetsu being able to speed blitz Casey and Minato, etc. You name it all at once.
Absolute bullshit. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
But yet, there's literally a statement provided by Kishimoto to where Zetsu says, if I detach from Obito, I will be killed instantaneously.
Exactly.
I know the strengths and abilities of these two.
Yeah.
I can't remove, otherwise I would. And his whole goal and incentive is to get to Madara to give him the Rinnegan.
Yeah.
So that would make sense for him to be playing an act or manipulating or bullshitting. You know what I mean? So, that's why when people do calcs or pixels, they can do that to easily misconstrued or rat in scaling.
And there's no way there's no way to prove that your metric system coincides with the narrative at all. There's no real way.
Exactly.
Unless the writer says, that works, but that doesn't happen.
It's just pure speculation.
And if it's supported though, for instance, if we're talking maybe about Minato, or Kage, shit like that, that's a little different.
Yeah, there's significant gaps, like Minato versus Tenten. Clearly, it's vast, and you don't even need a quantification. All you know is that there's a vast gap. That's all you need. So the quantification is irrelevant at that point. That's why I don't.
Hey, gentlemen, I hate to interrupt, but I think I might have to depart at the moment. I got like a 2-hour drive ahead of me to see some family and stuff. But
we're about to wrap it up anyway. But yeah, for sure.
I appreciate it again, man. It's been a wonderful time. You too, Batman.
Always, brother.
Sure. Hopefully next Saturday we do a debate thing.
Have a good time.
Yeah, I'll be available, man, for sure. So much love to you guys. Be safe. Happy holidays.
I appreciate it, brother. Have a good one.
Let's get it.
All right, guys. Have a good one. Talk to you soon.
Peace out.
Talk to you soon.
Peace.
The main reason why I sort of asked this is because I'm doing an Akatsuki ranking video soon on my channel.
Okay.
And the whole structure of it is sort of based on speed because I'm mainly concerned about okay, Pain's our group, yes, but there are characters that do grow considerably faster, and characters for instance characters that Naruto fights, example being being Itachi, Obito. I might include Sage Kabuto because I see a lot of references of how the Akatsuki is still exists in the war arc, so I would probably put Sage Kabuto a part of the Akatsuki in the list. So
you're saying Sage Kabuto is superior to the Akatsuki?
No, I'm saying that I would have him on the list.
Oh, on the list. Okay.
He would. Yeah, based off of all the things that I've found of
he'd be in that range. He wouldn't be top tier, but he'd be in the range though.
I think that can I tell you guys the listing that I had?
Sure, yeah, and then I guess we'll move on after that. Yeah.
The listing is White Zetsu, Don, Conan, Gatora, then all the pain, then Sasori, then Pain, then then Kisame. Yeah, I know it might seem a little ratty to put the Diamond Boy up there. I know.
Oh.
And then there's Obito, and then at number one I have Itachi.
Yeah, I would revise that if I were you, for sure. Kakuzu lost to not even MS. Well, not lost to, but had a tough time with base Sharingan Kakashi, and lost to Russian Shuriken Naruto. Kisame would solo them. Pain would solo them. Itachi would solo them. Obito would. It's not. I'd revise that.
Not only that, it's stated verbatim by Hit on that he's like the slowest, when it comes to like attack speed, blah blah. And it's shown consistently that Kakuzu is relative to that same Hit on. I'm not saying that like, Kakuzu is the same exact speed, but he's basically in a similar ballpark. He's not like too far off of a difference either. Like the same, like Hit on's going to show blow for blow with Kakashi. Kakuzu does the same thing. You know what I mean? Even with us, even with everybody else, like they're basically in the same speed ballpark. So like, if you're doing it based on speed, Kakuzu is literally pretty relative. I'm not like if you want to like be, annoying, you could say equal and kind of downplay him in a bit. But I'm not going to be that. I'll say he's at least faster a little bit, but it's not by like a large margin. And so if you're doing it based on speed, Kakuzu would definitely be one of the slowest people. He's not the fastest.
No, not
even with his tentacles and everything, like it's stated in the data books that he has no blind spots. So meaning it wasn't an off-guard attack. It wasn't an element of surprise. Okay, it was meaning that Naruto moved so fast twice, remind you, to where he was able to speed blitz him. And this is further supported because in the manga, it just shows like his body when Naruto lands the first hit, like just facing in front of him. But in the anime, it actually shows him turning. So he has plenty of time to react. He turns around, and then he still can't do anything, and then Naruto would have hit him and killed him, but it fizzled. So, like, he has enough reaction speed to do something, but not enough to, like, get out of the way or get out of the attack. Like, just enough to just move and, maybe, like, I don't know, move a fucking tentacle or something, but it's not going to be enough, and he just gets hit either way. So, and not only that, it's not an excuse from him being behind or whatever, because we see Shikamaru being able to dodge Kakuzu from behind, and he had no idea he was there. We've seen Naruto do with Haku. It's shown millions of fucking times in the show, Naruto and Shippuden, that you can dodge an attack if someone's behind you. It's shown many fucking times.
Off guard is very rare that you see an off guard situation. Off guard situation is Jubidar and Zetsu, although that's still bullshit. But that was off guard, so. But Kakuzu was not off guard.
Too, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Kakuzu was never caught off guard. He just failed to react due to insufficient speed.
Even Kakashi, yeah, he couldn't sense him, but like if someone's charging at you at a certain speed, okay, you'll eventually be able to detect their presence. You know what I mean? Like you should be able to pick up at least on something.
A good example is Obito. Obito just reacts to everything because he's faster than everybody.
And that, or even Pain.
Like, as well.
Yes, I know the Link Vision, but he still has to have enough reaction speed.
He's so fast.
And guess what? Kakashi did the same thing to the robot Pain. That's something Kakuzu couldn't dodge.
He's so fast that point blank range, he's reacting to people, like right in their face.
So from behind, that's not an excuse either. And then, like I said, once again, the whole no blind spots thing. So Kakuzu, with him losing to regardless if you think base Naruto or baby QB amp Naruto, doesn't matter. It's still bad. Okay, and also struggling against Kakashi, and then also being stated verbatim that he only needed Kamui. There's just no way you could put Kakuzu there.
No, he's a lower tier Akatsuki member. Yeah.
Do you think though that he was okay? So I do know that it's probably not seen or shown, but or like noticed a whole lot, but from I rewatched the fight multiple times, mainly because I rewatched and also looked at manga panels because I believe the source material goes above all other versions, and I tried to like make sure because I heard that the long drawn out, not drawn out, but the Taijutsu exchange between Kakashi and Kakuzu was anime only. I did find like short snippets of pieces of the Taijutsu exchange in the manga, but I don't believe the whole thing was in there. And based off of the
What about Shikamaru? But what about your thoughts on Shikamaru being able to go blow for blow with Hit-On and Kaksu technically as well, and keeping pressure on them?
The fact
I get what you're saying. Like you don't like the whole anime because you probably don't consider it canon. You want to stick to the manga. That's fine. But like with Shikamaru, like obviously it's not Kakashi, and we know Kakashi should be able to fucking come on. Like he should be able to shit on Shikamaru. Yeah, Shikamaru can be able to deal with both of them by himself. Okay, when he pulls up on them again and pressure them with shadow possession, paper bombs, you name it.
Yeah, and I mean Kakashi doesn't even use MS, and he's still relative to Kakuzu. He says that verbatim. So Kakashi's definitely not at that point near even Sasuke's level, and Sasuke's not Kisame's level. So
like the only time Kakuzu even lands hits on Kakashi is when he gets behind him to create enough of a time interval to just to get the upper advantage. But that's the same thing Kakashi does to him, and the same thing Naruto does to him.
This is like a blatant relativity, and then and then a stronger Kakashi gets just ass whooped by one pain, and that pain is easily, casually just toying with him and just flicks a nail at him to take him out. It's not even close. So, and that's MS Kakashi, by the way.
Pain blitzes him. Like he does them all on the wall, and then like to where he can't go anywhere. Yeah. And then what he does is he stabs him before he can land the Raikiri. So he blitzes him, and then controls his chakra to make him miss and just moves his head.
Stronger Kakashi gets his ass whooped by a Pain. Pain's not even trying. He's toying with him. He's just playing with him.
Exactly. Like I don't know, man. Like I get it. Like of how you could try to like maybe do something for Kakuzu, but it's to me it's very crystal clear that he's shown very, very relative to base Naruto to even Kakashi. Not only that, if you even look at it further, Asuma was relative as well to Hit-On, and the same Hit-On that can also be relative to Kakashi, which is impressive because yes, there's a statement of him being slow, but guess what? It wasn't slow enough to where Kakashi was able to deal with him instantaneously. Like he was forced to block everything and deal with Kakuzu's attacks at the same time. Like if Kakuzu was drastically faster than Kakashi or way more powerful, he should have just killed him. That didn't happen, So
for a little thing that I do use to like that I have found at some points to say like, I don't think the masks scale to Kakuzu's speed at all, because they are barely able to dodge a lightning strike from its own lightning mask. The fire and wind ones barely dodge it, and Kakashi's able to easily run straight to it. Choji and Ino can't. And then there's the I forget which moment where at the end of the fight it was, but when Naruto jumped back to try and do the Rasen Shuriken again, grabs base Naruto and does the thing where he's about to like rip out his heart by wrapping his tendrils around him. And there's the thing where he gets Kakashi, and Kakashi with his wires. I don't think that like the problem with Kakuzu is that him along with Sasori, and I would say that probably Kisame fit in this weird mix where we aren't given a whole lot of fights or details about them to say definitively like where they fit, because the only attack that that the attacks that go through Kakuzu are a durability bypassing one and a attack that counters his diamond armor, and then you also have like the weird stuff with his speed.
What do you mean with the whole durability thing? I'm confused on that. Yeah. Are you saying he only got hit because it was due to hacks?
It's not durability bypassing, because the Rasen Shuriken did nothing to the third rate Kage, so it doesn't bypass durability.
Yeah, and not only that, the Sage Art Massive Rasen Shuriken did nothing to Edo Madara as well.
Yeah, so it doesn't bypass durability. If you lack if you lack the adequate durability, it's gonna hit you and hurt you. The third rate Kage, it didn't do nothing to him, but the Kakuzu got fucked up.
Do you think the lightning cloak thing was more based on the needles than Madara's?
Well, no, because it's the elemental weakness. It's he's literally tanking his elemental weakness, something Kaksu couldn't even do.
That doesn't bypass
like
their
the
abilities.
third Raikage has lightning armor, and he gets hit by KCM Rising Shuriken. Not even safe from KCM, and he licks his fingers.
There's instances where it doesn't affect somebody, so it's not durability bypassing. Also in the manga,
if you have enough chakra, you can negate your elemental weakness.
And
basically.
also in the chakra, in the manga, it does show Kakuzu turning his head, and he just fails to react. By the way, it shows the exclamation points over his head, and he gets hit by the next panel. So he just doesn't. Yeah. He fails to react because he lacks the speed. So.
And to engage in the other points you made, because I didn't mean to stop you. You were making a lot of points, and I don't want to forget. But the other points that you made with the whole him getting Choji, Ino, and Kakashi, that was just an off guard moment. So basically, Kakuzu he goes into his next transformation, because he has his base, then he does his first transformation, which his tentacles get faster. Because what happens is he transforms, and the tentacles get faster, and they grab Ino, Kakashi, and Choji, and then Kakashi even says verbatim, like, "Oh shit, he's faster now." So he was just caught off guard by the speed increase, but that doesn't mean anything because all Kakashi had to do was just use Raikiri and cut it off, just like he did when he had Naruto. He could just cut that shit off. And also with the fire style coming, so he could have just cut it off, done a water style, and then got Choji and Ino out of the way, or he could have just done Kamui and then Kamui Kakuzu and killed him. He even says if Naruto and Yamato didn't show up, he would have just resorted to using Kamui. So that's not a guarantee that he just skills over whatever. That was just a moment where he just had the upper hand, just like the other moments that were similar. But with this particular moment, it actually wasn't off guard because he had a substantial speed increase with his tentacles, and Kakashi just didn't expect that.
What do you guys think about when Kakuzu was laying down after he got stabbed by the Chidori, and Kakashi has his 3 Tomoe out, and Chidori, which I believe there's a statement about multiple things about how they both increase his speed.
It's stated by Minato verbatim. It does increase speed, but the only problem is the quantification aspect of it. And from what we've at least seen, that it's not a massive speed amp. I feel like that's kind of safe to assert. I don't know about how you feel with that as well, Jay. Yeah. And the reason why is, when we look at Chidori, it makes you faster, but not fast enough to blitz somebody, which is blatantly shown when Kakashi fights a Jonin.
Yeah. And it doesn't matter anyway because a stronger Kakashi with MS gets his ass whipped by Pain, so it doesn't really matter.
Exactly. He does the same thing Chidori, and Pain just deals with it effortlessly.
With MS, so it doesn't matter.
And regardless, Pain also does a similar feat with the robot passive Pain, which is tremendously better actually, because Kakuzu lost a heart, but his body is full mobile and he can still move, while the robot got fucking hit by a lightning Raikiri clone, then smashed to pieces by Choji's by his father's fist, and was still able to move fast enough to intercept and get in front of Kakashi, exactly what Kakuzu did. But he just couldn't grab him or kick him or do anything because he had no, he was missing his arms and I think he had one leg? I don't fucking know, but he was fucked up. And he was still able to do the same feat that Kakuzu did, but with more actual physical damage to his body.
Yeah.
So it's just that doesn't really help. And regardless, even if that was to be granted, the speed amp from Chidori isn't massive because, like I said, when you see him use it against the Jonin would have killed Kakashi, but since Minato teleported and saved him, Kakashi still gets cut, but he didn't die at least. And Minato's like, hey, the speed's impressive, the power is great, whatever. Okay, but the problem is, you're basically vulnerable to attack. Because the person, if they're at similar scaling or speed, they could just maneuver out of the way or counter effectively with whatever they have, So so clearly it's not a mass. In another example, then you see Sasuke against Naruto. Naruto goes one tail, whatever. He does CM2, which is 10 times, right? Mm-hmm. Then stacks a Chidori, which is even more amp of speed, right? But yet he still couldn't speed blitz Naruto and was still on equal level. So the amplification for Chidori isn't massive. Yes, it does increase speed, but not to the point where you can just speed blitz.
That's definitely not enough to say that Kakuzu is above Pain or Kisame. It's not even close.
Exactly, and that too. Itachi reacts to it effortlessly. Yes, I know it's Sasuke, but he does. Itachi reacts to Kakashi's Raikiri as well. He just jumps out of the way. it's strong, but it's not like that broken.
Yeah. All right, I'll let you say one more thing if you want to say your piece because we've been at it a while.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, the whole thing with the tier list thing that I'm doing for the Akatsuki, I'm mainly concerned about like for one Kakazu mainly because I don't know how to scale like the two tails, attack speed and all that sort of thing. I mainly get troubled with like, okay, how do you quantify like a tail boost? Because that would also help figure out how strong Yugito is, because then you would have to decrease the speed of her attack on Killer B, and then you would also have to like figure out, okay, if that's like where she is there, then like, okay, then we do that multiplier with Matatabi, like to because KCM2 does destroy all the tailed beasts around them, absolutely wrecks them, smashes them around. Killer B, I think that he does scale to like KCM1 in speed, and yes, he does block the attack from Yugito, but then there's that. Yeah, I just think that like the whole Kakazu thing gets very messy, especially then you have like characters like Kisame who also have like this weird mesh with their scaling of like how do they even put together. And, yeah.
Yeah, so
And then
I'll say this before I end this, like before I move on. So it's really not that weird. Kakasu just doesn't scale that high. Also, the tailed beasts aren't equivalent in power clearly, as Nine Tails overpowers like 6 Jinchuriki simultaneously, as evident by the Warg. So Yubito or the Two Tails just scales much below Naruto or Killer Bee for that matter. Kisame bodies Killer Bee going all out, so that's enough to scale Kakazu above. Kisame above Kakazu. Kakazu just doesn't scale anywhere near those guys, unfortunately. He fails to react to Rasen Shuriken Naruto. It's in the manga as well. It shows him his head turning and him being aware of him about to be attacked, so he wasn't caught off guard. It's not correct either. So simply put, he just doesn't scale that high. There really isn't nothing for him empirically unless you speculate.
Not only that, just to tag that further, like, yes, he can react to the pulse strike that's being thrown at him, but if you in the manga and the anime, right after he reacts, he just gets slammed into the ground and he's dealt with immediately.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's not like he's scaling to the Two Tails and going blow for blow, or like he's fucking scales over it and blocked it and then just punches it in its face and sends it flying. That's not happening. You know, he blocks it, he reacts, has enough reaction speed bare minimum, blocks it, and then gets slammed into the ground and then hit on even further states like, oh shit, now it's just me basically. I'm like a rat in the cage and he's hiding behind a wall. You know what I mean? Like if Kakazu and Hinon could just go blow for blow with this thing, they'd be doing that. But that was never emphasized or shown or anything. Okay. And then like I said, if you're gonna make the assertion even try to scale him to Two Tails, which is just not there at all, he gets bodied by the Two Tails. Okay. Yeah. Like, okay, then why is he struggling against fucking Jonin or Naruto or other people or Shikamaru? Okay, which have way less fucking striking power than the Two Tails. You know, like it just doesn't make any sense. Like it's just there's clearly contradictions and confliction. And then one like at the end of the day, what we do know with his Diamond Morph armor, that could have been enough to help cushion the blow. Also with chakra control, you can utilize chakra to amplify your body as well, which is basically anything anyone else can do to perform superhuman feats. So there's many ways of how that could allow him to be able to hit the blow at first, but he gets slammed into the ground. And we know he's like made of tentacles and all that weird shit. Yeah. He's not known for durability, which is why whenever he does get hit, he his body goes into all that weird tentacle shit, So basically with that being said, when he got slammed into the ground, he's probably like nothing but fucking spaghetti, in there or whatever. And all fucked. But, obviously since he's immortal, he can get back up, whatever, and that's it. And the fight continues on. So it's just, it's that simple.
So, yeah, I guess we'll end it there because we've been at this for like a half hour, but appreciate you asking. No, it's all good. Appreciate you asking. And hopefully that gives some enlightenment. I don't know.
Yeah, it does. It does really help. And also, before I go, I wanted to say to to help with your bleach scaling and like any questions, the lower ranked Espada are narrow. He's kind of like a vampire where he dies in the sunlight. And when a hole is blasted through the roof of the building he's in, or the side of the building, he dodges the ray of light that comes in before it hits him. And then there's the I think it's, I forget what the monsters are called, but they shoot beams of light down that pick up uh Geen, Tozen, and Aizen. Um, when the lieutenants have Geen and all them under their hold, and they jump back in time before the light beams pick them up.
All right, I appreciate it. That'll help with the scaling.
Yeah, and yeah.
All right, thanks for asking your question. Appreciate it.
No problem. See ya. Have a fantastic New Year, and I'll catch all your vids later.
All
See
right,
ya.
peace out, brother.
Peace.
All right, that was a long tangent.
I think it's a majority of them.
Yeah, let's see what someone said. The only problem with Jay's statement is that I wouldn't say Pain is above Kakashi with his MS. He certainly is, because Pain didn't fight Kakashi while he was spamming the Kakashi. He couldn't spam MS because he had very low stamina, and either way, he admitted that he barely reacted to a nail that was flicked at him, so he clearly wouldn't beat him.
And he states verbatim that like it's just not wise to even use his Mingekyo or whatever, because like Pain could apparently just negate or just deal with it.
Yeah,
like Kakashi's not just gonna say shit for shits and giggles.
Yeah. Let's see. Kakuzu can beat Sasori and Deidara. Kakuzu lost to base Kakashi and Naruto. Deidara nearly killed a stronger Sasuke, so I don't think so.
And then also, Jay, not only that, it's literally in character for Kakashi to use Kamui. Whenever he gets serious or he's threatened enough,
he
will use Kamui immediately.
And saying that he didn't spam it that's not correct, because he can't spam it. At that point, he couldn't handle the Kamui that much. So
yeah, like he does it against Deidara. He does it against. He said he would have done it against Kakuzu.
Yeah.
When he goes to pull up to try to retrieve Sasuke's body after the fight with Itachi, when Zetsu and Obito are racing them there, he literally whips out his Mingekyo because he thinks, he's gonna need it to fight Obito and whatever the mask dude with the Sharingan. Okay, like when he meets Obito again, he's like, I'm just gonna get rid of Madara right here and now, and Obito's like, that shit don't work on me. He just negates it completely. Like,
exactly.
So whenever he needs to use it, he uses it immediately.
Yeah,
but the fact that he didn't use it against Pain because he truly thought it would just not do anything. It would be counterintuitive.
He would be too slow. I think Pain would catch on anyway, so Kamui wouldn't reach him in time. He just reacts quicker. That's just the point. That's just the case. So clearly, and the only reason he was able to negate the nail that was flicked at him because Nagato just flicked it at him. He wasn't like throwing at him full speed. He probably wouldn't have reacted to it if Nagato or if Pain didn't have killer intent. He wanted to kill him, but it was very casual. He was like, I'll just take him out. Flick the nail at him.
But not only that, his Kamui activation speed is pretty good.
It's very quick. I mean, he was able to react to Sasuke. Yeah, he was able to react to Sasuke's arrow. It's impressive. But yeah, MS Kakashi doesn't scale to Pain. Absolutely not. Let's see, any other questions? Any Hunter scaling? Hunter scaling? I'm not very familiar on that. I'm saying I wouldn't count that as Kakashi with his MS. He only used it twice. I think that was his limit anyway. He couldn't really use it that many times. We're talking War Kakashi, then that would be different. But
yeah, War Kakashi could do it a lot more. But then again, like
even then, he'd probably lose.
He gets like the Nine-Tails chakra like multiple times. Like fucking even after being given the Nine-Tails chakra, he gets Kamui and he's immediately sins and exhausted.
And at that point, he can spam, but that's a much stronger Kakashi.
Exactly. He's just stronger, higher chakra reserve stamina.
And I still think there's a good chance full power Pain would still win, to be honest. So,
yeah, for sure.
There's a good chance. If it's DMS Kakashi, clearly he fucking wrecks him, but
he gets a different discussion. Bodied.
Yeah. All right, guys. About 10 more minutes, folks, if you guys have any questions at all. Final questions. We've been out for like 4 hours. It's insane. So
yeah.
Let's see. I wouldn't count Kakashi no War as actual MS Kakashi because he actually uses it in battle, not just to escape death as a last resort. Well, he didn't use it to escape death against Deidara, and that wasn't War Kakashi. That was
like now thinking about it, Jay, when we analyze Kakashi, all the chakra feats that he does. So like, all right, so when he fights like Zabuza and Haku, okay, that all happens, but he only does 2 Raiku's, right? And he's using the shotgun as well. And that's basically all he does. He's fighting whatever, you name it, and then they get a whole night's of rest. Like like they have a break.
Yeah.
Yeah, like so they're all resting. You know what I mean? Like they're probably taking fucking food pills. Like it's war. Like why the fuck would they not be having pills? You name it. So they all get a night's of rest. Then it's the next day. The battle continues. Kakashi and Guy pull up to save Naruto and Killer Bee.
Yeah.
And what? Kakashi does 1 shadow clone, lightning cable, okay, to cut up the V2s. Then he does 1 Raikiri as well, but it didn't do anything. And then after that, he does a Kamui to the Kunai that has lightning on it. He does a Kamui to the Rasengan. Okay, and then that's basically all he did, and he was already like getting really super fatigued and fucked. And then the Nine Tails give him chakra. He goes into the Kamui dimension because it was part of the plan, and then basically fucks him up. Then he Kamui's out of the Kamui dimension. Okay, and then he Kamui's Naruto's KCM 2 clone. Okay. Into Obito's Kamui dimension, and by doing that, he like collapses on the ground and is like fully fucking exhausted, and then it goes from there and so on and so forth.
Right,
like,
yeah,
so while he's still like, he is stronger and he has higher stamina and chakra, but like he's not really able to just spam like 10 or 20 fucking times.
Yeah, no, yeah, he definitely has better stamina, but it's not like way better.
Nothing outrageous,
it's not like he's not like he's Obito spamming Kamui like 40 times.
No, that's definitely not.
So he just doesn't scale to pain unless we're talking like DMS. Then clearly he does. He destroys them.
Fucking body. DMS body's like
even with the time limit, it wouldn't matter. He would just kill him in 1 shot. So
yeah,
someone said the Gold and Silver brothers Kikaku and Genkaku didn't die to Tobirama when they were at the beach. They asked if he brought them back. What do you think of that? That's all we need, a Tobirama manga, so that would clear all that shit up.
Yeah.
So that's all I gotta say about that. That would obviously be.
It's just so weird, dude.
I mean, like it doesn't make him look good.
But we just don't have any context. We don't know what happened, whatever. And then we see fucking Darui just straight up, fucking him up.
Yeah.
Force him to go V2. He can dodge and react to V2, and Choji and Shikamaru and everybody else can also fight against V2 with no problems. Like,
exactly.
But yet Tobirama just dies.
Yeah, it just seems it's like a real big black eye for him. It just doesn't look good.
It doesn't look good. But like, terrible, obviously, if we're being honest, that probably full power Tobirama should be able to win. Yeah. It's more likely he just wasn't at full power. Maybe he was fatigued.
Yeah, and I think he was off guard too. I think that's the story.
Yeah.
Someone asked,
it's like it says in the data books that it was an ambush.
It was an ambush, yeah. So it wasn't like he was. He wasn't really prepared, and he was fatigued, I think, because they were like engaging in battle before that. So he was a little fatigued.
The first time was like when they're at the summit. He was with the second Raikage. They get ambushed.
Yeah.
So you could say that Tobirama was more likely at full power, considering a political meeting. And like, I'm gonna be real with you, like. Everybody has their mixed opinions on this. Swag and Sets apparently believe that he wasn't hit off guard or anything. That they actually think it's worse, from at least something I was seeing previously that they recently just uploaded.
Yeah.
Because their whole reasoning was Tobirama is a sensory ninja. How the fuck does he get?
How did he get ambushed? Right, that's a good point.
Like how the fuck does Kin and Gin pull up with their massive chakra reserves when he's able to sense? Yeah, when he's able to sense Madara and Naruto's Nine Tails chakra across the fucking battlefield. Like miles and miles away. So like you're telling me at a political meeting where yes, you would be paranoid and you're kind of cautious. That's literally what is shown and emphasized in the Five Kage Summit.
Yeah.
Everybody's kind of on their toes. They're making sure whatever.
So it's
really weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he was there to sign a peace treaty with the Cloud Village. Yeah. So why the fuck would he not have his sensory on him? That doesn't make sense. Yeah. 2, he is literally a sensory ninja, so he should have been able to pick up on them and then fight against them with the second Raikage. So, that's Seth and Swag's whole reasoning, but either way, if you want to give him the benefit of the doubt in somehow, some way, regardless of all that, he still gets hit off guard, and that's what gives him the advantage, and which is why he was put to the verge of death, okay, and he escaped probably more than likely with flying Raijin or whatever. But either way, it's just like I said, with what we have, it just doesn't look good.
Either way, he looks bad, honestly. He's a Kage and he's failing to defeat those two at a summit. at a summit at that, so he had another Kage there.
And we know he didn't get sealed because then he could have been brought back by Edo.
Yeah.
I mean, so he didn't get sealed either by their shit. He just got straight up, killed the second time and fucked up the first time.
That's absurd, honestly. Someone asked, where was it? Question for Men of Culture. Okay, Selma Hayek, Christina Hendricks, or Sofia Vergara, who's the baddest? I guess that's a different tangent. In their primes, probably Sofia Vergara. She's probably the baddest.
I'd say so. I have to look up the other one. I'm not.
I'm not really sure of Christina, but Sofia is better than Selma. So
yeah,
in their primes for sure. So other questions here. The fact that in such a small moment with Pain, Kakashi needed to use MS and never used it with Kakuzu. Exactly.
Yeah, too, yeah. He uses it twice.
I honestly think Kishimoto wrote himself into a corner with Tobirama's death. How do you get caught off guard when you can sense shinobi across the country? That's kind of true.
That's what I'm saying. It is what it is. Like I said, you do get to see his war arc feats, but once again, he's only able to perform the feat he did against Shibito because he was in Edo. Exactly. Like you guys got to remember, like he got speed blitzed by Jubito.
And Jubito,
so if he was alive, he would have been dead. That means he can't do no paper ball, whatever, yada yada.
Jubito's power is constantly fluctuating because he had a mental nerf the whole time. So.
And that too, so there is a moment where he puts some paper bombs on Jubito, but then again, he's an unstable and mindless beast, and he just stands there.
Yeah.
So you probably just let him put the paper bombs on him.
One moment, Tobirama hits him, and they're like, "Oh wow, he did it!" But then the next moment, he's blitzing all the Hokage like at the same time, blowing them away. Like that's when he's stable. So it's not even close.
And so you can't scale to Tobirama like his speed or anything that Jubito. That's just not here. It's not there. Like it's not even shown on screen. Like it's not even shown on the manga or anime. It's literally an off-screen moment.
Not at all.
So all we can basically infer from that is Jubito was just standing there. He didn't feel threatened enough.
Yeah.
He puts the fucking paper bombs on him. Okay, and then Hashirama also grabbed him with wood style. Like, you think Hashirama could be able to grab him with wood style if he was moving at full speed? No, because they both get speed blitz before.
He blitzes Tobirama and Minato. They're faster than Hashirama.
So. At the same time. Instantly. Before they could blink, they get...
Yeah, that's him when he's stable, by the way, so it's not even a competition.
So, like, overall, like, you can't scale him to there, so you can't use that as, like, oh, that's a contradiction, meaning blah, blah. So, like, the only time where Tobirama shows somewhat of a feat, but Minato does the same shit as well, though, is when he does Flying Raijin. That's just because Flying Raijin is fucking broken.
Yeah, sure, it's very broken, yeah. And the fact that Jubito was fluctuating, and the Flying Raijin is instantaneous. It's the only reason that ever happened, so.
Yeah.
Someone said, my view, the scaling is Kisame above Datara, who's above Sasori. No, he's not above Sasori, because Datara admits he's not. And Sasori is equal in power to Kakuzu. No, he's not. He's above Kakuzu. But, okay. All right, folks. 2 more questions at 3. It's been another while. How is Sage Mode stronger than Pain when Pain one-shot the old frog who was waxing Sage Naruto during training? Well, to be fair, Naruto, I think, surpassed the Toad, to be fair. But either way, Pain is stronger than both of them. And the only reason that Sage Mode Naruto was having success was because Pain was fatigued. He had no intel.
He had no Tendo powers.
Yeah, so that's why. So he's not
even if he was fatigued and tired, if he had access to Tendo powers as well, he would have immediately shit on him.
Yeah, he would have beat
That's
him.
literally what happens.
If he had intel, he would have ended it quicker. So he was kind of what was happening is Tendo was sending the weaker path to test Naruto out. But if he was already aware of Sage Mode, he would have ended it quickly. So.
And not only that, the weaker path was still able to dodge Sage Mode's attacks too.
Yeah,
like he sends the fucking absorbing one and makes him run up, and then Naruto's like, manga and anime, he's throwing attacks but he can't hit him, and so the chick's like, oh, attacks will work because of link vision, blah blah. So what does Naruto do? He does the frog kumata, whatever the fuck it's called, where it creates an off guard hit, and he's able to hit him because you can't see that shit basically, or even if you don't land the attack, it's gonna hit you regardless. Yeah. Which is the only reason why he even hit that path of pain. So, like, while these motherfuckers are fatigued and weakened, they can still dodge and react to Sage Mode Naruto.
Yeah, the fact that he was that fatigued and still competed says a lot. So.
Yeah, like he had to create openings, to where Genbutsu swallowed the summoning path, where it's like pitch darkness, That's why Naruto got that one. He had to use the off-guard hacks ability. That's why he got the one that absorbs ninjutsu. The soul one, when he threw his Rising Shuriken, they all were able to react to it. The only reason why one of them got hit was because he expanded. Another off-guard attack moment.
Yeah.
So it's this is a weakened fatigue pain that can react and fight against Naruto.
Yeah,
and mind you, he didn't have Tendo powers. If he also had Tendo powers, it would have been an instant wrap, which is literally what happens when he gets his powers back. He negates Rising Shuriken, one-shots all the toads, and then deals with Naruto effortless.
Yeah, Naruto would have died, or another Nine-Tails Rampage would have happened if it was in the Rain Village. He would have got fucking destroyed there. Full power pain. No, he's not dealing with that. Someone said, this is, let's see, Itachi, Obito, Warg, Orochimaru, Sage, Kabuto, Kisame, Pain, Sasori, Deidara, Konan, Kakuzu, Hidan, Waizetsu. What do you think as far as the ranking? Itachi, Obito. That's debatable. That's fine. Warg, Orochimaru above Sage, Kabuto. That's debatable. Kisame probably scales below Sage, Kabuto. Pain as a group, Pain scales above. I would probably say he scales above Kisame for sure. Sage, Kabuto. Arguably, it's arguable whether he scales above him or not. Sasori, Deidara, that's fine. Konan, Kakuzu. Konan didn't really impress me at all, but I guess that's fine. Kakuzu, Hidan, that's fine, and then Waizetsu. That ranking's better. What's going on, McLegend? I wouldn't put Sage, Kabuto, or Orochimaru in it. Yeah, they weren't.
I'm gonna be real though. I do think Konan is slamming Hidan and Kakuzu.
She probably for sure beats Hidan. Kakuzu would be interesting.
Be with a fly and explosions, paper clone explosions, you name it. Like
prep time destroys either one for sure.
And that too, yeah.
But I do think she beats Hidan. Kakuzu would be interesting. Yeah. But I mean, they do kind of scale to each other a little bit. They had similar success against Kakashi with their taijutsu. Yeah. So yeah, that is true. True.
And depending on how you view her beating Sasori as well. Yeah. I know it's in the game, but
Sasori,
she does fight him and beat him fair and square.
And if the game is canonical, then yeah. Pain was still trying to regain his power when Sage Naruto was beating those Pains. So it's true when he was weakened and was trying to recover enough strength. Yeah, he was weakened. I gotta get back on next time to discuss the Kakuzu stuff. And while I agree him staying below Pain and Kisame, Kakuzu's not near that level. I don't think he gets beat, cut, and dry by Data Sasori. I wouldn't say they one-shot him, but they're stronger than him. So Warg Orochimaru has all of Kabuki's abilities and Hashirama's. Kabuki? How do you mean Kabuto?
Yeah, what? Yeah, Kabuto.
He has all of Kabuto's abilities and Hashirama. I don't know about that.
Shin is touching the Susanoo and blowing that fucking shit up.
Tobirama just got blitzed by Kin again.
What does 6 say? Yes, he touches that shit and blows it the fuck up.
Yeah, fucking 6. Kabuto low-key be on Jubidara's level, considering he is faster and stronger than Sasuke. No, he's not on Jubidara's level. Not even close.
I'll be 100% real with you though, Jay. Pain versus Sage no Kabuto is a very interesting.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
Very interesting.
Because I would say he scales below Itachi, but so does Edo Nagato.
It's his hacks that just make him weird.
Yeah, his hacks.
There's a lot of hacks I could do to help with Pain's hacks.
Yeah, he definitely would be a problem.
I feel like it would just come down to who can outlast who, and I'm gonna be real with you, Sage Mode, it doesn't have that weakness.
The only argument is the notion that to Edo Tente someone, you have to be stronger than them to keep them under your control. That's why Madara broke out. But then again, that would be contradicted by the fact that Itachi broke out. And he had to use Kodo, so maybe that's not the case, because I think clearly Itachi's stronger than Sage Kabuto. He had to hold back. And he caught him literally in Izanami, so literally that implies superiority. So that might be incorrect, but that would be interesting to see. That would be very interesting.
It would be really interesting. I think it's very if I had my money, maybe Pain, but it's gonna be fucking high diff. Yeah. Because he just has the wing vision, can do the dodge, whatever, and utilize his hacks or whatever, yada yada. Yeah. What if you think the Shinra Tensei would also be able to hurt Kabuto too or not? But
yeah.
But it's just interesting because even if he does Chibaku Tensei, doesn't he have that Sage of organic shit where he can manipulate whatever he's touching.
That's true.
You know,
He does have that ability.
Yeah, so wouldn't that like kind of fuck up all the rocks and shit or whatever? And just allow them to be like,
that would be an ambiguous aspect, because we're not sure how to interact. But if it does do that, then Chubaku Tensei wouldn't do shit. So
it's just interesting, dude. And then like him turning into water, you know what I mean, like and all that, and
yeah, it would be problematic for Pain. Pain. Then you have to take into consideration speed. It's hard to quantify all that when comparing those two.
Yeah,
it's tough. Because Itachi scales above both.
Extremely contentious.
Yeah, Itachi scales above both of them, but as far as how close they scale, it's difficult. It's very difficult. I would say if I make
that's an Itachi, like that's an Edo Itachi, so obviously
if I had to make if I made a rational argument, I would say it seems Itachi had an easier time blitzing Nagato than he did Sage Kabuto. That's an argument.
He was the best too. Itachi, he was holding back.
And he was holding back, by the way. And he was holding back. So there's that argument. So yeah, that would be an argument for Sage Kabuto being faster, but again, it's still pretty ambiguous.
Well, Sage Kabuto could kill Itachi. Itachi could not kill him, and he was still doing pretty fucking good.
He still was literally caught him in Izanami, which is very impressive.
He only got he only got tagged once, right? From Kabuto?
I believe only once.
When he got cut in half?
Yeah.
No, twice. It was with the spikes when he did the jutsu activation, but I think that's because he was like looking out and protecting Sasuke.
Yeah, that's why.
But the legit moment though was when he like ran up and I can't remember. I have to go back, but he does cut him in half.
And he was holding back. So
I think he let him do that because he was trying to do Izanami though.
Yeah, he had to set up like a specific, I guess, like time frames to make it work.
Yeah.
So he had to repeat the cycle. Someone said, I think Sasori, Deidara, and Kakazu are interchangeable. No, they're not. Sasori.
But if Itachi was bloodlusted and like going full, like I do believe he would have just Totsuka in one shot.
Yeah. Kakazu and Deidara.
I do believe it.
Kakazu scales blatantly under Deidara and Sasori as a result because he fails to beat weaker people than Deidara basically almost beat. He beats nearly. He nearly beat.
What does Kakazu even do against Guard, bro?
Dude, he lost to Rasen Shuriken Naruto and base Sharingan fucking Kakashi.
Like Jay, you feel me on that, right? Like the Guard that has like like that massive ass fucking Shikaku hands and shit,
right.
name it.
Yeah.
Like what would Kakazu even do to all that?
No, it's.
I just don't see him fucking with that. I just don't.
The wank of Kakazu is bizarre. It just came from a very disingenuous place. So.
Like, what does Kakazu do against C3? The nuke fucking bomb explosion that was dropped in the city.
She's dying. That's for sure.
Like worst case, for some reason, all that other shit can do, which I'm agree with you. This shouldn't be a no-brainer, but Heavy Sasuke would shit on Kakazu as well in many fucking ways.
He would. Yeah.
If that same Sasuke was able to fucking, push Deidara rage quit and kill himself, okay? Yeah. And while he's also holding back because he was trying to get intel from Itachi. So a Sasuke that's holding back to where you can't kill him, okay, but they're basically going at full power while he's holding back and to a standstill. Okay, so you take that at a grain of salt. That should just show you that line of skill, and Deidara should shit on Kakazu.
Deidara would just use, he would use the microscopic clay bombs would fucking incinerate Kakazu.
Exactly, and if you think for some reason Deidara still having a hard time, whatever you name it, what the fuck does he do against that? He doesn't have a shot at you or Rinnegan.
He would never detect it. Yeah, he'd die.
Yeah. And he would die.
Yeah, someone said I wanted to say KCM1 boost is 77 times. I mean, again, that's arbitrary, and your metric system is arbitrary. I wouldn't use a specific value because I kept stacking cubes.
Unless Kishimoto's quantifying it for us,
it's very unreliable to do that kind of method. It really is. There's no way to really prove your method. Itachi's not hitting Kabuto if Sasuke arrow couldn't touch him without help. I mean, Itachi wouldn't have set up Izanami if he never hit him, so clearly he did. If Naruto replaced Sakura for the Sasori fight, how strong would Chio controlling hundreds of Naruto clones be? Jesus, that's actually a good point. He'd probably body him. He'd probably body Sasori even worse. Sage Kabuto is relative to Edo Itachi.
Yeah, but a holding back Itachi.
Yeah, he's not.
He's not bloodlusted or going that full. Like he has to repeatedly backpack the fight, protect Sasuke, hold back, can't kill him. I mean, like what do you expect from him? Obviously, he's going to show some form of relativity if he can't kill the fucking guy.
Yeah, he was holding back, so That's why I said depending on the situation, Kakuzu can kill him before he drops serious bombs. He's blatantly inferior in terms of speed to Datara. Datara reacting to...
Datara can fly, Kakuzu can't fly. How the fuck does he even hit him? And Datara also dodges a full speed bloodlusted Sasuke.
Yeah.
Because he can kill one of them at least.
Kakuzu failed to react to a weaker Russian Shuriken Naruto. How's he going to react to someone that...
Exactly. So Datara reacts to Sasuke running at full speed with Sharingan as well. Not like, so he's using Sharingan, running at full speed. Okay, Datara backflips and dodges.
Yeah.
Okay? And yes, he was trying to kill because he can only leave one of them alive for interrogation. So at that moment, he was going full speed to kill, and Datara could dodge.
Yeah, that's not close. That's not even.
Like, come on, man.
I don't think I'm wanking Kakuzu. I think so. I think you are wanking him because that's not correct. Itachi did not hit him though. He only.
That's basically saying Naruto with the Rising Shuriken can be able to keep up with that Sasuke and just fuck him up. And hit him with a Rising Shuriken with 3 clones. Like that's not happening.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Itachi did not
hit him. We're talking
though.
about base Sasuke too, not even CM1 or CM2.
Yeah, Itachi did not hit him. He only cut his horn. Well, that's kind of hitting him. That's the only damage Itachi gave Kabuto the entire fight. That's all he needed to set up Izanami. Again, he couldn't kill Kabuto. Like he had to.
Izanami. If he can land a sword strike, you don't think he can't land a Totsuka blade?
Yeah. Again, I did the scaling with KCM by stacking the tails. Again, the way you stack them is arbitrary because the one tail seems relative to CM2. Again, that's your own arbitrary metric system. Again, you can't prove that. So.
And not only that, if you really want to shit on that, fucking, like, literally, okay, great. You say the tails give, like, a massive amp or whatever. Well, why did it not give him a massive enough amp to beat fucking Sasuke?
Yeah.
So like, he goes from, like, QB state, shits on 2 Tomo Sasuke, then Sasuke gets 3 Tomo, shits on him, okay, goes 1 tail, that Sasuke with 3 Tomo can still react to 1 tail. Okay, the only thing that was fucking him up was just a chakra branching and shit like that. But he could still react to the same Naruto, so clearly the quantification of a power-up isn't massive with the tail. And then when Sasuke does like CM2 and Chidori and everything, they're still on equal footing. Like the 1 tail amp is not massive.
Yeah, it's really not. And again, it's arbitrary metric system. What matters is that you get the correct scaling, not exactly what the calculations are. That's not really the point of card scaling.
The only thing, the reason why Naruto gets stronger in a sense is because he gets benefits and like abilities.
Yeah.
He can like use a big ass chakra hand to like slam on you, or fucking spam chakra hands and trying to grab you or fuck you up. And it has its own mind of its own. Yeah. So like imagine trying to fight someone that you can still react to and block or dodge, but then out of nowhere like for instance, like Venom. Like Venom charges at you, you can react and dodge, but then like the slime symbiote shit comes off the body and tries to fuck you up and then hits you because you just it's unpredictable.
Yeah.
So like it's just not a massive amp.
Yeah, it's just difficult. It's not the best, most reliable method to even try to calculate.
Even Kakashi, the Kakashi that fights Datara was able to react to that Naruto.
Yeah.
And just seals him immediately. Like he was even able to like Naruto went to charge at Datara to try to do his speed blitz, and Kakashi moves so quick in the manga and anime, and he just catches him. Like, he dead-ass grabs him and says, stop being fucking hasty. Calm down.
So, someone said Itachi could literally one-shot Kabuto with the Totsuka blade. Possibly, but again, he couldn't do that because he had to not kill him. Yeah. His hearts can fly and use lightning style. Again, it doesn't matter. He's inferior in speed to Datara anyway. It doesn't matter. That's why I said it's possible.
The hearts can fly.
He said that's why I said it's possible to kill him. Yeah, it's possible, but it's extremely unlikely and most likely not going to happen because Datara scales above him. So, no.
Well, I'm gonna be 100% real though, Jay. Though, like with the whole flying shit, I believe they can levitate, but I don't think they can fly.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, they were flying in the anime. It's just the manga doesn't show them flying.
Yeah, either way, it's irrelevant. He's inferior anyway. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So it's not like he's relative at all to Datara. He loses to a weaker Naruto in comparison to heavy Sasuke that Datara basically beat. He killed himself in the process, but the only reason he survives is because he reverse summoned himself out of it. So
Datara can be able to dodge anything he throws at him. He'll get on his bird. He'll fly. He'll start spamming all his shit, and then Kakuzu fucking dies.
Yeah, he's superior. Just simple.
Like, he drops a C3. Like you're not gonna tell me he's living from.
Yeah, he's not. And Sasori is stated to be superior to him, so. Not interchangeable.
And Sasori is poison hacks and all that. And yeah, Kakuzu has his diamond armor, so sure, maybe he can like tank anything he throws at him like with all his other shit, but if he does the black sand, like he's not tanking.
No, he's not.
I don't want to hear it. He's not taking
no. Let's see. All right, folks. I know I said 10 minutes ago, but about 3 more minutes. So ask your final questions here. Didn't Kabuto split his body up into the air? He has a lot of hacks. Yes, he does. If Hashirama inhaled the micro bombs from C4, would he be able to out-heal the explosions? That's a good question. Would he be able to out... Oh, you know, there was a statement that you can't heal organs, I believe, along those lines. I forgot who said that. Someone said that you can't heal your organs, so I would say no. I don't think he could. But either way, Hashirama would never get to that point because he's vastly superior to...
Happy New Year! It is a new year, 2023.
Oh, yeah. On the east, Happy New Year. It's already midnight over there. Still 3 hours here, but on the east side.
Oh, okay. Yeah, for Eastern it is.
Yeah. I think Hashirama...
Give me one moment. Give me one moment.
All right. But yeah, Hashirama would not get in that situation anyway because he's vastly superior. Let's see any final questions. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, someone said that organs can't heal. You can't heal your organs or train your organs or something along those lines. But then again, I would counter myself and say, let's see, was there a counter for that? No, because if that were the case, then Tsunade would have healed herself when she got cut in half, right? Including her organs. So no, I don't believe so. Those aren't healable. I think it's more superficial wounds, deep wounds as well, but not like within your own body. I don't think that's the case, and I think that holds empirically.
I'm back. I just had to wish my friend Happy New Year's.
Oh yeah, it's all right. I think we'll answer Luis's question and end it here. I think he rose.
Okay. This cock is you upscaling to calm down now, dog.
Yo, real quick, guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year's, man.
2023.
Hold on. Yo, can you guys hear me or no?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, real quick, guys. Happy New Year's.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 2023 is here.
Yes, sir.
I'll see you guys soon, guys. You guys be safe.
Right.
No problem.
What's that, brother? All right. Since he didn't ask a question, last one here. How different would Kakashi's fight be if he and Obito switched Kamuis? How different would his fights be? That's interesting.
Yeah. See, the problem, I think that would actually be worse for Kakashi because, all right, yeah, like he could be intangible, and phase through anything. But see, the reason why that works perfectly for Obito is because he can just spam that shit. Yeah. While Kakashi can only do it even so, what? So if someone that just wouldn't work for him, you know what I mean? Because he already has the Raikiri, which is basically kind of like a combo win con, to absorb or whatever. So what? You really think he's gonna just try to run up, grab someone and calm them? I don't know.
I think it wouldn't. It wouldn't sway the outcome much differently if he had the other Kamui. In fact, it might be detrimental. Yeah, it might be actually harder because he uses it pretty strategically to avoid death, like against pain. So he wouldn't be able to do that.
It's a long-range ninjutsu as well, while everything else he has is all short-range.
Yeah, that's the benefit. That, and on top of that, he doesn't have the stamina Obito does. So that
to just spam it, and that's what makes it so strong. If you can spam it, you're set.
Like Obito.
He's only going to do 1 or 2 times of phasing through something, and then that's it.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that is all, folks. We've been at it for 4 hours and a half, which is absurd. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Next time, hopefully, we're debating each other. If you guys donate a topic, we'll go 30 seconds apiece, random. The sides that we do will be I'll get a wheel, so it's at random. So expect to see red arguments. It's probably gonna have to happen, especially for crazy topics.
I swear to God. Imagine you get fucking Kid Eno.
Jesus, I'm gonna have to
really pain. How the fuck do you even do that?
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'll have to really rat out on that one. So folks, expect that next Saturday, most likely. We'll have a couple people on, and so hope you guys enjoyed this stream. Happy New Year to you folks. I know on the East, Happy New Year, and to you guys that are not there yet, Happy New Year's Eve.
Sir.
Hope you guys enjoyed it, and we'll catch you in the next one, folks. See you next time.
All right.